don't explain it that way. We're doing a 1-hour show. We're taking a 1-second break and doing another 1-hour show. We're going to break it up in segments. What time? How long is this first segment, Townsend? Oh, it's 9 hours. When's the first break?
The official start of the 2021 NTT INDYCAR Series is fast approaching, and there's no doubt it has been on the minds of many all winter long, which for these incredible drivers is too long. Needless to say, they are more than ready to go.
So one word for me to define our season coming up in 2021 would be pursuit.
Total domination tonight.
Repeat?
Scott Dixon is a 6-time INDYCAR champion!
Resurgence. And reminding everybody why he's an INDYCAR champion.
Let's go for rebirth.
And it is Sebastian Bourdais that is going to hold on to the lead.
I think one word to describe is probably progress.
This guy is going to be around for a long, long time.
My theme really is learning curve.
Jimmy Johnson is a 7-time champion who can pick and choose when and where he wants to race now.
A fresh start.
Excitement.
Execute.
Focus. I'd like to see us fulfill our potential.
The grinder.
We are Victory Lane, man! We did it! Yes!
Milk. Pretty self-explanatory.
There's one final hit out before racing for real begins, and there's no better place to fire up the engines than at the home of INDYCAR, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's a taste of May in April. Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Good morning. It's day 2 of the 2021 Indianapolis 500 Open Test. The 105th Indianapolis 500 comes up at the end of May. Today we start to get prepared, and after weather delays yesterday, it should be perfect. It's already gorgeous on the chilly side, but we're going to see highs in the upper 70s. Thank you for joining us on the 9th floor of the world-famous pagoda. Kevin Lee and Townsend Bell set for 9 hours of activity today, and cars are already on track, finishing up the rookie orientation and veteran refresher portion of the program that went into the evening yesterday. So, Townsend, it was a little bit broken up and disjointed yesterday, but what did we see? What did we learn on day 1?
Well, we learned that everybody looks pretty strong on their own. But what we didn't find out yesterday is what happens when all of the cars get in a pack together, especially with the new aero configuration with the under tray this year. More surface area for that floor, potentially more downforce in traffic, but we just don't know yet what it's going to look like in multi-car packs. We'll find that out today.
Let's see what's in store for today, and as of right now, as mentioned, this is rookie orientation and veteran refreshers, so this is the same group that finished today that's eligible to be on track for the first hour. Then it's the veteran group that started the day yesterday at 11 a.m. for an hour, and everyone eligible after 11 o'clock. So let's go back to yesterday. Things started at 11 a.m., and we saw some early activity and a big line of cars ready to get going. Our first look at new paint schemes for the year. Scott McLaughlin in that yellow Pennzoil Penske car. Marco Andretti's only confirmed race of the year. And 11 minutes in, Rinus VeeKay makes hard contact in turn 1.
Started with a bang, unfortunately the wrong kind. Massive impact for VeeKay as he pancaked the wall after a full 360 down there in turn 1. The crew started to disassemble a car to make repairs to the tub overnight. We don't know if VeeKay will be able to get back out, but his teammate Connor Daly in the Air Force car went to the top of the charts early on at over 221 miles an hour, but then the rain came.
About 90 minutes in, we saw the rain. Eventually got some activity again later in the day with some rookie sessions. Actually ran until 7:15 yesterday evening. Cody Ware was one of those that got through a couple of stages of rookie orientation. Simona Di Silvestro going through her refresher course. So about 6 o'clock is when activity resumed. And in the late session, it was veteran Sebastian Bourdais.
Picking right up with the performance that Tony Kanaan showed the last couple years with A.J. Foyt. So things continue to progress for that number 14 team. Sebastian Bourdais at the top at over 224 miles an hour. Connor Daly held pace in the afternoon at 222, and Ed Carpenter also showing strong there. And Sage Karam with local Dreyer Reinbold Racing popped up at the end of the day on the charts.
Just getting started now in day number 2. For more, let's head downstairs on pit lane where Marty Snyder joins us. Good morning, Marty.
What's up, Kevin? Nice and cool down here on pit road here at Indianapolis today for day 2 of open testing. A lot of eyes will be on the true rookies who are in the field for the 105th running in the Indianapolis 500, Pietro Fittipaldi and also Cody Ware. I had a chance to visit with Cody Ware a moment ago. He said going into turn 1 wide open in Indianapolis has to be a career highlight for me. He said actually the hardest part of rookie orientation was the lower section, trying to go 205 to 210. I found that very difficult actually. Then the next section, he said that was a lot easier. So the plan today, they'll be able to go wide open as much as they want to. They're going to start with a certain amount of downforce and slowly take that off the car for Cody Ware. See where he can get comfortable, see where he feels comfortable inside the race car, and see how fast he can go. But it's been fun to watch these 2 true rookies, Kevin, try and tackle the Speedway for the very first time. Their first laps were yesterday. And you guys mentioned it as well. Now, the guys who cleared everything did not have to practice this morning, including Juan Pablo Montoya and Elio Castro Neves. I talked to both of them. They said, hey, we want every lap we can get. In fact, Elio was the first guy on the racetrack today trying to turn as many laps as possible in that Meyer Shank Racing Honda.
There's a lot of track time available for the Indianapolis 500. But Townsend, you want to use everything that's available because someone else might. You got to stay ahead of everyone.
Well, especially for these part-time entrants like Simona Di Silvestro that we just saw. I thought her car looked very solid. She looked very solid and confident as a driver that's taken a 6-year hiatus from driving around Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Watching Max Chilton right now getting up to speed. Right now so far, Montoya 2:18.1. leads the speeds. Simona Di Silvestro at 2:17.5. And this is a good time to really get a read of what single car performance might look like on, I'm going to guess, relatively similar downforce between these cars that are running. This would be race configuration, both on boost and on downforce. Max Chilton goes across 212.7, not quite up to speed, but I was watching Simona there doing laps at mid 217, high 216 on her own. And it's rare that you get practice laps where you're truly on your own.
True.
So this early session, again, gives us a decent understanding of what one-car speed might look like.
Simona Di Silvestro has finished up her refresher course, so got that done within the first 3 or 4 minutes of this practice this morning. Make a good point. You wouldn't think about any kind of qualifying sim now, and it's not the same horsepower or boost that you're going to have. But when we get into that Tuesday through Friday practice session in May, it's difficult to get a non-tow lap to really see what the car does by itself. So can you learn something here in this format before you're really fully up to speed that might apply?
Absolutely, because the difference between going 217 and 230 is massive, and 13 miles an hour is a big difference, but nothing fundamentally changes about the balance of the car. It's not like it goes from oversteer to understeer just by adding mile an hour. So if you can get a good clean run on your own right now and maybe work through a few mechanical changes, some geometry adjustments, maybe you want to try a different spring rate, you can still get a decent read on just what the overall dynamic of the car is like when it's on its own. I think later today it's going to be critically important to totally focus on getting in group running and getting a good read on where you really sit in traffic, because come race day, that's what it's all about.
Simona Di Silvestro is lapping in the 217-plus mile-per-hour range. Max Chilton is out there at just under 218. He has completed the refresher course. Juan Pablo Montoya already over 218. Castro Neves at 216.8. Those are the 4 that are up to speed. Sage Karam, there he is, has done an out lap and is now working up to speed. Also, TracksideOnline.com is reporting this morning that Rinus VeeKay will not be able to participate today. We speculated on that yesterday, and the option would be, could you repair that primary car? If not, do you convert the backup in road course configuration, which is prepared for not only the season opener, but the first 2 weekends back-to-back, and risk it and go through all the time-consuming process for that? So the team has decided, nope, we're not doing that. It's staying in the barn. And here's what happened yesterday, just 11 minutes in. The first car up to speed yesterday.
Not surprised at all to hear that they couldn't get this fixed right away. I did talk to a team member yesterday. That is a massive right side impact, and they were disassembling the car to send the tub to Aerodyne, a local vendor that can rebuild and restructure presumably the crash tub there. You can see the suspension pickup points. It looks like maybe that had compromised the tub, but they'll take a closer look, hopefully get it all patched up and make sure Rinus VeeKay has a bullet for May, because his teammates Ed Carpenter and Connor Daly both looked comfortable and very quick yesterday. So it looks like the speed is there once again for ECR. Just watching Sage Karam there, got a little high off turn 2. Wind coming out of the south, but just 5 miles an hour right now.
It feels a lot better than when we started yesterday, when it was pretty blustery.
So to me, this is a really encouraging run for Sage Karam. I know it's early. I know not a lot of cars are on track, but I'm just looking at the time. 2:17.4 relative to Simona 2:17.5 on her own, Montoya 2:18.1 on her own. If you remember, Dreyer Reinbold struggled a bit to find the speed last year in qualifying and frankly just outright pace in the race. This appears to be a much closer delta. I know it's early, but they should be encouraged by what I'm going to call one car, just pure speed on their own. It's a nice way to start things off.
And while it is too early to really start giving really solid, educated guesses where people are going to stack up, in some ways, it's never too early. You're always competing, and rather than looking at what the speed needs to be and what it is right now, I think that is how you do. You compare it to everybody else, because everybody else is likely on a similar program of a conservative start.
You would think so. But especially if you're a team that left scratching your heads a bit after last year, you know that the DRR guys haven't been sitting around. They've got a full-time crew. They've been working all offseason to come back with something better, something that has faster, just pure straight line speed on its own. And so far, it looks like they've found some things.
James Hinchcliffe is in this early group, up over 217 miles per hour, getting to work this morning. Ed Jones has joined the party. He's the 7th over 200 miles per hour. Do you think we'll see the Andretti cars run in a group later today like we normally do in the month of May?
I can make a joke about a Pope or a bear. Yes. That's what they do. The Andretti team with a 5-car assault and the partnership with Meyer Shank Racing, they do that better than anyone here, and they've shown that for at least the last 10 years. Very disciplined in terms of organizing and declaring multi-car running. So I would absolutely expect to see the Andretti train ripping around here, most likely in the afternoon.
So they've got 5 cars here today. We think they could add a 6th for the race, and then they also have a partnership with Meyer Shank Racing, Elio Castroneves and Jack Harvey. By the way, Sage Karam has completed his refresher course, and speaking of Jack Harvey, he's downstairs with Marty.
Well, yeah, Kevin, we got to hang out for a while on pit road yesterday as Mike Shank walks by. He was trying to give you a little grief there, Jack. Yeah. Hey, we got, yeah, exactly. We got to hang out on pit road yesterday, so we figured we would bring him in the studio and hang out today. So I would argue with Elio out there right now, as cool as it is, that's another terrific data point for your race team to go off of.
I think that's the glory of having 2 cars this year, right? I think,
and in split sessions.
I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt us that we're going to come in this afternoon, or I guess this morning. But Elio's already gone out. He can give us some feedback on, how was the wind today? How's the track today? How's the car today? And that's what this expansion was really all about. It was just trying to elevate, Meyershank Racing. I think it's really cool to see Alternation Sirius XM on Elio's car as well. And it's just, from everybody's side, it's just an expansion across the board. And this is a perfect example of how we hope it works really well.
So how much information do you glean from Elio? Like, are you a sponge?
Oh, loads, mate. As much as he'll share.
Tell me secrets about this place.
I mean, it was funny. So on Wednesday, he was starting to talk about Indy, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. But we tested at Texas last week. Let me ask you a couple of questions about that before we really dive into this week. So he's been an awesome teammate so far. I mean, he's got so much experience just in general. His experience at this place is incredible. And, for drivers, this is like the mecca, for us. Sure. If there was one race you want to win, it's this one, and he's won it 3 times. So as soon as Elio was a name that was being thrown around for the second seat, I called Michael and I said, this is a guy I think is really going to help us all, grow the most, because his experience will allow the team to be able to grow, helps me be able to grow, and if you ever see him, his enthusiasm at 45 to still be driving is like off the wall. So he's just a great guy to have around.
From his leadership standpoint, what does he bring to you? Does he sit around for your sessions and listen in on the intercom and maybe provide some feedback to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think he came and hung out yesterday when we were doing the veterans part of the day. As soon as I jumped out of the car, he wanted to know, how's the balance, what was our train of thought, if we were going to get longer on track, what was our setup changes going to be, or at least what direction we were going to go. So it's been a really open communication so far. And again, I think expanding and having a second car or a third car, whatever the future brings, only really works when you have transparency and open communication, because yesterday, if we tried to not share that information, and now they're on track today, they could easily not share that with us, and that's exactly the opposite of what you want.
Sure.
You want a total two-way street, and again, I think Meyershank Racing have dealt with all the extra pressure of adding another car just seamlessly, and Elio so far, his program from the test at Laguna, to being here yesterday, looked incredibly smooth. Everything went without any hiccups or anything like that. So I think it's just testament to what a great job Meyershank Racing has done.
Let's talk about the relationship with Andretti. So how open is that? Like, is it when you get to Indianapolis, if they're going to have 6 cars or 5 or whatever it is it everybody in one room meeting? Is it just data sharing? Kind of give us a peek behind the curtain of how open that relationship is.
It's been more open than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I really have enjoyed our partnership with Andretti Autosport. They've been very welcoming. Everything there has been very transparent. I would say our main debriefs, as a one whole team, happen more towards the end of the day. But in terms of in the day, not that you're left to your own device, but you're left to approach the day how you see fit for your car. So for the number 60 Alternation Sirius XM, we'll look at it and go, okay, this is what we think we want to do today.
Yeah.
We'll chat throughout the day, make sure no one's, ended up on their own little island or doing anything unheard of or whatever. But that relationship's been awesome, and if it could continue, I think we all would be really happy and satisfied with that.
Have you figured out who in that camp you drive closest to? Like, do you say, if you guys are struggling, let's say, and you'll say, I'm going to go towards that driver's setup because I know I can kind of match that?
I would say, although the drivers all have different driving styles and techniques and things they really want from the car, I think our base feedback always seems to be pretty in line with each other, which is nice to get that initial read.
Right.
How we go about fixing or solving a problem can sometimes, be like approaching a roundabout, one person going left, one person going right, and then eventually meeting the other side of it in the middle. Is there one person I feel like I've gravitated more towards? I mean, honestly, because they seem to be quick everywhere, you obviously want to see what Alexander and Colton are doing, and
for sure,
but the whole all the guys are quick. I mean, that's such an incredible group of drivers that they have in their building right now. It depends on the day, mate.
Yeah.
Because each of them are and have been incredibly quick and the quickest of the team in certain practice sessions, certain races, and one of the only things that can be a bit challenging. There's just so many cars.
Sure, yeah.
There's just so much
It's
data
almost
to
too much
look at.
information, right?
Nah, I'm not sure about that. It just takes a lot of time to process it.
Right. Well, Kevin and Townsend are listening in, so take it away, guys.
Yeah, hey, Jack, it's Townsend up here in the booth. Very limited running yesterday, but did you get any sense so far of what traffic is going to be like with the enhancements that IndyCar's made to the underfloor? Any kind of early read on that situation?
To be honest, mate, I actually didn't get in any traffic yesterday, so just from what I saw, it looked like it seemed okay. I saw some guys getting some pretty good tows, and I don't think you would get the mega tow around this place without feeling somewhat comfortable with your race car. I like the fact that IndyCar have even created some options for us, to be able to add to it, but I personally didn't get a good read on that. That's what we're hoping to achieve today.
And speaking of the Andretti relationship, you obviously have the benefit of sharing technical information and debriefs at the end of the day and all of that. Do you get invited to the Andretti train on a day like today? Are you a part of the scheduling for the big pack running?
We are, yeah. Anytime there's anything, they've been very gracious about just including us on whatever they're doing. So when they go for their group run today, we'll certainly be tagging on the back of it for sure.
And you understand your responsibility to make sure Marco gets a big tow?
I think we all understand the situation there.
All right, good.
So transparency, Townsend, that's good.
This is an early start to the day, and we've joked about this before. Elio, it's not fake. It is instant energy to begin the day. Does that come in as useful as anything, what he brings to the program, to get you guys up and going at 7 a.m. to be on track early?
You don't need an espresso shot when you've got Elio in the team, mate. He's had enough of it all for us. But, I mean, he does have that kind of personality. When you're around him, he's got high energy. Certainly, I feel like I'm like, oh yeah, I've got high energy now too. So he's like a little a ball of energy just all the time. It's great.
That's what makes it fun to have him around, correct?
It's what makes it fun, mate. It's super refreshing. I can only hope that when I get to his age and I've achieved, hopefully as much as what he has at that point, to still have that enthusiasm and that love of driving.
Yeah.
That's what really shines through, and I think that's what's really cool.
Well, it's fun hanging out. Been fun interviewing you the last couple of days. Jack Harvey going to get in the car here in a little bit, Kev.
Good guy, has gotten an opportunity and is making the most of it right now. It's really just a feel-good story. We like Jack. We've known him since he was in the road to Indy, but also for the team, for Michael Shank. People have known him in the business. You knew him from the sports car world as well, and he was a junior Formula car driver and had programs, and this is his business, and he has worked and thrashed to reach the top level of motorsport.
And done it exceptionally well. Such a high-quality organization, great partners that he's recruited on board, sponsors, Jim Meyer coming over as a partner and co-owner, and the success that they've had on the IMSA side is super impressive. I mean, they're really one of the top teams in IMSA racing the last several years with the Acura program. I mean, I remember Mike Shank racing as an Atlantic team way back when, running Sam Hornish Jr. Super fast, especially on the ovals, and just a great program. So to your point, Kevin, the fact that they're here not only full-time with Jack, but now running not just a second car, but a second car with a three-time winner in Elio Castroneves. And I think it'll be fascinating to see how much influence Elio has over the course of the next 4 or 5 weeks, and the other races that he has planned for the season, but especially here at the Speedway. How much does he really sort of take over on the leadership of the setup of the car and the direction they decide to head, especially as we get closer to qualifying?
So this is the floor of the car, and the hole there is what we're talking about. It is a smaller opening this year than it was in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think we've got a graphic we might be able to pop up to help everyone understand just how the surface area of that opening. Is that a trapezoid?
I think it is.
We call that shape.
Yeah,
that's a trapezoid. So that was cut into the floor, right? The original DW12 started out with that fully filled in, and then there was some concern about blowover effect with Indy cars. You remember a few of the accidents we had here at the Speedway. I remember Ed Carpenter in particular, and I think Elio had one over in Turn 2 perhaps. And then in the off-season, I believe Derek Walker sort of led the initiative to cut a hole in that floor. It doesn't sound particularly precise, and it was much more sophisticated process than just bringing out the saw. But there you see the old underwing. That is from 2018. That's once the hole was put in the floor to help with blowover. But now, this is the new Speedway front infill. And you can see the green shaded area, just how much more surface area all the way back to that blue gurney flap that sits in there. And that's mandatory now for Indy 500 and for Texas. And the idea there is to reclaim some of the downforce that was lost with the original hole put in the floor, with the end goal of making the racing better. And what does that mean? Make it so that you can follow a car in front of you or cars in front of you at a closer trailing distance, so as you come off of turn 2 or come off of turn 4, you don't have as far to draft up to then make your pass. So hopefully the passes can happen a little earlier, and they're not just such a risky low percentage move at the end of these long straightaways at Indy.
The conversation I've had with drivers over the last couple of years is it's fine if you're the second car in line. If you're running second,
yes,
you can complete a pass, but it's if you get further back than that, especially your 4th, 5th, 6th, and if there's a train of 19 cars, then it runs the risk of becoming a little bit processional through there. So that's kind of what they're looking at, is can you have the ability to march your way forward, picking them off one at a time. And it's not just that area that's been changed. The teams have some options this year. Explain what we're talking about here. Sidewalls, symmetrical strakes, barge boards are optional.
Yeah, I mean, those are bits that add downforce, but also add drag. And that's the age-old debate, engineering debate here or at any racetrack, is how much downforce do you want versus the negative drag that you take on. Drag slows you down on the straightaway. Downforce generally helps you increase your corner speed. And so that's what everybody is constantly experimenting with. And there are efficient parts, so some parts that add downforce without much of a drag penalty, and then there's inefficient parts. And usually when we get to qualifying, that's what it's all about, is you've already removed, you've kept on the efficient parts. You start removing the inefficient parts, looking for a little drag reduction, but a pretty big downforce penalty, and that's really where the final decision making comes in. And again, it has to do with 4 laps, not just one, right? That average pace over 4 laps, and trying to mitigate the speed bleed off. As Pietro Fittipaldi rounds turn 2, excuse me.
All of the veterans have completed their refresher course, so they're all clear and ready to go. All we have are the 2 rookies right now, Cody Ware and Pietro Fittipaldi, who you're looking at right now, working to finish up their rookie orientation program. And this is where it gets a little bit more challenging, because that 3rd stage is 15 laps over 215 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And as you can see, they've not reached that threshold on 1 lap. And we think normally when you're talking speeds 223, 224, that's fairly conservative. Here early, the veterans are running 218, so that's really getting after it to be able to go 215.
Don't get anxious though. If you're the 51 to the 52, Ware and Fittipaldi, lots of time. It's a long day. You still have a chance when you come back here. You don't have a chance probably to just roll out another car if you crash one. So work your way up to it, and also trust in your teammate Ed Jones in that coin Vassar Sullivan number 18, the Sealmaster cars. We see him right there. Cody Ware, that's Sage Karam drafting off of Ed Jones, but trust in Ed Jones, who's probably running the exact same setup and can basically show you what the car is capable of. So I think Ware and Fittipaldi don't have to be in a big rush. They can take their time, make sure they're comfortable, and if they're not, come to pit lane.
That's an excellent point, and there is no time constraint for them. They don't have to have this finished up by 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. when everyone else joins. They can complete this with the other cars on the track. So just to start with, they have the entire day, and conceivably they could come back in May and finish that. I'm sure they'd feel a lot better to get there, but I think that's probably the plan. Let's try to get there by the end of the day today, and we'll consider that good, because really running laps in the 214 range today is not that far off.
Sage Karam getting a pretty nice toe here off Ed Jones. We'll see what sort of run he can get coming off of 4. Looks to stay pretty flat. Toes right up, and he'll get him before start finish, just before the bricks, Where does that put Sage Karam? Not any quicker. Last lap 2:14.3. Ed Jones did a 2:11. So Ed wasn't fully up to speed, I suppose. Maybe Ed Jones was going to let Karam by. There's always gamesmanship, right? In wanting to get a read on how your car runs in traffic. So it looks like Ed Jones was going to let Karam blow on by and have his chance to tow up and see how the 18 car handles in dirty air.
Castroneves just went to the top. He's back out there, just under 219 miles per hour. And, you know, it's so amazing that these two guys have entered America and the sport at the same time. And here they are at 45 years young, still competing against each other. Marty, you've got Elio's boyhood friend down there.
I know. I have Tony Kanaan. Speaking of balls of energy, I was going to say, first thing in the morning, my man is smiling. So how you doing, TK?
Very good. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what is it like to Kevin's point, you and Elio, you know, you start as childhood friends, and here you are, 45 years old, still competing against each other.
Marty, it's crazy to go back 30 years ago when we started go-karting, and we kind of actually had a pact between the two of us that if one of us would made to IndyCars, we're going to hire the other one to help because we never thought we were going to make it together. And then, you know, we go back 2 years ago when we were all decided that, you know, we're going to go somewhere else, and then all of a sudden we're back here again. So it's an awesome feeling. This is, you know, again, it was a nice surprise for me in the off season to get the call from Jimmy Johnson and Chip. So I'm living the dream again.
Do you envision the day where you and Elio are sitting on rockers and telling stories?
100%. I think this is going to have to be a book and a documentary.
Oh,
because we have too much stuff to talk about.
The tease, it's coming. It's coming. All right, so walk me through that. You mentioned it a moment ago. You get a call from Jimmy Johnson and Chip. Were you surprised? Did you expect it to be coming? Like, what was your reaction when you got the first phone call about this job?
I mean, I thought it was a prank. I mean,
Seriously?
I remember exactly, you know, in those situations that you remember exactly where you were, what you're wearing. So I was on my bike, stationary bike at home, and my phone rang, and that was JJ. And I'm like, hey, man, what's up? He's like, hey, what are you doing? Are you on your bike? They'd all make fun of me. I said, yeah, what's going on? He says, hey, this is the plan, and you need to talk to Chip. I'm like, come on, Jimmy, this is not a time to play a prank on me. And he's like, no, it's not. And that's how he started it. It took a couple months to get everything, you know, dialed in. Obviously, I had expressed a desire that I was going to come back. I was talking to a couple other teams too. I had some of my sponsors there. They were going to back me up, and then this was just perfect. So, you know, the chemistry between us, it's awesome. It's an awesome team. I can't come. I mean, definitely this will be my best shot in the past few years. So pretty excited. We have a couple more years to go. So, I mean, it went from a farewell to whatever that is now.
And I know you had been talking to other teams, but were you okay if that was the farewell, the way it ended in 2020? Would you have been okay how that all wrapped up?
100%. I mean, I don't think I'm entitled to not to be okay after 22 years in this series. Everything that I accomplished and all the things that the series, the fans did it for me.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm entitled to say, no, I don't think I deserve anything. I just, you know, I'm grateful. I'm happy that I've done it. So, yeah, I would have been okay. But the only thing that I was a little skeptical about was, you know, running the 500 without fans for my last one.
Yeah.
I was not okay with that.
Right. You wanted to make sure you came back with fans.
Correct.
So, which will be so much different, and we're all excited for. So, all right, let's talk about the opportunity now that is ahead of you. You said your best shot to win the 500. I'm sure that gives you a little bit of rejuvenation in some way to kind of approach this and go, okay, I am dialed in. We're going to make this happen this year.
100%, especially, you know, when you've been in the series for this long, you need to try to find different ways to motivate yourself. And it couldn't be the best way to do it being sharing a 48 car with Jimmy and running for Ganassi at the Speedway. So a lot of expectations as well. Obviously, you're talking about a team that is going to give you every single tool to win the 500. So there are no excuses. And, you know, a little bit of a pressure, which is great. Because once you've been doing this for such a long time, a lot of things you just try to block it out and you don't use that as a pressure, as a tension, you know. And this morning, I mean, we drove into the track together, and I had butterflies in my stomach already. So it's a good feeling.
Is it somewhat coming back home? I mean, do you walk around when your team kind of met, when you met who's going to be on your team? Was it like, oh, well, I worked with you there and I worked with you here?
Marty, none of the guys had left.
I know.
Eric is still my engineer. Right. We won the 500 together. I mean, I walk into the truck. It's still the same truck I had shared with Dixon. I mean, it's just, it felt like I never left.
Right. You and Jimmy are close friends. You've been close friends for a long time. But I'm sure you've gotten to know him even better through this process, more day-to-day working together. What has impressed you about what he is tackling and how he's being, honestly, vulnerable as a 7-time Cup champion to come and do something where he may not be near the top of the charts?
Look, nothing that I can, I mean, it wasn't a surprise to me because I've known Jimmy from before. But one thing that I think I would say I admired the most is for a 7-time champion like him that can do anything in his life from now on, decides to come back here to one of the most competitive series. There is no difference than if I decided to go NASCAR right now.
Right.
You know, a car that he's never driven with a completely different behavior and say, you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm going to have fun. I want to win.
Yeah.
But I know how difficult it's going to be. I don't care what other people say. I'm doing that for myself because this is what I want to do. That alone, for me, is the biggest thing that guy has, and I admire him for it. I don't think there's a lot of people that would have the guts to actually do that.
Yeah, exactly. So what will your role be in all of that? Are you going to play the Dario role, or are you going to be there every weekend kind of hanging out?
I'm going to be some of the weekends. I'm really committed to the SRX as well with Tony Stewart. I'm doing stock cars in Brazil, so I'm busier than I've ever been.
Wow.
That's
what happens when you retire.
I know. I mean,
busier than you ever been.
That's what my wife told me. She says, you know, so I will try to, but he's in good hands with Dario. I mean, I don't think, you know, that's not my role in the team. My role is actually to put that 48 car to represent as much as he will in the races that I'm doing. But I'll be there to help him if he needs it. But with Dario, he has the best coach on earth.
Yeah, Townsend's listening in. Townsend, I'm sure you've got one for TK.
Yeah, TK, fun just to see you not only back, but the Gladiator with one of the sharpest swords out here with that 48 car. I'm so excited for you to have a chance to really battle at the front. You know you're going to be strong with Ganassi behind you. We're here at Indianapolis with empty grandstands. We raced last year in August with empty grandstands. We expect a very strong crowd back for the Indy 500. What's that moment going to mean to you to walk out on stage with all the fans? Because you know the roar for Tony Kanaan is always the strongest when you come out.
I mean, Townsend, I think we all had a year and a half to rethink many things that we took for granted. And not that I haven't taken this place for granted ever, but the roar was always something that pumped me up, that made me want to come back here. It was for the fans, and that's what I said last year. I even said it to you. I don't think it's right for me to leave it like that. So I think it's going to be extremely emotional. I think it's going to be, everybody's going to be so glad to see each other. I actually said, if I win the 500, I want everybody to not wait on the grandstands, just jump on track, and we're going to do a big group hug if we can.
Real quick, you got to hop in the car in 22 minutes. Give us a quick preview of what we're going to see in the Veterans Session. Do you think we'll see pack running early, or is that going to be safe for later in the day?
So I think you guys are going to see some pack running earlier. The wind's supposed to pick up quite a bit this afternoon.
Okay.
So everybody's concerned about that. So us as a team, we're going to try to get that out of the way right away, because that's the most important thing. Obviously, qualifying, we're going to change the power and everything else. So we're not concentrating on that. But yeah, on our end, on the Ganassi, we have 4 cars that we can run together. So you guys are going to see that pretty early in the day.
There you go. TK promises pack running right away, and that's coming up in 22 minutes, Kevin?
Can't wait to see TK back out there. It is really cool to see him back, as he said, in his best chance in a few years. He's joining Ganassi. And just that entire program, you've got a 7-time Cup champion willing to take a risk and try something new, and you've got one of the legends in this branch of the sport in IndyCar, Tony Kanaan, getting at least one more really good chance.
And I know that feeling, the butterflies of expectation. You know, when he walks into that shop at Ganassi again, the whole vibe is purely about winning. And he said it best. They're going to give him everything he needs to do the job, that means he has to do the job. There are no excuses, and that's a wonderful feeling as a racing driver, but those butterflies come from that pressure and that heightened sense of expectation, like, it's on me. I need to go out and execute.
And by the way, it's not like he's been running in uncompetitive equipment the last few years. A.J. Foyt had good programs for the Indy 500. It was the other races where they were really struggling, but a couple of years ago, he had a nice run at Indy. So it's not like this is going to be foreign territory for him.
No, but we're talking about Ganassi.
Oh no, it's that's right. It's a different level.
And it's Scott Dixon, and it's championship level performance year in and year out. And when you come here for that team, it's simple. Get it done, and it's an awesome feeling. Those butterflies, I love it. It just means that you're going to be running up front, and with that guy, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch him on race day in that equipment.
Here's why Kanaan has a legitimate chance to be a factor in a non-full-time situation. He's in a full-time car, and you can speak to that a little bit. He's not just a one-off program. We're doing 4 races. That car and that crew will compete and do pit stops every weekend.
Yeah, there's literally hundreds of little things that are compromises when you show up here on a one-off situation, whether it's people, equipment. You never go into it thinking, you're just constantly trying to address any compromises or shortcomings. But to your point, everything's tuned up to run full time. And I think the biggest advantage for Tony Kanaan there is he's going to get a chance to run Texas before he comes here. That is huge. We understand that Pietro Fittipaldi has successfully completed Phase 3, 218.6 miles an hour, top speed for Fittipaldi so far, so he's good to go.
That's, I think, pretty impressive, getting up to speed like that quickly, and Cody Ware is lapping at over 215 miles per hour, so he talked about, maybe you take it a little bit conservative. These are race car drivers. They're ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Once Pietro Fittipaldi, now that he's had a taste of running flat chat around here, and I'm going to guess that 218 lap probably came with a little bit of help, a little bit of a tow, which also feels great. You hear the revs rise as you're pushing a little less air coming up on traffic, and it's a great feeling. So I'm sure he's loving it right now. These conditions, again, continue to be ideal. Track temperature of 60 degrees, wind just at 6 miles an hour out of the south.
He's all by himself right now, coming through turn 3, headed to turn 4. And Juan Pablo Montoya is the next car up the road. Montoya is entering turn 2 right now as Fittipaldi comes on the main straight.
So this would be a no-tow lap for sure. And Pietro Fittipaldi, 218.2. That is really encouraging for Dale Coyne Racing.
Ed Jones is the other car on track, crossing the Yard of Bricks right now. So just 3 cars on track for the moment. And the only car needing to finish up anything is Cody Ware, who has started the process over 215 miles per hour. Needs 15 of those laps, not in succession. Now, there's still a process for approving rookies. My understanding, Townsend, is it's somewhat up to debate. It's pretty cut and dry, but officials do have the ability to say, you know what, we think you need a little bit more time. I can't recall the last time that's happened.
Probably when I was driving. Well,
and I think when it does happen, it's probably more a conversation with the team behind the scenes and say, you know what, let's just have a talk about this.
You know, the biggest difference these days, Kevin, as you know, is just with simulation, right? So every driver has access to really high-quality hardware and software to simulate the line, the inputs, all of that. And so drivers these days show up so much better prepared for just the pure act of driving around the speedway at speed, understanding where the reference points are and all of that. But what you can't really simulate is the feel, and so the feel is foreign the first time you do it, and that's the sensation of speed, the rush of bending it into the corner at 220, 225 coming off the straightaway, and everything that's involved there. And also just remember that at those speeds, it's pretty overwhelming at first. And what tends to happen is you don't look far enough through the corner, far enough down the road. You're a little bit more in the moment in terms of just trying to process what your body and your mind is experiencing. As you build a tolerance to the speed with days of practice, all of a sudden you're able to kind of open up your bandwidth and start thinking a little bigger picture. And that's an important part of the process. So, really for rookies, I think it's all about building a tolerance and allowing your body and mind to open itself up to start thinking about those things, and that leads to better racing and safer racing, keeping yourself out of trouble, anticipating problems before they happen.
A look at Juan Pablo Montoya in the third Arrow McLaren SP car.
Talked to Montoya just before he went out this morning, and I asked him, I said, is the car feeling pretty stuck around there? Does it feel like almost too much downforce? And he sort of looked at me and said, no, it doesn't. That's not what we're feeling right now. So I wouldn't say he was super happy with the balance so far, but with Craig Hampson engineering that program, the lead technical director at Arrow McLaren SP, he's in good hands, and they'll keep working through their program, and I'm sure get things real good by the time we come back for the month of May, and certainly by race time. Pietro Fittipaldi continues to circulate, last lap 2:16.3. Been a while since we've had a purple car here at Indy.
Yeah, I'm trying, and I'm not the best at remembering those things. Others will have better examples.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was, didn't Graham Rahal have something in the purple fuchsia category one year? I've got a picture of the Bell family with Kim Kardashian, and I think wasn't she an ambassador? It was some sort of weight loss brand. I'm sure somebody will tweet us with a reminder of what that was. And then way back, I think there was a purple Dale Coyne car, I want to say in the early 90s.
We'll go to Twitter for some visuals a little later on. We're early on in a 9-hour show. We got time.
Buddy Lazier, didn't he have a purple car?
The Delta Faucet car,
The Delta Faucet car.
Yeah. All right, we'll put that on pause for a moment. We need to check in with Marty. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I got the update on Rinus VeeKay. Talked to Tim Broyles with Ed Carpenter Racing just a moment ago. So Rinus VeeKay will not be practicing today. They did take the car back to Ed Carpenter Racing, which is just down the street. They checked the tub. The tub is not cracked, but there was simply too much damage to the car to really fix it moving forward for the rest of this day and make sure it's ready for this day, and they would not have been able to give a full effort. So they decided, you know what, let's just stop, let's go concentrate on Barber, and let's work on things. In terms of Rinus, he did break his index finger on his left hand. He is going to go see a specialist today. He does expect to be at the racetrack later today, but he is medically cleared to race next week at Barber. All of that is fine, but he does have a broken left index finger on his left hand. So that's the update with Rinus VeeKay. He will not be on the racetrack today, but we do expect him here on the grounds at IMS this afternoon, Kevin.
So I was just thinking left index finger. I'm like, all right, could I drive without that? I guess you can, but you get a downshift probably with that. It would be, I would usually have my index finger and maybe my middle finger, the two of those on the paddle for downshifting. So we'll have to see how quickly that can heal.
And
especially
not
with
a big impact here, but next weekend would be the concern.
Yeah.
So we're hearing Stan Fox as a reminder.
Oh, yes.
Purple car.
Yep.
That would have been before Buddy's 96 winner. Buddy's son, Flynn, by the way, is running an Indy Pro 2000 this year in the road to Indy.
Had a chance to...
Zach Veach. Thank you, Jeff. Zach Veach in the number 40 entry for A.J. Foyt had a lot of purple on it in his rookie season. What would that have been, about 3 or 4 years ago?
Hey, Townsend, on the Rinus VeeKay injury, when he's seeing the hand specialist today, they're going to make a brace for him. So I'm assuming he'll take a wheel with him, right? Would be correct. And they'll make a brace, I'm assuming, so he can operate normally next week at Barber.
Quick Trim. That was the Graham Rahal sponsor. That had some purple in it.
I remember the promotion around that a bit.
Had a chance to do a little skiing in the off-season in Vail, Colorado, and caught up with the Laziers, Buddy and Flynn. Their Lazier family's an institution there in Vail. their Tivoli Lodge. Buddy looks every bit as fit and ready to rumble as the last few years. So I know we haven't fully declared our grid yet. I'd love to see Buddy Lazier come back for another crack.
Hey, we saw the tail end of this while we were talking purple. What's happening here?
It looks like Marty brought the Moet Chandon to the track today.
That's down in the 18 Coinvaster Sullivan pit.
I'm actually standing here. I don't know what
Marty.
that was. I did not bring Moet Chandon.
There you are.
AMR's trying to figure out what that was, too.
We had a little geyser.
Oh, it's a water main. See that? There's a
it is a water main.
Valve right
it
there.
off
I
here,
guess it's old firefighting equipment from back in the day.
Yep. Somebody popped the valve here.
How many times have you said it wasn't me in the last 30 seconds, Marty?
Usually you tape, well, I wasn't on this side of the pit box, I will claim that. But usually you'll tape these things up, so they might have somebody could have tripped on it very easily. You see that? Could have just popped it right up and it could have shot out everywhere. Simple mistake.
Jeremiah.
That's why you do this stuff in April, not May, right, Kevin?
Jeremiah Morrell on Twitter says TK won in a purple car. Was there some purple on that KV car?
We've really cracked open a can now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have. Not going to lump you into that.
Jerry Grant's purple Mystery Eagle in the 70s.
Here's one for you, Kevin. Larry Foyt drove a purple Xfinity Series car in NASCAR.
I remember that.
How about that? Yep. That was Harris Casino.
Yeah, and they've been on AJ's cars over here before. Cody Ware over 216.9, by the way. We're still tracking his progress on 15 laps over 215 miles per hour to be fully vested and cleared. And again for Cody Ware, this is now day 4 in an IndyCar. Anywhere. A day at Sebring, a day at Texas Motor Speedway, partial yesterday, and now today will be his first full long day. Over 217.2 for Cody Ware.
Just looking at no toe speed so far, Kevin, and Helio Castroneves quickest at a 219.8, almost 220 miles an hour. Max Chilton 219.0, and Pietro Fittipaldi 218.4. So straight up legit for Dale Coyne Racing so far with their rookie driver.
That's not that far off. Without a toe,
right? Without
extra boost. What are we talking? 222, 223-ish, maybe 224 when they start trimming out?
Yeah, but in race trim, that's very consistent with what we've seen over the last few years.
Yeah.
So on your own, in race trim, maybe with cooler temperatures, maybe a tick down. But again, lots of practice to run, and I don't think we're seeing teams really start to pin back their ears, even on a race setup, to trim out a little bit and try to get a little more straight line speed. I really like the fact that, Simona, after the long layoff, just seems super comfortable with her car. I can remember back in the day, a lot of oval races where she really didn't feel at ease, and it just seems like this Penske-built race car and Penske partnership for the Peretta Autosport folks, Simona feels right at home. She's clicking off a lot of laps, did near 60 laps yesterday, already 30 laps today, leads the group right now in terms of laps completed, and the speed is strong.
What does that do for the mindset of a driver, even if you've been away for 6 years? The comparison of, okay, you're on a team that is okay, but now, no, we're in a Penske car, and by the way, Newgarden and Power and Pagenaud and so forth have already been out, and they said it's fine.
Yeah, well, and I think it's a great strategy from Beth Peretta and her team, which is run Simona a lot. We want to leave this test with as many laps run and with Simona feeling really energized and have a lot of data to process, both through the computer and through the sensors, but also through the mind and body of the driver. That's going to really pay big dividends when they come back in a few weeks.
There's Simona on pit lane. Castroneves, by the way, went over 220, and I do not believe that was with a toe. He was about a full straightaway behind anyone else. Now we're looking at Juan Pablo Montoya.
Where's Montoya sitting right now? 2:18.0 on the no-toe report. P3 at a 2:18.9 with a little bit of help. And he's out of it in turn 3. Wonder if he's out of fuel. Going awfully slow through turn 4. Luckily, nobody close on track. Cody Ware is on the backside. Maybe this is a restart test. This is the kind of thing that Craig Hampson would be so smart about identifying, which is, hey, only one other car, 2 other cars on track. If you can, let's slow down and let's see how we are on restart gearing. You might not get a chance to do that later on when we come back for Indy 500 practice. If there's some rainouts, you might just not find yourself in a situation like this where you can tick the box. That seems exactly like what they were doing. I don't know if it was race restart, race start, qualify, warm up, but probably some sort of race prep to see what the gearing looks like and how it pulls on its own through the gears, because choosing gear ratios, we talked about the decision making required from the engineers on downforce versus drag. There are hundreds of other decisions that the engineers are responsible for making, and gear ratios is another really important factor.
And that's why the veterans that had already completed the refreshers took this time available to them, because they knew there would not be a lot of traffic on the racetrack, and you can work on some things you may not have time to do. We think that there's all this practice time. There's 6 hours a day, 4 days. Well, all it takes is about one rain out, and then maybe you have some sort of a setback that costs you some green track time, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot.
Yeah.
This mini session ends here in 5 minutes, so that's why you see Simona Di Silvestro climbing out of the car. So coming up here at 10 o'clock, the veteran group that started the day yesterday at 11 will have priority. So my understanding is the Montoyas, the Castroneves, these other veterans, the Hinchcliffes, they are not eligible to be on track from 10 until 11, and then everyone is open at 11 a.m. as Will Power gets ready to go in a few minutes.
This feels like we're in some sort of multi-class format, right?
Well, there's no BOP.
Let's keep it simple.
No balance of performance. Everyone is able to go as fast as they want to go, and they don't have to worry about being dialed back after that.
So we just have one more classification session,
yes,
right? And then it's all skate, and then it's just put your helmet on and go fast. Anybody can go.
Yes.
Got to keep it simple for me.
Oh, trust me. Well, I've been learning the nuances of sports car racing, and there's no simple involved.
I was boarding an airplane the other day. They're up to about 11 different groups now.
I know it. Max Chilton, second quick this morning at 219 miles per hour. By the way, speaking of different groups, because this broadcast is so long here today, Peacock is breaking it into 2 groups. So if you go away for a while and say sometime after 2 o'clock, try to dial us up again, there is a part 2 to the broadcast day. So you need to click on part 2 anytime after 2 o'clock this afternoon and join us.
The fact that you've stepped forward from the NBC team as the customer service leader on Peacock is particularly appreciated.
I will just say you really don't need to message me your questions about Peacock, because on the rank of the totem pole, I have very few answers and very, very little influence. So I'm not really customer service, but I'm happy to help if I have an answer.
Well, speaking of service, Cody Ware has successfully completed his rookie orientation service, we're told. So he is cleared to run in the pack, wide open, as fast as he wants to go. So all cars are cleared. That's cool. Something to tick off the list in April. Usually something we see mid-May. But you never know. Maybe there's going to be a surprise. Maybe we're going to see a rookie show up and fill a 6 Andretti car.
Sure.
Or
Well, one potential rookie would be if the Top Gun racing program comes together. They have clearly been aligned with R.C. Enerson. R.C. has done IndyCar races, but he's not done the Indianapolis 500.
So tell me a little bit about this Top Gun program, because I've heard it a little bit, seen the press, but physically, what do you think they actually have at this point?
I have read that they have cars. I don't
Plural.
know. I think they might have more than one car.
And who is they?
Bill Throckmorton and Gary Trout are the two owners. And I don't personally know either one.
Yep.
I know Bill is known in the racing industry. I think more short track. And I'm probably kind of speaking out of school because I am far from an expert on this, but of the two people in the room, I guess I know more than the other guy.
Clearly.
But he's known in, for example, our friend Robin Miller. I know Robin knows of him. And there's a chance Robin may join us at some point today. So if he does, we'll ask him those questions. I have not seen word of them signing a lease with either Honda or Chevy. I do believe if they get an engine deal, it's going to be Chevy, because I think Honda, in published reports, has said, no, we're committed. Well, if we do anything, we have one available for Andretti if they want one for a sixth, but it's going to need to be a Chevy.
Well, I, for one, hope they can make it. Bill or Gary, I love this race, as you know, this track, and I love the little team showing up for the first time and trying to make the show. This is where memories are made and miracles can happen. So here's hoping to see 36 or even 37 cars here for qualifying as the checkered flag comes out here on the, Kevin, help me, what are we calling this? The ROP Refresher Continuation Series.
I like that.
Okay.
Put that in the graphic, yeah. And some of the good stories, I think recent good stories, Dragon Speed making the race a couple of times was a great story. I think what Tim Clausen did, he had some help. They were partnered with an established team, and certainly Juncos making the team as well. So the first hour of the day, this is how we're doing a 9-hour show. We're breaking it into segments. So hour one is in the books, and refresher rookie session. I believe the guy up top has some experience here, just a tick below 221 miles per hour. But he is with a brand new team after 20 years at Team Penske. Elio Castroneves with Meyer Shank Racing. Max Chilton and Carlin second quick. Juan Pablo Montoya with a new team. Errol McLaren SP. He's been with McLaren before. He's won in Formula One. Now he joins their IndyCar program. So here's what's still to come. I think it would be 21 cars are eligible to take the track. Those veterans that started at 11 a.m. yesterday for the next hour, and then up to 32, although we've already learned that Rinus VeeKay is not going to participate, so potentially 31 cars after 11 o'clock today until 6. Downstairs to Marty.
Hey, Kev, so talked to a lot of veteran teams and found out their plan for this next hour or so. So Tony Kanaan told us that the Ganassi cars, all four of them, they're going to draft together. So they're going to get out there and try and run in a pack and see what they can feel in a pack. But pretty much everybody else I talked to, Team Penske, Andretti Autosport, Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, they're all going to go out individually. I talked to Graham Rahal. He said, we have way too many things to figure out aero-wise for us to go run in a pack right now. But the main concern, Townsend, is later this afternoon. You heard TK mention it. I've heard several strategists mention it as well. The wind, they're expecting the wind to be much more significant this afternoon. So how much pack running can you do in the wind? What would you learn? That's questions for everybody right now that they're trying to figure out. This vet session starting right now. There go the Ganassi cars on the racetrack.
Green means go. And a flock of veterans hitting the track. Our coverage continues throughout the day here on Peacock. Marty Snyder, Townsend Bell, I'm Kevin Lee. Thanks for joining us this morning from the world's greatest race course.
Hey race fans, looking for something fun and entertaining to do on Monday and Wednesday? Join us on NASCAR America Motor Mouse. Kyle Petty, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, and myself, we're going to give you all the information that you need in the NASCAR world. We're going to take your phone calls, give you some answers, and give you our opinions.
One is going to be in the playoffs, and the other three aren't.
The industry as a whole said, we're going to do this for the fans. I think they're doing it right. One race a year.
So join us Monday and Wednesdays on Peacock. See you there.
Are you ready? Let's do it!
Things happen so fast in Monster Energy Supercross. It's going to go for it. Cooper's going to go up the inside.
Webb cuts across and blocks Roxanne. Webb wins in Houston. Unbelievable. Eli Tomac is a 5-time winner at Daytona.
And we're setting ourselves up for a beauty.
Oh, they're going for it.
And it will be Cooper Webb sweeping Arlington.
Here comes Gravedigger, gets the air, gets it up, and she will land. He's got a big path for the backflip rag. Look out, huge! Oh, look at the length on the backside. Oh, wow, look at that! What a maneuver for Kristen Anderson.
Perfect momentum, great speed, and executed perfectly.
So this is open to the entire group of veterans that started the day yesterday for an hour, and then a full opportunity after 11 a.m. today. Thanks for joining us again from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Townsend Bell, Marty Snyder, Kevin Lee. Lee Diffie has been with us. He's on Supercross duty, though, already in Atlanta, preparing for that broadcast on NBC Sports throughout the weekend. A little later on today, Charlie Kimball is going to join us, who's entered in the race this year. Look at Graham Rahal right now in the number 15 Rahal Letterman Lanigan Honda with United Rentals, Hy-Vee, quite a few other partners. That's one of the teams that really does a fantastic job of putting different partnerships and programs together. It keeps the graphics people busy. I remember on Content Day, I think Graham had about 6 different uniforms to change in and out of.
For many years, Graham would tempt us with the steak and shakes, and now it's Takuma Sato we saw picked up a cup of noodles. Marty, what's going down on pit lane?
I found Hitch, who just finished the last hour in the race car. So what did you learn, and was the weather worth it? It was cool out there.
Yeah, I mean, we managed to get through a couple things. You know, there's some new aero bits that are allowed on the car this year. Getting a handle on whether or not those are worth running, what they do to the balance of the car. So in that first hour, you know, we did a little bit of that. Weather was a little cool, but at the same time, it's going to be a lot windier this afternoon. So I think being able to actually run that first hour was not a bad thing.
Okay, so then missing out on the pack running, if some are going to do it right now, do you feel like you maybe missed out on something there?
No, I mean, we had to stop now because of the rookie orientation rules and whatever, but there'll be a lot of guys on track this afternoon. We've got some mock race running plans. The great thing about having, 5 cars with this stable and then obviously 2 cars associated with Meyer Shank, we can put on our own little race whenever we want. So we're going to do that a little later this afternoon. It should be good.
So in some ways, was the weather an advantage because you had a whole different data point versus everybody else having that weather this morning? In some ways, was the weather an advantage because it was much cooler and a different data point?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, over the course of the week when we practice here and heading into the race, you're going to see all sorts of different weather. So having an hour like we did that was a little cool but pretty calm, that's going to be important. When it gets a little hotter and a little windier this afternoon, that's going to be important too. So given the fact that we were the only Andretti car that was able to run in that hour, for sure I think it's helpful.
Thanks for the time. As you can tell, Kevin, it's gotten a lot louder down here. Now that the veterans have gone out on the racetrack, it's a whole different game with a lot of cars on the track, but cool to see.
It feels like May in April now. And it is not just a casual test session anymore, Townsend. I think the energy will start to ramp up a little bit today.
Oh, yeah, getting serious fast. I love the fact that nobody's populated the no-toe chart yet. So everybody running the pack, trying to get a read here on balance in traffic as Scott McLaughlin, that number 3 Penske Pennzoil machine circulating, and P3 222.6 right out of the gate. Pagano leads at 223. So 4 Chevys at the top of the charts there.
That's what I was going to bring up. I think that's one of the things people will be watching for today in an early May. Last year it looked like Honda had the advantage, or maybe it was just Penske was not quite as solid and strong as Penske normally is as the lead Chevy team. And it's not necessarily just about horsepower. What are the kind of things involved there that determines which manufacturer has the upper hand?
Yeah, it's going to be too early to get a read on it. Just in that last session, we saw Castroneves in a Honda topping the charts. But now we'll get a read on Scott McLaughlin here as cars peel off after their initial run. That number 3 has got a half a track clear in front of him. Let's see what he can do on his own this lap. Nice line down there in turn 1. Right down on the curb in turn 2. Oh, and of course, just what we're about to see. A clean
Kevin,
run, Marty.
point.
He pits.
Yeah, well, to Kevin's point a moment ago, Townsend, yeah, Team Penske was not happy with the oval performance last year, so that was why they went to Texas and made sure they tested there and got all the data they could get from there, and then obviously testing here with everybody else as well. But they were really surprised when Ganassi chose not to test at Texas. Now, obviously, they were fairly strong at Texas last year, dominant as a matter of fact, and Scott Dixon arguably had the best car at the Indy 500 here last year. But Team Penske, to your point, Kevin, yeah, they went to the well pretty hard this year to get better at the ovals, and they were a little surprised that Ganassi chose not to test at Texas.
There's always an ebb and flow. It seems that one year, one manufacturer, one group of teams has an advantage. The next year, it goes the other way. And I just think most of us would be surprised if 2 years in a row, Penske is not fast. Because they just weren't particularly fast in qualifying. Newgarden had a strong race. Castroneves worked his way from the back up closer to the front last year, but they were not one of the favorites last year.
Yeah, uncharacteristically struggling. And I think for Ganassi, what I remember clearly about Dixon's run at Texas last year and his run at Indy, but especially at Texas, was they just were on a different level in terms of tire wear. You know, mid to end of the stint, it just seems like it's like Dixon's car could take the bumps and you know, maybe the shock program, their ride control was just superior. So maybe they feel like their best allocation of their testing resources is going to be in other areas. Remember, it's limited. You can't just test to your heart's delight. So they may have prioritized some other tracks or some other configurations where they want to put the time in.
And it's not necessarily just about which engine makes the most horsepower as to who's better, right? There are things the manufacturers are doing to make the best of the horsepower that's available, and the aero and everything else involved.
Well, it's drivability.
Yeah.
It's broadening the torque curve for starts and restarts, because remember, it's not like you're just sitting wide open the whole time in the race. So you're going to be off throttle, downshifting, you know, shifting strategy, something they're constantly working on. Managing or mitigating any overboost situations. There's a lot that goes into putting the whole package together. But at the end of the day, if I'm candid, there's no substitute for raw horsepower. If you can get more, you'll take it.
Sure. As we look at Ryan Hunter-Reay hit the track, he's one of 9 entered this year that has won the Indianapolis 500. I believe 10 is the record from 1992. And what a battle this was with the 2 yellow cars.
A bold move down there in turn 3. He put it all on the line that day, and what an amazing achievement.
And one of the fantastic finishes and one of the near misses. I think 3 runner-ups for Helio Castroneves to go along with his 3 wins. That was a great duel to the finish. We remember the pass in the grass for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Well, you heard Hinch talk about it yesterday. Hinch was teamed with Hunter-Reay back then and said, hey, Hunter-Reay had the slowest car of the Andretti stable that year. Just couldn't find the speed. But every day in practice, Hinchcliffe said, you know, Hunter-Reay would just carve through the field. And he made it work and made it stick on race day.
This is Joseph Newgarden. I know it's early, but people are always asking about picks. And going back to what I said, if Penske is strong, I'm going to have a hard time going anywhere else other than Newgarden to start with. He's going to win this race at some points.
You have to think so. He's had so many good runs here. He's with the team that's won more Indy 500s than anyone. And I think the big question is, how much has Penske improved on those challenges? How much closer to the front will they be in qualifying trim, and how good of a race car can they give Joseph Newgarden? Dixon's still my favorite for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Right? Nothing's really changed.
And that's the other part, is that you think with what Scott Dixon has accomplished and who he is and the team he's with, he's going to win more than one. And he was, generally speaking, the strongest car last year.
Yep.
Sato passed him fair and square, though, at the end, so give Sato credit, and Dixon couldn't get back by him.
I think I'd favor Newgarden going to Barber, first race of the season. I think you could split hairs on Newgarden and Dixon if we were just focusing on those two at St. Pete. But then when we come to Indy, I'd probably pick Newgarden even for the GP, but for the 500 and for Texas before the 500, I think you gotta favor Dixon. And so that ball, that big wheel of momentum, I think in these first few races, if you really just distilled the championship down to the battle between Newgarden and Dixon, if that happens again, and that's a big if, I think the wheel of momentum in the first 4 races through the 500 really kind of determines everything.
There's a good look at Tony Kanaan's car, that American Legion livery that was just unveiled yesterday. Good looking race car, the number 48 Chip Ganassi Racing Honda. We talked about purple cars. How many blue and white cars are there on a given year?
A lot.
There's usually several, because they look good.
Since 1911, I would think a lot.
So straight on, I want to see that. That's part of testing, not just the team's testing, but the broadcasters IDing cars.
Yep.
That's going to look similar to a Graham Rahal car, right?
Well, those red mirrors and that red wing, that kind of jumps out at me. But yeah, I would easily confuse that historically for an RLL car. But the easiest way to distinguish this car is on the start. It's going to be 5 wide up near the wall on the opening lap.
Graham's there sometimes too.
Yeah, but not like TK.
Yeah, we've always joked with Kanaan, we hate to see you qualify poorly for your sake, but for entertainment standpoint, we prefer you starting a little further back.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Will Power, former winner, former series champion. Now one of the 9 drivers 40 and up in this year's Indianapolis 500.
Just navigating my way to the track this morning following a Chevy Tahoe that appeared to be particularly adept at negotiating traffic and opportunity, and none other than Will Power. Trying to get to work on time, just like me.
This is Ed Carpenter. One of, I think, at least 3 all-black cars we have out here today. Sage Karam, Cody Ware. Here's the list of the 40-plus club.
Pretty cool. I mean,
let's look at this group.
You look at that list.
They're all contenders.
Not only they're all winners, they're all contenders, to your point. I mean, this place rewards speed, bravery, equipment, but also experience. And you could easily point to that group and say the winners, 70% chance it's coming from that group.
And I haven't looked it up because it wouldn't really be distinguishable. There have been a lot of years when there have been double-digit 40-plus drivers, but back in the day, I think you got the feeling that a few of those were just guys kind of finishing out the string. They were big names, so they got an opportunity. That list of drivers, I don't know that it would surprise us if any of them won the race.
I don't know if it would surprise us if 10 years from now that they're all still in this race. I mean, if you just think about their enthusiasm, we heard from Tony Kanaan. Tony Kanaan looks as excited and as motivated as he did 20 years ago when he was starting his career. I mean, Castro Neves, Montoya. I'm frankly surprised that Montoya's actually here. He wants to be here. He wants to go race for another Indy 500. I mean, Dixon, these guys are fit. They are tuned up. They're jacked up to win. And I think it'd be cool to see that whole group go for many years into the future.
And then you've got that group of young drivers like Alex Palou we're looking at right now in the NTT data, number 10 for Chip Ganassi Racing. There are 4, 5, or 6 that we think have a chance to have decade-plus long careers. He was quite impressive last year for Dale Coyne Racing with Team Go. So impressive that he got hired in that famous number 10.
Super hard-working, highly focused, highly motivated young driver, and now he's just dropped into the swimming pool of talent and expertise at Chip Ganassi Racing, where he can just soak up everything.
And there's the group of the young guns. Rinus VeeKay is still 20. Colton Herta is a wily veteran who finished 3rd in the championship last year at 21. Pato O'Ward was a championship contender last year and is still 21.
So pick a winner in that group, Kevin.
The next of this race or the next series race?
500, Indy 500.
Who has the best chance in this group? It is Colton Herta or Pato O'Ward is where I'll start with.
My eyes go to those two, but you got to pick one.
I'm going to say Pato, but I don't feel that strong.
I don't know why. But I go to Pato O'Ward too. I think it's the praise that was he racing at Gateway last year with Newgarden battling up front. And I think either Dixon or Newgarden called out Pato O'Ward in a very positive way last year for his skill on the ovals and how impressed they were. And I remember Pato, not only his drive at Road America, the way he managed used tires there at the end. I'm gonna pick Pato.
I
for
think
those
you're right,
reasons.
because I'm looking up last year's stats, and he finished second at Gateway and led the most laps in race 1.
That's the one that Newgarden?
I'm sorry, finished 3rd in race 1 and then finished 2nd in race 2.
And who won that race, Dixon or Newgarden? Race 2.
I'm going to have to go to another page to see that.
I got it.
Last year all blurs together because the races were run out of sequence.
Yes.
And there were a lot of double header weekends, which make it very difficult.
Newgarden won race 2.
To remember what happened.
So it was Newgarden that just praised Pato O'Ward's driving on the very challenging oval there in Gateway. And I'm gonna go with O'Ward out of that young guys group, just like you. Marty, Colton Herta, Pato O'Ward, Ferrucci.
Well, I think you got to go Colton Herta first, right? But I think he's out of that group.
No, this is the young guys. Yeah, he's a winner, but I'm talking Indy 500.
For the Indy 500.
Yeah, Marty, we're at Indy. Practice is this.
I know
is the big
that.
show.
Sometimes we're talking season.
Is there any other race?
Just
Come
Indy.
on, man.
Yes, there is another race. There are many other races. Next week, let's go to Alabama. Why not? I would go with Colton Herta just because with the Andretti group, I think they're going to be strong, and I think they'll be their usual selves when they come back here in the month of May with 6 cars.
It's a safer pick because you just have to feel like they're going to be running up front all the time, all month. What are we looking at here? We've got
that's
Dixon.
Colton Herta conveniently, and Dixon just towed up on him, Kevin, and just went to the top at 224.7.
It's a new look for Colton with the Gainbridge livery and a new number from the 88 to the 26. So Marty said 6 cars. Are we confident? Have you got new information? Do we know for certain Andretti is running a 6th?
No, I told you yesterday it always happens.
Okay.
So I'm sure they'll figure out a way to make it happen. That's
Yeah,
my
I think
point,
you're probably right.
So I'm just trying to get to the realistic number, Kevin. That's what I'm trying to do.
Someone was asking about who has cars left over. We went through this yesterday, but I also understand people have jobs and lives and maybe didn't see all 8 hours of our coverage yesterday. So we stand right now with 32 cars here. So we look at that now. Now, granted, for example, Sage Karam is not confirmed with Dreyer and Reinbold, but we think that's going to happen. Cody Ware is not officially confirmed in that 52 car. He's past ROP. We think that's going to happen. Charlie Kimball is already confirmed, so there's 33. He's just not participating in this test. J.R. Hildebrand was confirmed yesterday morning in a fourth Foyt car with ABC Supply, number 1, celebrating the 60th anniversary of Foyt's first win, which was in number 1. So there's 34. 35 could come from a 6th Andretti car. They have that available. After that, someone asked, Juncos? No, I don't believe Juncos has a car. They've sold their chassis, so they are not a possibility for this year. They are running in Indy Pro 2000 and Indy Lights. Carlin could potentially enter an extra car. I don't expect that to happen. We've talked about Top Gun Racing. They have a car, and I've been told this morning, we talked about the ownership, Bill Throckmorton and Gary Trout. I'm told they've hired Roy Wilkerson as their team manager and crew chief. He's worked with Dale Coyne Racing, so people in the industry will recognize his name. So that's a possibility. They could get us to 36. So it's 35 or 36. Those are the options out there. 37 if it all happened and Carlin entered a second car. I don't see any other possibilities out there.
What are the chances that Jimmy Johnson is watching practice now and thinks, I can't stand to miss this? It ends up in that 6 Andretti car. So Delara Honda after all?
I would say there would be a certain Shanny Johnson who might say no. I love it.
I sure hope he
What
gets
if
a
he
chance.
just says, I'm going fishing this weekend and takes all the TVs out of the home?
Yeah, he would have to go, I'm going fishing for the month of May.
Sounds a bit like my motorcycle outing last Monday.
Beg for forgiveness after the fact, right?
Wait, you buried the headline. Did you not tell Heather you were going on a MotoGP bike this week?
I may or may not have avoided correcting her when she thought I was on a dirt bike. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Get it.
So, 70, 170, kind of the same thing, right?
A little different. Yeah, why not? Did you tell her about the moment where you almost wrecked the
Oh,
bike?
Marty. Come on now.
Marcus Ericsson.
I had a chance to go out with the great folks at Moto America on Monday for a little fun day at Big Willow Springs. What an experience that was. It reminded me a lot of driving around here at Indy. Highly focused. That place gets your attention.
That's a cool track. That's where a lot of Ford versus Ferrari was filmed.
That's because that's where a lot of Ford versus Ford testing took place back in the day. So,
and you still see that track on a lot of television commercials because it's in Southern California.
Yep. So Marcus Ericsson here, all alone, comes across the bricks. 220.2. That's pretty good. Without a tow, we'll have to see if that populates on the no-tow report. It shows him P10 right now on no-tow at 217.1, but that looked pretty clean to me. Maybe there's a delay before that gets updated.
Townsend, the pack running that TK promised us from the Ganassi cars didn't last very long, did it? So I'm wondering if they all got in the pack and were like, you know what, we need to figure out some stuff individually before we go try this again.
Did you see, Marty, that when Dixon towed up on Colton Herta there, he towed up really well, but then he backed out of it, to sort of practice doing that again. I wonder if maybe they're a little light on downforce. Good to catch a car, but maybe hard to really stay there in dirty air and pass a car, as Alexander Rossi cranks it up here. Actually cranks it down. It looks like maybe he pedaled things in turn one, likely coming to pit lane.
Yeah, it seems to me a number of teams are trying to figure out their individual programs, and then they'll tackle a group session a little bit later.
So right now we've got Honda, Chevy, Honda, Chevy, Honda, top 10. There's Scott Dixon, fastest so far, 224.7.
Shock covers coming off on the 9 and the 10 of Alex Pelos. It's just behind Dixon there.
Well, in these long test or practice sessions, we often get to your social media questions. And the hashtag allows us to not necessarily directly use mine, and you can just do a hashtag. Ask IndyCar, and Townsend will personally call you if we don't get to it to give you the answer. So leave your cell phone number. I'm kidding. Please don't.
In high school, I was a telemarketer, so kind of the same thing.
Sure. I bet you were good.
What a brutal,
I bet you were good.
What a brutal existence that was.
What were you selling?
I was raising money for like the local sheriff's association.
Okay.
Selling basketball tickets where the sheriffs would play the San Francisco 49ers in a basketball game.
And did you slide in? I have also a special opportunity for a young Skip Barber driver.
I was so far from even getting my feet wet in a race car at that point. I was just trying to pay for my lunch and new pair of Jordans.
You didn't sell candy bars like the rest of us, Townsend?
The equivalent. It was the telemarketing equivalent of door-to-door candy bar selling.
That's where that all started. Did you see Dell Jr. tweet out those candy bars that we all sold in the 6th and 7th grade?
I saw the picture. Is that his?
It was awesome, wasn't it? It's like, oh, I remember that.
I had to sell those through high school. For our high school program, we had to sell candy bars.
But I think if we're all honest, those early days selling probably helps you when it comes to broadcasting, right? Because you figure out, hopefully, what to say at the right time during an awkward moment.
Maybe.
Like when you sneak off and go use the restroom and leave me hanging back here.
You didn't even speak, though, did you?
I couldn't.
You just waited.
They killed my mic. That was my chance. That was my chance.
I'll get you a chance later today.
Don't you be so fast.
So that's Ryan Hunter-Ray, and then Joseph Newgarden. And the shell colors for Penske. So we've had a total of 25 cars, I think, and they've reset. So don't count on that. So we can just look at this session. This is a different session. So everyone I think we are going to see has been out. I see 20 cars on our monitor, and I believe there were 21 eligible, and Rinus VK is the 21st, and we're not going to see Rinus today. They can't get that primary repaired, and they don't want to convert the backup, which is set for a road course right now, for the oval. So unfortunately, Rinus VK's Indy 500 Open test will consist of about 2 laps and a crash. Jack Harvey, who we spoke with this morning in the Sirius XM AutoNation Meyershank Racing Honda. My spies also tell me, when people like to talk about extra entries, that R.C. Enerson is here on the grounds. So Marty, you can keep an eye out open for him if you like.
I got a Top Gun spy update.
Yeah? When is it coming out?
Coming out now.
The movie or the race team?
Got a message from somebody that says they were in their shop recently, and they were taking delivery of 2 Delaras on Friday. Presumably that's a week ago. They have or that's today. I don't know. They have a long road ahead.
No, I think it's been a while. I think they've had the cars for a little while.
Okay. Well, this says recently they were getting 2 cars. So this person says long road ahead, but there's a road, there's a path, and having the chassis is a big part of that. So
it helps.
Yeah, you need people, you need tires, lots of them, 33 sets of Firestones, but it'd be really fun to see a small program or a new program. Don't know if it's small, but a new program show up and try to make the show.
And I know they have a goal of doing more than just the 500.
Yeah.
The goal is to do more races this season and grow the team.
And if, in fact, we're talking about R.C. Enerson, young man did a heck of a job jumping in.
He's good.
Mid-season with Dale Coyne Racing. Was it Mid-Ohio, I think, a few years ago, where he jumped in on a one-off, but impressed everybody with his pace, his maturity, his racecraft, and be really fun to see another young American get an opportunity here at the greatest spectacle in racing.
And this is one of the rookies. We haven't seen him in the rookie group, but he is a rookie for the Indianapolis 500 and IndyCar this year. It's Scott McLaughlin. He was cleared to participate with the veterans because he passed ROP last fall in testing here at the Speedway.
Really like his line. Super crisp turn in, very deliberate, all the way down below the white line. I'm sure he'd like to get as much race running experience as he can at some point today. But it's a game of precise inches here at Indy in terms of how you place your car, and I really like what I'm seeing so far here.
I'd be curious how different he feels from the first time he came here last fall. So he's got that experience behind him. He's also now been to Texas. How much does that apply? That for drivers like McLaughlin and Cody Ware and Pietro Fittipaldi to get that sense of speed before they come back here. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to talk to Scott a little later on, but some of these same types of questions about his expectations and goals, well, he's already been asked. Let's listen to a little bit of what the young rookie thinks.
I'm Scott McLaughlin, three-time Supercars champion in Australia, and yeah, this is my first full season with Team Penske. A fresh start. Oh, one word, fresh. Rookie. Fresh rookie, I don't know. It's a new beginning for me. It's a chance to, I've done what I wanted to do in Australia, and now it's about, starting again and starting afresh and challenging myself all over again. IndyCar is by far, I believe, the toughest category in the world. The drivers are, high caliber from all parts of the world, all parts of motorsport, especially this year. To be a part of that and be one of the 20-odd drivers on the field, especially in a Team Penske Chevy, is a pretty proud moment for me and my family.
27 years old from New Zealand, a star in Australia, and that's his car. But I'm wondering, Marty, what the previous owner thinks when he sees that yellow submarine out on track.
I'm sure he's having some reservations about sitting here watching the yellow submarine on the racetrack. That would be Helio Castroneves, of course, the three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. So we talked about this yesterday. But I think you've made peace with watching the car go around without you.
As you guys heard Scott on the interview, he's a nice guy, genuinely nice guy. I guess Australian are really nice people, I don't know.
Well, except for Diffie.
Well, he's
I'm kidding.
Let's take that into consideration now. But he is very nice. I mentioned before yesterday that he was I feel kind of honored and proud to be wearing the colors, and not only the colors but the number as well.
Yeah.
So it's great. It's funny, it's different, it's weird, no question. But I'm very happy as well to be wearing pink, Not only because pink is the color of my daughter's favorite color, and but in the end of the day, the Auto Nation and Sirius car, it looks good, it looks bright out there, so it's good.
Well, you mentioned yesterday that Scott reached out to you to say that he was honored to have your car, your number, and almost to say thank you, and I'm humbled to have that.
And that's my point, You guys saw the interview, how nice he is. And it is. When you have people like that, you feel, you can take the baton. Here we go. It's yours. So he's definitely deserving, and he's going to do great. For sure, you can see the speeds. He had great teammates, and definitely going to help him a lot.
So you've already been to work today. That was your
hour
great
session. Oh, my God. It was a little bit different than yesterday. Yesterday, you got to keep a little bit on the consideration with the speed that we're currently doing, but now we're able to free what we want to do. It was great. We're just checking a little bit of the. You got to remember, this is brand new guys, brand new team. Everybody know what we need to do. Even that we share, the technical part with Andretti, it's still brand new to everyone to understand what I like, understand what they like, and things like that. So we're going very slow in terms of checking the pieces, checking the bits to make sure, okay, when we go to the month of May, we know what we got. And that's what we got to do at this point.
And part of that's working with a new car as well. Everybody's trying to feel out what's going on and what's where.
This year we have what they call strakes, the little, I don't know if you guys already talked about that.
We talked about that earlier.
And also the barge board. I'm learning all these new English words, let me tell you. English is not very beautiful, but I tell you what.
Wait, English is not very beautiful?
No, that's what I was talking.
Portuguese
yesterday.
is better.
Portuguese is much better.
Okay,
let's put it this way. But I'm learning these new words, and again, because those little details, it is new, and for me also. So it's good and interesting to see it. So we gotta check out the list, get the data, collect the things, go to the next item, and keep it going. Remember, this is the open test. The month of May is coming, and that's what we need to set up a plan and be prepared and know exactly what you get in your equipment.
Everybody wants this, the pack running that we're seeing on the screen right now.
Right.
That's what they want to get into later today. But what is the benefit of having a clean racetrack and the ability to be out there by yourself?
You said it all. I mean, things like that, when you have a situation that there was nobody in front of you to check, like front wing, spare front wing, or rear wing, whatever it is, those things, believe it or not, the technology that we have, the IndyCar has today, you'll be able to read what is best, what is not so good, in case that, and to change the balance as well, you know, because remember, we're going over 235 miles an hour here. You know, 0.5%, it's a huge, huge number. And you want to make sure that if you have to change something like that, and plus, our cars are so driven by the weather. You know, if the sun comes out or the cooler weather, it changed. Believe it or not, it changed the setup of the car. So that's why it's important for you to know your equipment.
I was going to ask you about that with Jack Harvey in this session and you out there when it was so cool this morning. What's the advantage of that? Because now that's a data point that you don't know in May. We may show up, you know, practice before qualifying, and it might be 55 degrees.
Right, but the thing is the calculation, you know, the engineers had enough numbers and enough apps to find out when we get there of the temperature and calculate when we ran with 55 degrees and if we go 65, 75 degrees, so we can actually, you know, translate that scenario to current weather.
So we talked to Jack earlier and talked about your leadership role. So are you comfortable just coming in and saying, well, here's how I used to do, or here's how we did it at Team Penske? Is that something you're comfortable doing yet and taking on that leadership role at Meyer Shank Racing?
I'm asking, you know, obviously you don't want to barge in and say, like, that's it, stop everything, I know what I'm doing. First of all, it's hard to take sort of a leadership, or because over there I wasn't taking the initiative. You know, I was telling, okay, you got to do this, and so in this perspective, I'm being very respectful, obviously, but I'm seeing things, and this is today is my third basically day with the team, right?
It's crazy.
So it's kind of like I gotta see more things, how they do it, and but understanding. And now I started, you know, showing you a little bit like, look, I would like to have this or that. Can we work around the if we have to have a meeting? Because plus, remember I mentioned about Andretti technical support. I also have with them, and sometimes they see me as still a Team Penske guys.
Right. So I was going to ask you, do they trust you? Do they When
I got to a point
show up
yesterday.
in a meeting with Andretti and like you're sitting in there with Rossi, it's like, whoa, Elio's here.
I haven't been to a meeting with them yet.
Yeah.
I will actually. I already request. It's like, look, if you're gonna work together, we gotta know each other. We gotta go your partners, and that's the point. I mean, I understand. I get it. No worries. I get it. But I'm here hopefully for the long haul. I want to be here. I want to help. I want to make sure that you know, Meyer Shank Racing not only take a way that in the future, if it's 2-3 cars team, and they can take their own way, and hopefully we can build that.
The one thing Jack said he really appreciates is your energy. 8 a.m. doesn't matter. You are coming in with energy every day. We do too, so thanks for bringing some energy.
I appreciate that. Yeah, last night was a little late for me, but it's okay.
Yeah. What, practice was a little late for you?
Well, the practice late, and then after I learned so much what's going on, especially in this place. I was like, all right, we gotta set up something here that I'm used to, so that I can step in the right direction. So that
you had meetings after the practice
we
session.
were able to do it, but like I said, everyone is doing great. Again, so proud to be a part of this incredible potential organization, and not only that, you know, Auto Nation and Series and Honda as well. So they're proud to be powered by Honda. So see what happens in the future.
Always bringing the energy, Kev. And he's right. He looks good in pink. He said it's his daughter's favorite color. So there you go. Elio with a little pink. Maybe he'll dance around the racetrack for us.
Elio always looks good. Great to see him back for year number 21 for the Indianapolis 500. That's his teammate Jack Harvey. And here is a look at the 3 wins, including as a rookie, climbing the fence. And back-to-back in 2002, this one under caution. We won't ask some other members of the team what they think of that finish. 2009, that was an emotional moment from a season that began in jeopardy for Elio. Joined in the middle of the Long Beach weekend, comes back to win his 3rd Indianapolis 500. And there have been many other close calls. 2003, he gets passed over in turn 2, dealing with lap traffic by Gilles de Ferran. A 2014 battle with Ryan Hunter-Reay, who we see right there, comes to mind for Elio. And what was the other years? 3 or 4 years ago, he finished second. 2017, he finished second. And that was with a damaged race car. He took some debris from the Scott Dixon flip.
Yep.
And still finished second in that one.
Always a contender. Just about always.
Yeah.
I can't think of a year where he hasn't, factored heavily in the race, and that's pretty amazing. But a whole new world for Elio Castroneves at a new team, at a younger team. And it'll be interesting to see how much his experience and leadership factors into the overall result for the Meyer-Shank Racing crew. Meanwhile, Connor Daly sits atop the charts here in this session. 224.7. Connor Daly quickest in the first session yesterday. So, coincidence? I don't think so.
Well, that
car is fast.
That car is fast. Those cars are fast every year with many different drivers. Ed Carpenter is the mainstay, but whether it's J.R. Hildebrand, Ed Jones, Rinus VeeKay, Danica Patrick a few years ago, whoever gets in those cars generally is a contender and often is in the Firestone Fast 9.
7 races in the Indy 500 for Connor Daly so far. Best starting position back in 2019 with Andretti. Started 11th, ran solidly in the top 10, top 5, I believe, at points in that race. Came home 10th.
Yeah, he was strong last year.
Last year qualified 18th with ECR. Ended up in the fence on lap 91.
Oh, actually, yeah, I'm thinking more of 2 years ago. That run with Andretti, he was really strong. And he was really, I think, a little bit better than the 10th place result.
And he's got the flow working for him this year. Talked yesterday about how the mullet might be a little too fierce with the seat belts, but I think he insists he's not cutting it until one of 2 things happens. He wins a race,
or it goes really poorly, maybe,
or his mom just straps him down, Beth, and just goes to town with the razor. Not a big fan, he told us. Marcus Ericsson's getting a lot of laps in. Currently 33 laps on the board. I believe that leads this session.
He got caught up in an early crash, or I should say just crashed fairly early last year. 2 years ago, he was pretty strong. He only finished 23rd, but I remember he was pretty strong. It seems like they had something out of his control. Kind of lost him some track position, but I remember he had a strong month of May with Schmidt in 19.
Let's take a look back to last year and remind ourselves what happened. Dirty air, big wiggle, chase it, chase it, chase it until the fence wins that battle, usually. Good to see Marcus Ericsson get out under his own control. This seems like a good time, Kevin, for our first Ask IndyCar question with 14 minutes left in the session. This comes from Robert Wallace How will the new aero options affect the car when the additional horsepower is added for qualifying?
Good question.
Fair answer is we don't have the slightest idea until the horsepower is added, although they do a push-to-pass simulation at the last test.
They did, yes.
Right, for extra horsepower.
And in reality, the aero changes are meant for race day. They're meant for running in traffic. When you have the extra boost, that's just for qualifying.
They are, but presumably you could still run those aero options for qualifying. I think what I don't know and hope to find out over the course of either the rest of today or more likely the next few weeks once I have a chance to talk to some of these drivers is whether or not the downforce that they added or the aero pieces that they've added are in fact producing more downforce efficiently, meaning without a huge drag penalty. And the reason I mention that, Robert, is that if those pieces are able to deliver more downforce without a tremendous amount of drag penalty, then they should actually help the qualifying performance because it'll enhance the car's grip in the corners without penalizing it very much on the straightaways. If in fact all of that plays out, and that is in fact what the result is, then we could see higher qualifying speeds. Right now, Pato O'Ward in that number 5 Aero McLaren SP car having no trouble at all towing up on Joseph Newgarden, catching him in the middle of turn 2. Newgarden's going to bail out, maybe come to pit lane. But that looked pretty encouraging for the number 5.
By the way, just finishing up Marcus Ericsson, I was trying to recall what happened in 2019 with his 500. I looked it up, had it in my notes. He was in the top 10 as a rookie before he spun entering pit lane on lap 138, and they lost a couple of laps. But he was pretty strong in that race before he made the mistake there. You know, when we think about the racing and what's going on now, but in some ways, kind of talk me through the process of a new driver dealing with pit stops. Different on race day than it is the rest of the month generally.
It is, because you're going to pit off turn 4. You're going to do it in anger. They normally allow you to do that on carb day, and I think at times the final practice session, whenever that takes place, it's moved around through the years. We used to have a Monday practice or a Sunday afternoon practice after qualifying. But that is a big adjustment because here in practice, you're pitting off turn 3 on the apron. You're really never hustling it through. And the biggest deal is it's the only time really during this race, unless in some kind of emergency situation, that you use the brake pedal. So your brakes are ice cold. You're going to come off turn 4 and the brake temperature is going to go from, ambient to well over 500 degrees in a hurry, and you put a lot of temperature in the system, and the adjustment of the brake bias and what you do with your hands, because don't forget, these cars don't drive in a straight line like a road course. If you relax your hands, there's so much stagger that you're counter steering to the right because the car naturally wants to turn left, and you're trying to brake. You've got your tires and your cambers all tipped over to the left, so you don't have a full contact patch on the ground like you would on a road course configuration. And braking in anger for the pit speed line at the last possible second to not lose much time on a green flag stop. That is something that oftentimes goes either forgotten in terms of the learning process or a bit rushed because you don't get much time to practice it. You certainly can't do it here.
Good little group of 3 cars. Ed Carpenter, Jack Harvey, Pato O'Ward. Looking to go below Harvey, can't get it done going into 1.
This is the raciest car I've seen so far in the early days here in practice. But Pato O'Ward seems really comfortable drafting up and staying tight, having a look mid-corner, looking outside now as the slower car of, is that Ed Carpenter? I think it was in the 20. It's a couple of black cars between Ed Carpenter. Cody Ware's not running in this session.
And it looked like Ed was just bailing out. He wanted to get behind. I thought maybe he was preparing to pit, but he just wanted to see what it's like running behind some other cars now.
Yep. So
do teams communicate that with each other of say, hey, I'll run in front for a little while, even different teams, and just please don't pit, let me run behind you for a little bit?
please don't pit that's a big ask in terms of how valuable the track time is. But usually that communication, if it does happen, would come via the spotters. And that's another kind of important art to all of this, is that you want a spotter up top that not only has experience but has relationships with the other spotters, that knows instinctively, oh, that's Jack Harvey's spotter. I know him or her. I'm going to go find them and quickly and make sure we communicate what we're trying to accomplish in this session. When it's inside the same team, say at Andretti, it's a lot easier to deliver that message. But nobody really likes to tow anybody else around in clean air, because you're just doing them a favor and you're just burning valuable miles and testing when you can. But you try to return the favor. So, you know, if Harvey tows around Carpenter here for 2 laps, and then it's time to switch, usually you're going to try to return that favor, unless you're running out of fuel or you just got too many items on your test agenda that you just have to. You just got to get to pit lane and make those changes.
You know, a few years ago when there was manufacturer aero kit competition, when the Honda and the Chevy was different, the car behind behaved differently. So now they're all the same, so it's not quite as much, but back then there was a time where you didn't really want anyone behind you to learn what the car was going to do behind a Honda or Chevy or vice versa.
Yeah, there was, I thought there was a little too much made of, and I forget which manufacturer it was, like it was more difficult to follow a Chevy or a Honda, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I recall that.
I didn't put as much weight into that as some others, just having been out there myself. But no doubt the body kits were significantly different, and it wouldn't surprise me if there was a big difference in terms of how one car followed as opposed to how much one car disrupted the air in front.
Teams have options in what they do for aero. Does that impact the car behind? For example, if you're really trim versus having a lot of downforce, is there anything that would be different?
Well, if you have more downforce, then I guess by nature you're creating a bigger wake, right? Because there's just more surface area meeting the wind with the car in front. But it'll be subtle for sure. You certainly can catch a car with more downforce on the straightaway easier, just by virtue of their straight line speed being reduced, running more drag.
Marcus Ericsson is entering year 3 in IndyCar, year 2 at Ganassi. What kind of year is it for Marcus? I've heard him speak to this a little bit. Now I've got some stability. I know my team. I get the impression he thinks, and he's probably expected to move it up another level this year.
I would think so. I mean, this sport's about one thing, which is winning. And he's been around for a few years now. He's had some great teammates. He's been with some good programs, and now it's time to put it all together. Getting a lot of great laps and experience here running on his own. And one thing I thought was important when Elio spoke with Marty earlier was remembering that teams will use this not just for finding a good balance, but also making sure that they have consistency with things like swapping out wings, right? Because teams will normally have 1 or 2 spare wings, front wings on pit lane. They might have a spare rear wing as well. And so bolting those things on and going out and validating that they're getting the same information, the same center of pressure, the same straight line performance, that's part of ticking the boxes as well.
And to Elio's point, Townsend, with the all new bits and pieces, that was vital for them to get done here in April, not in May, correct?
Yes, I mean, especially when you get a chance for clean track. That's more difficult to read when there's a lot of cars out there. In fact, sometimes impossible, even with a little swirl effect. So teams probably taking advantage of some of this clean track running, even with 5 minutes left, only 4 cars on track right now. As Felix Rosenqvist in the number 7 cranks off some more laps. Just looking at
what kind of pressure is on him this year, Townsend. Obviously at Ganassi's and excellent equipment. Arrow McLaren still trying to find their footing and solid footing here in the series, right? To be a winning race team. I wonder what kind of pressure is on Felix this year, you think?
Well, I think just expectation, and I think Rosenqvist is very comfortable with that expectation. He's won in everything he's ever driven, knocked out great results in a win last year. He's highly touted, respected really around the world in all the different formulas he's raced. So I think he expects to deliver just like the team expects him to deliver. And knowing Felix Rosenqvist, I bet he has high expectations of the team as well. Hey, I came here because this team has shown tremendous progress. They have the resources, the money's there, the people are there. I need the equipment, and I'll bet he holds the team to a high standard. So I think it's a two-way street.
I think he kind of likes the idea of being able to lead more, and that there's not a clear number one between him and Pato. He's talked over the offseason. He thinks, I think I can contribute a little bit more. And we all understand it was Scott's deal to lead that Ganassi team, as it should be, with 5 and now 6 championships. But now this is different. And it's not that he was getting inferior equipment or not as much attention paid to him. I don't believe he would believe that. But you like to kind of feel like, all right, this is my deal. We are going to do what works for me, what works for Pato. And by the way, they don't want the same car. I talked with Pato about that yesterday, and he said, we are exact opposite on what we like for a road course car. Here at Indy, they like pretty similar cars.
That all sounds well and good, but you got to remember, Pato Award 1 Indy 500 under his belt. Felix Rosenqvist 2.
Yeah.
When Juan Pablo Montoya comes strutting in, there's one leader for the Indy 500. That's going to be Montoya. He's the guy that's won the race, and throughout his career, arguably the fastest guy on any team he's ever been on, whether it's in Formula One, NASCAR, certainly on the road courses, in IndyCar. And so Montoya is King Chief right now, and I'm sure those two young drivers recognize that and listen very closely when Montoya gives his feedback on where he thinks they stand. But so far, O'Ward looking really strong, very confident in traffic in the short running we've had so far.
All right, so looking at Graham Rahal's car again, since we've seen Kanan's, they're different enough. More white on the nose on Rahal's and more blue on Kanan's.
Yeah, and I think Kanan's, luckily for us, those red mirrors and that red rear wing are going to be key to differentiating those two cars. United Rentals back on board with a great program. That's been the whole Turn for Troops campaign that Graham Rahal has so proudly promoted over the last couple of seasons. And Marty, on paper, you'd have to say RLL team to beat, 1st and 3rd last year at the Indy 500. No reason to think they can't continue on with that sort of performance.
Exactly, and talking to Graham earlier this week, as we did on Motor Mouse, he kind of felt like they still had room to improve as well. So I think, yeah, absolutely, 1st and 3rd, and this is one that Graham really wants. He'll talk about how he wants to have consistency, and what did he say in that promo we've been running? He wants the team to live up to their potential, and that's a big theme for Graham this year. We have the potential to be a winning race team. We need to get back to that. On the 15 side, obviously on the 30 side, Takuma's been able to win races over the last few years, but Graham feels like he needs to get back to victory lane to match that performance that Taku's been able to put down.
Graham Rahal comes back to pit lane, just 20 seconds left. Not a car on track at this point. Connor Daly, top of the charts, 224.7, second day in the row that he's led the session in the number 47 Air Force car. Scott Dixon second. And how about Alex Palou, teammates to Dixon? He gets it done, going 3rd quick.
And Townsend, I know, as the checker comes out here to get ready for the track inspection, I know that people are going to say it's testing, but if you're Connor Daly and this is the 2nd session in a row you've been the fastest, you got to start getting a little pep in your step, I would say.
No doubt.
So session number 2, or group number 2, is done for the day, a 1-hour session. And Connor Daly, the fastest again, just a tick quicker than Scott Dixon. Another Ganassi car, Alex Palou, third quick. So it's Chevy, Honda, Chevy, top 5. Ed Carpenter rounding out the top 5.
But if you're a savvy Indy 500 practice watcher, which I assume you are if you're joining us on Peacock for day 2 of this test, I'll let you know that Graham Rahal is the one that goes to the top of the charts on the no-tow report. So without any help, that number 15 United Rentals machine, 220.9, that's a half a second quicker than P2 on the no-tow, which is Will Power at a 220.4.
Scott Dixon, second in last year's Indy 500, second in this practice session. Getting set to start the 2021 NTT INDYCAR Series season. Now looking for a historic 7th championship.
Repeat. You know, last year was definitely a tough year, I think, with for a lot of reasons, and you know, just the way the year started for us was exceptional.
Scott Dixon wins 3 in a row.
Especially, I think, kind of reaching a milestone of 6 championships. The newest is always very nice, but yeah, I don't know. I think each year there's slight differences that alter how the season plays out. For us, typically the latter part has been very strong. Last year that was not the case, so for us, there's definitely some pretty big areas that we need to cover, and hopefully we can do that and try and go back and grab another championship.
And it's almost time. Yes, we're thinking about the Indianapolis 500 yesterday and today, but it's almost kind of a chance to preview the start of the season, which is just over a week away. Next Sunday, the 18th at Barber Motorsports Park, starts the season. Meanwhile, the track is going to be open to all. Still nearly 7 hours to go of day 2 of the open test from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Peacock.
Hey, race fans, looking for something fun and entertaining to do on Monday and Wednesday? Join us on NASCAR America Motor Miles. Kyle Petty, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, and myself, we're going to give you all the information that you need in the NASCAR world. We're going to take your phone calls, give you some answers, and give you our opinions.
One is going to be in the playoffs, and the other three aren't.
The industry as a whole said, we're going to do this for the fans. I think they're doing it right. One race a year.
So join us Monday and Wednesdays on Peacock. See you there.
Are you ready? Let's do it!
Things happen so fast in Monster Energy Supercross. It's going to go for it. Cooper's going to go up the inside.
Webb comes across and blocks Roxanne. Webb wins in Houston. Unbelievable. Eli Tomac is a 5-time winner at Daytona.
And we're setting ourselves up for a beauty.
Oh, they're going for it.
And it will be Cooper Webb sweeping Arlington.
Here comes Gravedigger, gets the air, gets it up, and she will land. He's got a big path to the backflip ramp. Look out, you! Oh, look at the length on the backside. Oh, wow, look at that! What a maneuver for Kristen Anderson.
Perfect momentum, great speed, and executed perfectly.
Oh, I love the energy in those broadcasts, Townsend. We got to get involved with Monster Jam. And now we can tell you where the diff is. Lee Diffie is in Atlanta preparing for Monster Energy Supercross. Round 13 coming up tomorrow on NBC and tomorrow evening on NBCSN. It's Monster Jam in Orlando.
I'd love to have a go in the digger, grave digger. Just give me one shot, full send. Pretty impressive what those guys are doing now.
So you just were on the motorbike last week, and now you want to get engraved. Again, I say you do it and then let others at home know what you've been doing after the fact.
No, I'm in for the long haul, Kevin. I like to be transparent-ish.
All right, we are on a hold. There was a scheduled track inspection here for the moment at the end of the 1-hour session at 11. We are expected to see the track open soon for everyone for the rest of the day. But there's a little bit of moisture in the area. I haven't actually seen any raindrops, and already I see raindrops on the camera, but we've had reports of some around the facility. Here just in the last few minutes, it's starting to get a little bit brighter. So whatever this is, we think it's going to be very brief, but there's just a track inspection and a brief hold for the moment. That gives us a chance to start thinking about the 21 NTT INDYCAR Series season, which will start next weekend, and Barber, and a chance to revisit the last time the series went to Birmingham, Alabama.
It is the spectacular Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, we had a big shakeup in qualifying. Graham Rahal, he's going to start second, and Takuma Sato won his first ever pole on a road course.
Takuma Sato and teammate Graham Rahal on the front row.
Green.
Several cars jumping out of line. Look at these guys locking up into turn one.
Up front, Takuma Sato checking out right now.
We have the car of Max Chilton in the tire barrier. The car of Graham Rahal stalled on the course.
And once all of this front pack got through with hitting, there goes the yellow. Takuma Sato up front where he has been for the majority of this day.
Dream scenario for Sato. Restart, nice buffer, great race car. A win is right in front of him.
You're pulling away. Good job.
What a day for Takuma Sato. He wins for the first time at Barber Motorsports Park.
You dominated that whole race, Saku. Thank you, the Collins. Superb. Thank you.
I'm just here for the Dave Letterman reaction shots.
Great day that was for Sato. April 18th, IndyCar season 2021 kicking off at Barber Motorsports Park. It'll be fun to get things going. It's been a long off season, but great that we're here testing at Indianapolis. And a lot of teams have tested there at Barber. So Jimmy Johnson will make his IndyCar Series debut. And we get another IndyCar question. Kevin, take it away.
So yesterday it was, I think this started with the Motor Mouth show, and they were talking about the four majors in NASCAR. Marty Snyder was telling us this story yesterday, so this has been put out on social media from IndyCar on NBC, asking people their opinion. What are the four majors in IndyCar? Richard K. Buckle says the 500, Circuit of the Americas, Mid-Ohio, and perhaps Long Beach or St. Pete. And the great thing about opinions are we're all entitled to them, and we don't have to necessarily agree with them, but they're all worthy. Rodrigo says the 500, Mid-Ohio, Long Beach, Road America. Okay.
Okay.
I think most are going to agree with the 500. I think most are going to agree with Long Beach, and then after that is when it starts to get a little bit more debatable, and we all have our favorites for different reasons. So we'll continue that conversation and get to more of your questions throughout the day, and we are hearing in 5 minutes the track will be open again. So 5 minutes, stay with us. Plenty more to come today on Peacock. And we're green again at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And for the first time today, all cars allowed on track together. And the third and final session of the day, which will run just about 6.5 hours, is underway. Preparations for the 104th Indianapolis 500, the second day of testing. Skies are brightening. The radar looks good. The forecast was said to be perfect today, but we had some sprinkles just a few minutes ago. But now we're up and rolling again, and quickly activity on the track with already 4 or 5 cars circulating. Alexander Rossi was the first off in that Napa Auto Parts Honda. Colton Herta, Pato Award, they battled for an Indy Lights championship a few years ago, and we think they may be battling for IndyCar championships over the next few years, maybe as soon as this year. That's Pato in that Arrow McLaren SP, orange and blue Chevrolet. Elio Castroneves is on track, Sebastian Bourdais, Sage Karam, Max Chilton. Last year's winner, now 2-time winner Takuma Sato is out there. All drivers have passed the refresher tests of the veterans, and the rookies, there are only 2 that needed to complete ROP. From Dale Coyne with Rick Ware Racing, Pietro Fittipaldi and Cody Ware completed their rookie orientation program this morning and are cleared to participate with veterans. And we'll see them in again in just a little bit. So ramping up, let's settle back and listen to the sounds of IndyCar circulating the world's greatest race course.
nice to hear the sounds from IMS. This is what we call the all-skate session, with all the teams being able to go out on the racetrack. Joseph Newgarden behind me is getting ready to go out as well. And the Team Penske cars will try to find each other on the racetrack. You have Will Power, who just did an install lap a moment ago. He just pulled in. Simon Pagenaud behind him. So all the Team Penske cars heading out here in a moment. And conditions are ideal. The wind has not been as bad as everyone thought it might be. It is warming up nicely here at Indianapolis. So seeing lots of cars on the racetrack. Pretty cool sight here at IMS in the month of April.
Just a little taste of what's coming in the month of May, exclusively on NBC Sports. Practice sessions will air live here on Peacock. Qualifying as well. And there will be some qualifying programming on NBC Sports, courtesy of NBC and NBCSN.
Watching the 15 at Graham Rahal, and he's been catching the 7 there, Felix Rosenqvist, pretty easily. And that 15 car tops the no-toe speed charts right now up to 221.9 miles an hour. That's a full 1.5 miles an hour faster without help than anybody's turned so far. Couldn't begin to guess where they might be downforce-wise, but it's encouraging to know that you have the speed early if it's an apples-to-apples comparison. But Graham Rahal looking fast, looking like he can catch just about anybody at will right now. And we talked about it earlier, Kevin, before the break. On paper, with a 1 and a 3 first and third place finish at Indy last year, that team, Rahal Letterman, would be the favorites on pace and on results.
And they add the driver who finished 4th with a different team in Santino Ferrucci. Would we consider them the favorites? The favorites? Definitely a favorite. Do you categorize them higher than the traditionally strong Andretti program, or even despite the fact that Penske wasn't super stout last year, we know on reputation we think they're going to be better, would you still say Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan is the favorites?
I think you're only as good as your last 500.
Okay.
And what I'm seeing right now, just in terms of pure car performance without the no-toe, with Rahal looks encouraging. I mean, the fact that Sato's now a two-time winner, you've got to put a lot of weight in that. He drove exceptionally well last year, and Graham had a terrific race coming home third. So, yeah, I'd certainly put them in that small list. They don't have as many cars as Penske, Ganassi, Andretti, but to your point, on average finish, they have the best drivers if you go off of last year's result.
You know, we just think about teams that I think would realistically go into the month of May feeling like we can, not just can, we have a realistic chance of winning the Indy 500, those you've mentioned, and this team right here, Arrow McLaren SP, I'm sure feels like their stated goal is very likely, we need to win the Indy 500 this year.
Well,
doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we can.
Yeah, and at the start of this session, if you saw the way Pato O'Ward in the number 5 car rifled out of pit lane, up on the pipe straight away, drafted up past Colton Herta, and he looks very much in race mode, race mindset straight away. Haven't talked a lot about this car, the 98 of Marco Andretti. We were joking earlier with Jack Harvey about his unwritten responsibility to help make sure Marco gets a big toe along with the other Andretti drivers. But last year's pole sitter, currently 10th on the charts at 222.6. Marco Andretti, a steady pair of hands at Indianapolis and a lot of experience. It's easy to call him a young driver, but he'd very much fall squarely in that middle-aged pack, wouldn't you say right now, Kevin? 15 races.
Doing a one-off, for Marco, despite all the experience, right? Doing a one-off. How hard would it be to replicate that and put it on the pole again this year, even if they have the speed?
Well, he had such a fast race car, even in the Andretti camp. I mean, it just was a rocket ship. They built him the perfect qualifying car. As we take a look in the bright sunshine. You can see the difference just in terms of brightness on the track. Marco Andretti, a brilliant 4-lap run, and you can see the excitement from Father Michael. Big pump, what a relief, and what a celebration. And this was my favorite part. So many drivers, not just from his own race team, but all up and down pit lane, crew members, everybody, I think, universally pretty thrilled for Marco to pull that off. I mentioned this yesterday, Kevin. What they really need to work on is the race, right? Didn't lead a single lap, not even across the finish, start-finish, across the starting line, leading to start, but wasn't leading at the end of the first lap and never led another lap out of the 200 the rest of the day.
Yeah, it was a disappointing 500 last year for Marco after such a great month leading up to it. We have invited you to ask questions with the hashtag AskIndyCar on Twitter. Here's one from Asher's Racing Channel. The weather looking to warm up later today. Do you think that'll provide a closer look at what conditions will be like in May? It's a good question, and I think it's an important fact.
Yeah, great question, and the answer is yes. As long as this cloud cover breaks, and you just saw the contrast when we ran the replay of Marco's pole run last year in the bright sunshine. You can see how overcast it is still here today, and that is borne out in the track temperature, currently sitting just at 75 degrees, ambient air temperature at 67 degrees. So if the cloud cover breaks and we get some bright sunshine and get the track temp up into the 90s, that'll put us probably much more squarely into the window for what race conditions traditionally are like here.
High of 78 expected today. You just never know with May in Indianapolis. It could be 50 degrees very easily for qualifying weekend. It could be in the lower 80s. And we've had a lot of race days that have been right around 90 the last few years.
I think it was it 1991 when the temperatures were
92.
Really cold.
92 race day with just a multitude of crashes,
yes,
especially on restarts,
yes,
on cold tires. And then turned out to have one of the classic finishes ever. The race itself was not that aesthetically pleasing, very disjointed and very damaging. There were some fearful injuries, but then you get that fantastic finish with Little Al winning by just a few tenths of a second. And it actually was even less than a tenth of a second on Scott Goodyear.
Watching the 29 Genesis car of James Hinchcliffe leading in clean air. That's Sage Karam in the 24 Dry Reinbold car. Unbranded as of yet. One of, I think, 3 black cars that are largely bare of sponsor logos at this point, along with Ed Carpenter and Cody Ware.
And Sage Karam and Felix Rosenquist's car is still, it's painted a little bit more in the McLaren colors, but I believe they've announced Views as a sponsor. I don't know if that includes the Indy 500. And it's possible they've just recently finished preparing this car. Speak to that a little bit. What teams do that have the time and resources to prepare an Indy 500 car compared to preparing a car for another event?
Well, you have multiple chassis typically on your full-time teams. 2 back in the day, 3 or sometimes even 4 per driver. But generally teams are going to run 2 per driver, and you'll have a backup car, but chances are it sits in road course configuration ready to go to Barber and would have to be converted if they needed it here at the Speedway.
Let's check in with Marty.
Kevin, lunch break time for the Rahal Letterman Lanigan Group with Graham Rahal. Very happy. Yes, Townsend, he is happy with his race car. So let's chat about it. Is it as good as it looks on paper right now, Graham?
Yeah, she's good. She's definitely fast, which is a great sign. You know, it's early, but it feels good to have a car that it's got good pace for sure. You know, I think we were just kind of sticking to our test list of aerodynamic items to get this day going. You know, and now we're just going back to reset completely, just go to race running the rest of the day. But, you know, she definitely has some good pace to her. So United Rentals boys done an excellent job building this car. This is the first time she's ever seen the track, so it's been good.
How trimmed out were you, though, Graham, on those runs? How trimmed out was the car?
She was pretty much there. I mean, there is a bunch more trimming that can be done, but what you're trying to look at is, basically with the new components they allow us to use, the strakes, sidewalls, you have the filler in the floor, in the front of the floor, even the barge boards in the front, which we haven't used yet. What combination of those things equals the most downforce with the least drag? What we ran last year, you could see a lot of guys put in one good one and then it'd fall off the face. So now you need to see with all these new combinations what works. And I think we've tried to maximize that.
Session started, it wasn't very windy. Now it's picked up immediately, so a lot of wind this afternoon. How much pack running will we see, you think, this afternoon?
I think a lot, because again, as I just said, you have all these new aerodynamic components, and we need to see what they do in traffic too, and it's good for IndyCar to get their knowledge. Even it affects Texas, right? The combinations right now are very similar, so we need to figure out what it'll do, be able to go from there. But on our side, I think we've checked off our early test list. Now we'll just go race running, hopefully be able to get together as a team around 3 o'clock, just do a few long runs.
Graham's going to go grab some lunch with the rest of the team, Townsend, but they were very happy with the car. But you heard him say everybody's trimmed out as he wanted it to be right now. They could go a little bit further, but that was about as far as he was going to go today.
So I guess I'm going to call that a qual sim at this boost, or is that as just trimmed out as he wants to be for race running? I'm not sure. Because if you look at his no-toe speed, he's in a different planet altogether at 221.9. Most of the cars that we've seen in what we think is sort of a race configuration, we're seeing maybe 219, but really most cars in that kind of high 218, 219 range.
Pato O'Ward just went to third quick on the chart at 224, 269. I think I saw Colton Herta jump up to 6 quick overall as teams are finding more speed and getting a little bit more aggressive. We continue to watch the on-track action and answer some of your questions via Twitter as well. And the hashtag is, I forgot.
Hey!
Happy birthday.
Wow.
Huh. Thanks, Alex.
A little quiet on the self-indulgent over there, Kaylee.
Keeping it on the down low.
Well, happy birthday, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Wow.
How else would you want to spend it than at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
What's going on tonight?
Day.
Do I need to reschedule my flight? At least we had a nice dinner last night.
We did have a good dinner last night.
Downtown on Massachusetts Avenue.
Downtown is starting to come back to life, hoping as we move forward in this process, by the time we get to the end of May, things are looking a little closer to normal.
Had a chance to enjoy the new Bottle Works Hotel in Indianapolis, the former Coca-Cola bottling plant, restored and refreshed in all its glory, converted to a hotel now. Super cool space, and there's a bunch of new restaurants and all kinds of lifestyle that's popping up around that end of Mass Ave.
So I live here and I just don't get out very much, and I find new restaurants every time that I'm not familiar with. So back in the day, I spent a little bit more time downtown. Now we all work from home, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully those days are close to coming to an end. Certainly looking forward to what sounds like will be lots of fans here in Indianapolis. I don't think any official declarations have been made, but if the current trajectory holds true, it'll be awfully fun to see the greatest fans in racing enjoying the greatest spectacle in racing with all of us. So it's hard to see this place empty last year, but I just get the feeling it's going to be a big celebration come Sunday.
We might hear from the governor of Indiana here on this program a little bit later on, I think. Now, we understand governor's schedules sometimes change, but he is tentatively scheduled to be here today and to join Marty downstairs at some point. So I don't know that he's going to give us the exact answer today, but it doesn't hurt Marty to ask, hey, where do things stand right now? Yeah, give it a go. Can you get the mayor here as well?
Yeah, he should be coming here shortly. Hey, Townsend, real quick, I did check in with Graham. To ask your question, is it as far as you can go at this boost level in qualifying term, or what was it? He said, I don't know if I can put a term on it. He said, I'm really just kind of verifying what we saw in the wind tunnel. Is that real? Is it not real? And he said everything that they're trying so many different configurations that it would be hard to say. But he said, to answer your question more specifically, he said, if I was to go qualifying right now, I would take more downforce off of it to go qualifying. If that answers your question.
Thanks, Marty. See Tony Kanaan back there in the 48 American Legion car, drafted up on the 60 of Jack Harvey. Didn't get particularly close, and you'll see this a lot in practice. If it doesn't quite feel optimal, or suboptimal, as we like to say, bring it to pit lane and make some changes. Slow car down the front straightaway. That's Will Power in the 12, and another example of a clean track, and it wouldn't surprise me if this is a race start sim or a qual sim or a gearing check or engine mapping work with Chevrolet for a full pull from slow speed all the way up through the gears. But either way, Will Power and Team Penske taking advantage of a fairly clean track. Just Marco Andretti and Simon Pagenaud share the space right now. Yellow's out.
Caution on the track, and despite some sunshine in the area, we've got a little bit of moisture, we are told. So hoping for a brief caution, because last look at the radar still looked pretty good, but it is more cloudy than it has been. There's a bit of a look at the Indianapolis skyline. So where are we? That's looking west there from that vantage point. That's looking to the northeast. Here's your radar. A little cell coming through, and then just little spots. And that's the unfortunate challenge of predicting weather in Indianapolis, is that things just pop up a lot. I'm sure it's that way around the country, but it always seems to be more unpredictable in Indiana.
It looked like it was sort of clustering out there over Eminence. Saying that right?
Where?
It's a small town. Can we go back to the radar again? This is my favorite part about weather radar.
We taught you Trafalgar yesterday. I don't know.
Eminence.
Where is this?
Eminence.
Eminence. Okay.
Am I reading that right? Eminence. Maybe that's a newly named town. Eminem. Maybe he's from there. I'm sure we'll get somebody on Twitter to help us pronounce that. Love to learn a little more about Eminence or thereabouts as some power washing continues. The maintenance never stops here at IMS. Doug Bowles and his whole team do such a wonderful job. When you come here, I mean, Kevin, you and I go to racetracks all year long. You go through the tunnel here, it's a different experience.
Yeah.
It's just on a next level. Whether it's the pagoda, the grandstands, all the improvements that Penske Entertainment has made at this grand facility, and all of the history that hasn't changed, just the look of that main grandstand and the roof overhang that we've seen here for so many years. It's just a great feeling. Whether it's practice, qualifying, race day, no matter what your role is, mowing the lawn, driving the car, sitting in the fans, having a beer with your friends, this place is special, and it never gets old for me.
112 years old. Now, most of the structure has changed, but the 2.5-mile oval is still the same. Another question via Twitter for Townsend. Miss you and your one-off Indy rides. Any hope for more in the future? If you had one to do over at Indy, one moment that you could take back and relive, what is it and why? Or if you prefer, share your favorite Indy moment. Maybe the last part of the question is a little more enjoyable than what you'd like to have back.
A lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
I miss doing the Indy one-offs. I love doing the broadcasting now. It is a completely different experience coming here as a broadcaster. And quite frankly, I get to enjoy this event a whole lot more. But when I watch these cars out there and, just hearing Graham Rahal talk about drag and downforce and, he's got a fast car and that buzz and excitement and optimism in practice, I miss all of that, absolutely. And there's no greater feeling than driving an IndyCar at its limits on this track. Because let's not forget, this is what these cars were built to do first and foremost. And this is hand in glove, I always say. But, yeah, I miss it. And you never know. We hear 900, 1,000 horsepower potentially in the future. That may or may not tempt me to come back down and get a taste of that, because I'm always big on power to weight.
What? Does Heather have Peacock?
She does not.
Okay.
She does not.
So that's clear.
But in terms of one I'd like to have back, I've never won this race, and I had some good runs, but certainly my last run with Andretti was a good one. Had a great race car. It all went south on pit lane in a very unfortunate situation.
Mikey
but when
B
I
with
tried
the
to become
question.
the 6, if someone put up the money required and they said, Townsend, we've got the 6 Andretti car, it's waiting, it's prepared, it's ready to go, and it was funded,
yeah,
I'd have to think about it.
Sure.
I would have to think about it. And if I even came
Marty,
close to the car, it'd be game over.
let's get to work. Let's get to work on
Here's
a program.
Here's a guy who didn't have to think about it very long.
Yeah.
James Hinchcliffe.
Kevin.
Up in the booth briefly, Marty.
Kevin. You and I have enough sponsorship responsibilities with our kids.
No, I'm not talking about us getting work. I'm
I
saying
thought
just
you meant us
spread
selling
the
the
word.
sponsorship.
No.
I like where you're going with this, Marty.
No. He's the best in the business, Kevin. Let him find his own sponsorship, right?
Oh, please.
No, that's what he doesn't want to have to do that. If someone else is going to provide it, just hire the driver. Ready-made seats. That's the dream
Hitch
right there.
didn't hesitate much when that Andretti car came available full season for him.
No,
He took one look at TV Life and said, yeah, I think I'll put that on hold for a while.
He decided being a pit reporter was not what he really needed to do right now in life.
Pit reporter's special breed. It's not easy. That's probably got to be the hardest job in TV, certainly on the racing side. Pit reporter.
So when you guys get sit down there, that belt pack gets a little bit heavy, doesn't it?
What is the distance between cars for it to be considered a tow? Great question, Jeremy. Debatable, depending on the engineer that you ask. But when we reference no tow speeds, I think it's 10 seconds.
That's the number that was coming to mind.
I think it's 10 seconds. We'll venture to confirm that. But some teams, Jeremy, will filter for 8 seconds, 10 seconds, sometimes even 14 seconds. You get what's called the swirl effect. At least that's the great myth we've all bought into for years here, which is that even if you're 15 seconds behind the next car, that more than one car here at Indy can generate just a little bit of a vortex effect, which would make sense, that there's a bit of a swirl that's helping you even if you're not within that 10-second number. The simple answer is every inch back that you are from that car, the less the effect of the tow is. So
what's the ideal space? A couple of seconds back? A second?
Ideal in terms of producing a big lap time.
Yeah, to get the biggest lap
you
time.
need a run, right? Because you're closing constantly. If you're getting a tow and your car handles well in the corners and turbulent air, you're closing on that car. So I would say that you want to be at full song, probably about 2 seconds back to start the lap would be my guess, and then the next 2 or 3 laps are going to be really good.
Okay, I'm told officially IndyCar measures it at 7 seconds.
There you go.
But like you said, I've had drivers tell me basically this way: if you
get
around turn 4 and you see one entering turn 1 ahead of you, then you're getting some gain.
Yep.
Not very much at that point, but some gain if you can see it ahead of you.
And you see it on your lights. So at the top of the steering wheel, you have shift lights that represent predetermined rev limits where the lights come on, and so you'll notice right away that you're getting your lights earlier at corner exit, therefore getting more revs, which means obviously carrying more speed.
You saw there for a moment the Beretta Autosport team and a couple of ladies getting some pit stop practice. They are still auditioning pit crew members for what they want to do for the month of May. So it looked like 3 of the 4 females there servicing Simona Di Silvestro.
I'm going to assume there's a pit stop competition coming back this year. Be cool to see those ladies compete.
Yeah. Here's what we have coming up in IndyCar this year, starting next weekend at Barber Motorsports Park. The season, in many ways, effectively is starting right now, and it's pretty much every weekend with just one weekend off in early May, one weekend off in early June. Doubleheader involved there. IMSA is also involved in that Detroit weekend. Second half of the schedule, 4th of July celebration between Columbus and Cleveland at Mid-Ohio. Brand new event, the streets of Nashville, Tennessee, downtown Nashville. This is not the Oval, 45 minutes outside of town. This is downtown, starting around the football stadium, over a bridge, and back. You've got the nightlife of Nashville.
And then finishing off on the West Coast, I'll be looking forward to having you all out there for 3 weeks on the trot. Portland, Laguna, Long Beach. No better way, in my humble opinion, than to finish up at the Long Beach Grand Prix. I wonder if that'll become a mainstay on the schedule. It's such a great time of year. Generally no threat of rain. Weather's perfect.
It'd be interesting to ask Jim McCallion about that. My guess is he says we've got date equity in April and we want to get back there. But do you lose that date equity after it's been gone for a couple of years?
But if you get a huge crowd and a ton of corporate support and everybody feeling great and excited, why not? Long Beach, I'll bet on that little survey on Twitter of the 4 IndyCar majors, I'll bet outside of the Indy 500, of course, I'll bet Long Beach populates more than any other option.
And when you think about what IndyCar would like to have, this has been kind of kicked around internally over the years. You'd like to see your last race of the season have a certain vibe. You know, and frankly, you'd like to have a location where you can do a championship celebration where all of the team's sponsors and partners can come out together. It's pretty easy sell for Southern California, no matter what time of year it is. It's probably something to consider, and you get a chance to try it. A few years ago, there was a consulting group that was tasked by IndyCar to make some recommendations, and one of their recommendations was moving Long Beach to the fall, and that was met with, oh, that's egregious. You can't consider doing that. Well, because of circumstances, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So you do get a look at it, and while I would say it's not likely, you never know. You never know.
I would say, if possible, let's see how it plays out, and then make that passionate plea if it's warranted. But I can't see why it wouldn't be successful at that time of year.
That's an event I think is going to be successful wherever you put it. So
I should hope so.
And you've got local authorities when you're talking about a street race and a lot of factors involved. But it's a good topic of discussion. So we're going to go back to green, by the way, I think in just about 2 minutes. Yeah, the yellow flag is furled on the yard of bricks.
Yeah, I know.
We got into Barry Wanzer and Alex Palou chatting a little bit. We were going to eavesdrop there.
One of our strategic initiatives for the season.
We go all together?
Don't tell them.
Okay.
Back to green in less than a minute.
Alex Palou looking focused, serious, confident. Sits 4th at a 224.1. Scott Dixon, his teammate, 224.7.
Green again with Will Power leading Scott McLaughlin off pit lane. Marco Andretti. And then I think that 4th car was Felix Rosenquist.
I think it was Pato Award in the 5, yes. Award in the 5.
You see the side pod.
48, Tony Kanaan. See the 06 of Castro Neves. Marcus Ericsson in the 8. And a lot more coming out behind them. This will be fun. This might be our biggest pack so far on the track.
Top speed, Connor Daly, 224.790. Then Scott Dixon, Pato Award, Alex Palou, Simon Pagenaud, Colton Herta, Ed Carpenter, Graham Rahal, Elio Castroneves, Scott McLaughlin, the top 10. In this session, we have had 28 cars, so that's since a little after 11 a.m. They erased the times from the earlier sessions, and those others are Juan Pablo Montoya, who we saw this morning, and then the 2 true rookies that needed to finish up ROP, Cody Ware and Pietro Fittipaldi. So all 31 cars that we're going to see today have been on track today. The 32nd is Rinus VeeKay, who crashed in the opening moments of practice yesterday. They will not be able to get that primary repaired in time today. VeeKay will not participate today. The backup car is prepared for the road course season opening event next weekend at Barber, and they will leave it in road course trim. So as we watch Will Power now on track, working up to speed, let's revisit his win here at Indianapolis. And it was one of many strong runs for Will Power at the 500. In 2018, he finished it off. He had finished second in 2015, fifth back in 2009. And, I mentioned I was here for the reactions from David Letterman, even more so for Will Power.
The best ever. I mean, I love that for its just unfiltered, raw passion, the desire. There's a fierce fire burning in Will Power 24/7.
There's some intensity there.
And it was bottled up that day, and it just let loose, and it says it all.
Do you remember the radio call or his radio feedback to the team about showing me respect? Just kind of answering critics. Yes. And we might have missed a couple of words in there.
I wonder if we can roll that for Peacock. What sort of latitude does Peacock afford us?
I think we're still a family program as much as we can be.
There's a little bit of action here with Marco Andretti, his old teammate Tony Kanaan with Ganassi. Marco came out of the pits with Scott McLaughlin, Ed Jones. I think Ed Carpenter's in this mix, so maybe a little too early. Once again, Tony Kanaan kind of out and right back in for more changes. So I get the sense that maybe Kanaan's not entirely happy with, or maybe not at all happy with the handling of the 10 car. I might be reading into that too much, but it's the second time now we've seen Kanaan in traffic opt out early and come to pit lane for more changes, and that's what experience will do for you. No sense wasting laps and wasting time. If you've got to read, you've got to feel, come back in and keep working on it, keep learning.
Check this out, Townsend. Watch Scott McLaughlin in that yellow Pennzoil Penske right ahead of Santino Ferrucci. I'm told we're going to see, pushing up a little bit there. And then Ferrucci closing at a high rate of speed.
Well, was that Ferrucci? Or was that Kanaan?
Oh, that's Kanaan. Okay. Yeah. Another white and blue car. So that's maybe why.
In the white and red.
Yeah.
So I think McLaughlin checking up at the exit of turn 4 caught up Tony Kanaan a little bit.
Maybe that's why Kanaan pitted quickly.
Every year you end up with situations like that, and it's usually with an inexperienced driver that sometimes just doesn't know how careful you have to be about when and how you lift and how you work with your spotters. Sometimes we're lulled into forgetting just how fast these cars are going. 220, 225 on the straights, maybe 215 to 220 in the corners. And if somebody checks up like that, you can very easily wind up in big trouble with the unexpected situation. And that's the big risk in practice, is assuming that the car in front is just going to continue at race pace. And, sometimes maybe McLaughlin got a call on radio like, hey, let's back up a little bit and just see if we can do a run on our own. And he just jumps out of the throttle. You always have to be aware. The spotters have to be aware, because I've seen things go wrong before where it's just an unexpected situation for another driver that assumes that he knows what the driver in front is going to do.
When something does happen ahead and you've got to get out of it, is it, one, does even lifting upset the balance of the car and put you in peril? And two, if you need to do more than lift, are you at risk if you hit the brakes of losing control of the car?
Lifting depends on what kind of balance you're dealing with, but if an aggressive lift with a car that's pretty positive or a little bit free on old tires, that can get you in trouble. Getting on the brakes for sure, that can create issues, because remember, you're running your brake bias, as we see a replay here of Santino Ferrucci coming off turn 2. And that's just Santino. So what he's doing there is just indicating with unusual authority that he's coming to pit lane, especially with nobody behind him. But that's the protocol for signaling to a driver behind that you're coming to the pits. Although, Santino, you don't have to go all the way down onto the dust there. Just a little tickle of the white line. They'll get the message. But I guess better to be safe than sorry. But with the brake pedal, Kevin, don't forget that everybody's going to optimize their braking for, certainly during the race, for braking at the limit going to pit speed line. And that might not be the right brake bias percentage for woeing the car up in an emergency in a race situation. So that's where you've seen issues in the past. If you recall, I think Askew and Spencer Piggott last year crashing off of turn 4 when there was something going on in front of them. Sometimes that rear brake bias that you need to get to pit lane is suboptimal for a race emergency situation. As Pato O'Ward, man, this looks like the best car I've seen so far in the limited practice running in traffic. Pato O'Ward drafting up on Ed Carpenter and easily passing into turn 3.
By the way, got more confirmation going back to our no-tow report. So Russ Thompson, our statistician, I knew I shouldn't have trusted social media for that, but he said, okay, it was 7 seconds, but now it is back to 10 seconds. So our original guess was correct, Townsend. IndyCar measures the no-tow report based on 10 seconds. Ed Carpenter, Juan Pablo Montoya, Ed Jones on screen. Did Ed Jones just move up to that number where he's at, 6th on the timesheet not too long ago?
3.9 for Jones. His last lap was a
last
2:18.8.
Herta, I know, has bumped into the top 5. He was not there last I looked. He's 4th. So we've got a Chevy, Honda, Chevy, 3 Hondas, a couple of Chevys, 3 more Hondas, the top 11 so far.
Pretty nice mix.
Santino Ferrucci. No, that's Simone Dupont-Sastro. Red and white car. That's what this practice sessions are for, so the broadcasters can learn what the cars look like.
It's good practice for sure.
Nice toe there for Ed Carpenter. Can't get around Pato O'Ward. All right, so I need to see Simona and Santino's cars side by side.
Simona continues to crank out the laps here. Currently sits just off our screen there, 26. Fast time of 2:21.0, but she did a lot of laps yesterday, 27 laps total today.
All right, we've had some questions about what the month of May might look like, and just basically a couple of dignitaries are downstairs where we can find Marty Snyder with a couple of VIP guests. Take it away, Marty.
Indeed, Governor Eric Holcomb and also the president of IMS, Doug Bowles. So it's good to see you guys. I gotta ask you, Governor. I mean, could you pick a better 2-month run for the state of Indiana? I mean, you had the entire NCAA tournament in town here in Indianapolis, and then now open testing, and then of course the month of May, which everybody looks forward to with the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. And it used to be just the month of May. Now it's March through all of May and beyond. But just to hear the cars going around the track is pretty special.
I tell you what's fun, Doug, is to watch his face just walking around. I saw you guys walking around. He's like a kid who got a day off of school. He is having so much fun out here.
Well, we're pretty fortunate. We have a governor that loves our sport. Yeah. You know, he grew up with Tim Cindric, so he's got a little bit in his blood. And actually, we drove over here from the admin building. I said, hey, do you want to drive the manual Camaro? And he said, absolutely. So, yeah, and then as soon as we got out, just watching him smile, we had to drag him back here. He wanted to go down pit lane instead of come here first. So it's fun to have a governor who understands not just the sport, but what it also means to our community from an economic development side, and it's been a lot of fun to work with the governor over the last couple of years.
It's awesome, Governor, to hear the cars on the track, because I can see the smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up, and we would host picnics when I was a little guy. We would host picnics in neighbors' garages over on the west side, and you could hear it and listen to it on the radio, and then to hear that very same sound that can be intimidating when you're up close and personal.
Yeah, right.
But no, it gives us a lot of hope that we're going to put some fans in the stands.
This is what IMS does, but I want to ask you before we get to the fans in the stands question about the vaccination, the activity that's been going on here at IMS. What an amazing effort, and what a great use of the venue. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how it all came together, but just the sheer numbers of people that are coming through to be vaccinated at the Speedway.
Yeah, tens of thousands, obviously, and from a personal note, I think technically, Doug, I can say that I held the pole position on one day at the greatest spectacle of vaccination on planet Earth. And I'm going to hold on to that.
That's
well, and if that's the case,
Doug was the driver.
I was the middle of the front row because I got to be number 2.
I'm sure you had a little nerves on that driving him,
absolutely.
He was the driver, but no, just to see the teamwork that was occurring with the IMS, with the Indiana State Department of Health, with the Indiana National Guard, with IU Health, just getting at it. That was like watching one ginormous pit crew take care and save lives. People risk their lives out here at these races. We're saving lives because of the tens of thousands, both in March and now throughout April.
It's amazing, Doug. I mean, that is truly community, right? That's what it's about, and that's why IMS is willing to do something like that.
Last year, for everybody, it was about community, right? We've all done all kinds of things that we didn't know we were going to do leading into 2020, and we had to pivot a little bit. And, Mark Miles reached out to the governor, I think, in December when we knew that we were going to start getting all of these vaccination doses and said, hey, if the Indianapolis Motor Speedway can ever do anything, and the moment you guys had enough doses coming. We did 4 days here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 16,000 plus people came through and we raised our hands, hey, we'll do it again. We're going to get close to 100,000 people done here in April. And really, the governor and I aren't doing anything but promoting it. It's our staff. We've got an amazing State Board of Health group of folks, as you mentioned, the National Guard, IU Health, Dan Skyver, and the entire Indianapolis Motor Speedway team that are here 24 hours a day really making it happen. And we just get to go on and say, hey, guys, ourshot.in.gov, you can do it here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I looked this morning, and really from April 23rd on, there's still openings here at the Speedway. One shot was really simple. We both did fine.
That's what I was going to ask you. There's still time, Governor, to sign up.
There's still time, and that's the race we got to win, and this is the way we win it. So, I can't tell you the countless selfie photos I've received from folks all over the state of Indiana, counties far from here, and folks that said, I want to go to a globally recognized, iconic venue to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
It's an experience, and it's one that's going to ultimately get us through this.
Which leads us to the month of May, and I know everyone wants to see full grandstands. When will we find out how many people can be here, Governor?
Well,
I'm going to cover for the governor on this one.
Pitch.
From our standpoint, we've been working really closely with the state. We couldn't ask for a better partner. Obviously, the governor wants as many people here in the venue as possible. We're also working with the city of Indianapolis. The metrics in the state of Indiana are up a little bit from where they were maybe a few weeks ago, but still are in a much better place than where we were a year ago. All these vaccinations coming on board. We're really confident we're beginning to make those plans. I think you're still looking at a couple weeks before we know exactly what things look like, but we're really confident. I mean, Roger is 100% focused on as many fans in the stands as we can have, and we don't want to do a second year without fans, and that's why we're focused on it. So we're going to get it. We're going to have fans here. All the protocols and all those other pieces, I think, are just going to be the next couple weeks before we know how that's going to work.
It's just like the race, Marty. I mean, we'll be part of calling the strategy for the race to get vaccinated, and just like my buddy Tim will call the race strategy for Joseph Newgarden come Memorial Day and the race. But this is a team effort, and it's like I said, one big pit crew. A lot of data will be crunched, and we'll make the responsible decisions together.
So as a Hoosier, how much does the state and the city need this to have fans in the stands? And we've talked to all the drivers, and they're like, man, we love 2020 and that we're able to run a race, but we want to see those fans back in the stands.
Well, it'll just put a lot of joy in people's hearts.
Sure.
And to know that we can do things, to know that we can continue to pull off. It's in our DNA. There's thousands of volunteers that come to this race and other races that are held here, proving that it can be done in a very safe way. So it will mean a lot.
So is it going to be a normal, you think, looking sort of week, Doug? I mean, with Carb Day and all of that, is that the hope and the aspiration to have Carb Day back and all of those things?
So I think if we were prioritizing things, the most important thing is to have the Indianapolis 500, the race itself, with as many people as want to be here. That's really what we're focused on right now. So all of the other things, I think we're still going to have people here for practice and qualifying and those pieces as well, but our real focus is on what's race day look like, where we can get as many people as possible that want to be here and do it in a responsible way. So we're worried about the other ancillary events really more after we determine how does the Indy 500 look. We want a normal May. There's probably going to be some challenges here to have a normal May in 2022. Sure. Definitely, 2021, definitely in 2022 we're going to have that. But the focus, and I think our fans would agree, the focus is on race day, May 30th, and that's totally what we're focused on right now.
Kevin Lee and Townsend Bell are listening in, so go ahead, guys. I'm sure you have questions for Doug and the governor.
Yeah, Marty, Governor, Doug, welcome as Townsend up here in the NBC Peacock booth. I'm just curious, as we watch a split screen with cars on the racetrack and race teams monitoring data, in your world, data must play a huge factor into this decision about where we end up crowd-wise. What sort of data are you tracking? What kind of thresholds are you hoping to see? Put ourselves in your shoes in terms of trusting the facts. What kind of data streams are you guys monitoring on a regular basis to help you make that decision?
Well, the state, like we do with various events, whether it was March Madness, basketball games in various venues all over the state of Indiana, including Tippecanoe County and Monroe County at the very outset. But we look at what leads and drives the slope of the positivity rate. That has to do with hospitalizations, that has to do with the deaths, that has to do with the spread. And it has it plateaued or not, and where you are on the slope. And so there, again, every county, 92 counties in the state of Indiana, we're monitoring what's happening on a daily basis. Not just because Daly's in #1 slot right now, but on a daily basis. And then we share that with community leaders and elected officials, local departments of health, figure out what's on the horizon, event-wise, et cetera. And it's one elaborate equation that ultimately guides us with the results.
Kevin, you have one, or are you good?
I think like Doug, the governor, like me, also from the area, so we've all been pretty blessed to get pretty cool access here, and I suspect you get better access than I do. What's that like, someone who grew up just a few miles here from the Speedway? Now you get a job, which has a few perks. Is this probably pretty high on the list?
There's
Being
none
the governor,
higher.
and this is the hometown event?
There's none higher. Doug knows this.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I've ever shared this publicly, but this is where I come for my birthday. And Doug, it's right around the corner.
Don't worry.
It's creeping up on us. But no, this is just a very special place because of so many memories. Again, I talked about when I was a little guy, in the garage and with our picnics. Would move around the neighborhood. Someone would host it one year, and so I can just remember that the voice literally on the calling the race, and then to as I grew up and to come out for Carb Day. Don't tell my teachers, but to come out to
as long as you don't tell mine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they were here too, by the way. But and then to since I think I was in the military, so I was overseas for a stint, missed some, but I've been on a streak since I think about 2003. I haven't missed any until last year, and that was not because of my own doing.
You didn't get my proclamation. You're all good. The streak continues.
Clear.
Yeah,
You're
so
shape. You want.
It doesn't get any better than this.
And I'm being told that you've had a chance to shoot hoops. We're Indiana kids, and your buddy Tim Cindric was a high school basketball star at Pike, but you have shot hoops on the Yard of Bricks? I've not done that.
I have. I've made, by the way, there's a distinction here, not just shot, but made a basket in all 92 counties, including at the IMS on the Yard of Bricks.
That is a cool fact.
So we actually surprised the governor for his birthday last year. No, not last year. It was 2 years ago, I think. We've done these fun birthday things, and we brought him out. He knew he was coming out for his birthday, but he didn't know we'd have a basketball goal on the Yard of Bricks, plus Quinn Buckner. Yeah. And you got to shoot around on the Yard of Bricks, which was a lot of fun.
That's pretty cool stuff. So I have one for you guys. Do you allow yourselves to be fans and pull for your favorite drivers? So yours will be Joseph Newgardens. Yours is Connor Daly, your stepson. But so, you've got to have an official role, right? You're the governor, you're the president of IMS, but do you allow yourself to be a fan, for you a dad, and for you to pull for the guy who was your best friend growing up, who's calling the shots for Joseph Newgarden?
It's impossible not to be. I mean, it's just who we are.
Right.
And growing up so close to it and attending so many different functions, whether they're formal or not, I'm here all day of the race entertaining, and you make a lot of special memories. I was with the Consul General to Japan, from Japan, when Sato won. And I've never seen anyone jump 3 feet up in the air when that occurred. I was with, actually, my counterparts from the Le Mans region when Simon Pagenaud won, and then down in the winner's circle, and got to take her to her countryman's victory, which it just doesn't get any better than that. Or, you know, the first 30 minutes before the race, and just reminds us of, you know, our patriotic duty to our nation. And then again, when you're here now, knowing that all the vaccinations that have occurred right here, with the assistance of the Indiana National Guard, again, pretty special.
Pretty cool. What about you, Dad?
You know, obviously I have a favorite, right? I mean, just having watched Connor grow up and just be successful in Europe and then come back here and have a great career. So it obviously, without a doubt, my favorite race car ever. Unfortunately, I'm going to see maybe 10 laps on race day. Yeah. We spend most of our time working. I'm a promoter. But just like the 300,000 plus people who sit here, I'm a fan first. And so that's why I think I focus so much on not watching the race, but making sure the experience for all those people in the grandstands is the experience that they expect at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And some of them, or for most of them actually, that's their only racing experience all year long, is coming to the Indianapolis 500. They don't watch another race the rest of the year. So I really try and stay focused on that. In fact, I also really try and go out of my way to make sure that people don't think that because Connor Daly's my stepson, he gets some preferential treatment, which sometimes drives my wife crazy because she thinks I'm a little too reserved in my outspokenness for wanting him to win the Indianapolis 500. But as a promoter, you know, to have a kid like Connor Daly, grew up in Central Indiana, to have him win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, sort of like an Ed Carpenter winning, right? One of those two guys, sentimental favorites. I'm a fan of all the drivers, but, you know, TK, Marco Andretti, Elio Castroneves, Alexander Rossi. I mean, we have some great personalities in this sport. It's really easy for us as fans to like more than just one person. I just happen to love one of them, right? And he's a little more special than the others.
Well, it is fun hanging out with both of you. And let me say on behalf of all race fans around the world, thank you guys for the hard work. I mean, I know you guys are putting in work. You guys went overtime to make sure there was a 2020 or 2020 500, and now in 2021 to make sure there are fans here. We appreciate the work you guys are putting in to do that.
Yeah, and Grand Prix and Brickyard and all the other races. That obviously this is the royalty of racing, but it's great to hear the sound of the engines roar.
We're thrilled. You know, we're disappointed we couldn't have fans here, but we felt like the best thing to do, as I said when I answered earlier, it's about May 30th. It's about making sure that when we open up for practice that we can have people here, and more importantly that when gates open on May 30th, fans who had a proclamation that said they could keep their streak going, can walk back in and go, oh my gosh, I love this place. Rogers allowed us to do so much in this facility in the last year that people haven't gotten to see. We're going to have fans here. I want them to see it here in a few weeks.
And the place has never looked better.
There you go. That is very true, and it's terrific to see both of you guys. Cannot wait. Makes me fired up to hang out with these guys for the 105th running at the Indianapolis 500, Kevin.
Hey, Marty, it's my birthday today, but Doug does not need to put a hoop at the Yard of Bricks because I think we're busy.
Well,
we're busy today.
A little bit of chicane down the front stretch. Right?
No, I'm not interested in being the chicane.
605, you can shoot hoops on the Brickyard or in the Yard of Bricks, Kevin. Come on.
All right, thanks, guys. We saw it there while you guys were chatting, and this is Indiana weather. We saw a pretty decent rain shower there for just a moment, and then 2 minutes later, the sun is back out, so we are on what we think will be a brief delay. And here's what we've seen in a session, really 3 sessions today that started at 9 a.m., rookie orientation, finishing up veteran refresher courses, then an hour for just the veterans that went out yesterday, and now everyone on the track since shortly after 11, the fastest. Just like yesterday in the veteran session, Connor Daly at under 225 miles per hour, followed by the 6-time champ, Scott Dixon. Patricio Award, Pato Award third quick, Colton Herta, Alex Palou, Ed Jones, Simon Pagenaud, Ed Carpenter, Santino Ferrucci, and his teammate Graham Rahal, the top 10. Along with Marty Snyder and Townsend Bell, I'm Kevin Lee, and we welcome Charlie Kimball to the booth, who's going to be joining us for much of the rest of the afternoon. I believe 10 Indy 500 starts to your name.
That's right, yep.
Looking for number 11. Still an active race car driver. He's not quitting to join the broadcast booth at this point, but happy to have you along to chat with today. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a very different perspective up here on the 9th floor than it is even in the spotter stand in turn 1 where I spent some time yesterday, down on pit lane, in the race car headed down the front straight here at IMS.
Have you been up to the booth here before in the 9th floor?
Not this high. I snuck up, don't tell Doug, but I snuck up to the roof of the pagoda once, one evening, and looked at, over downtown.
That's pretty cool.
And the lights of Indianapolis, especially standing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You could obviously, in that interview with the governor and with Doug, hear their passion, hear their love for this facility and this part of central Indiana. My wife and I moved here over a decade ago. We call ourselves Californian Hoosiers because our roots are out there, but we've grown here. We love this city. We love this racetrack. And I think both Doug and the governor spoke about how it didn't feel quite right last year when it was empty. And I hope that we get to fill it with the beating heart of this place, the fans.
No doubt about it, Charlie. But let's talk race cars for a second. What do you see so far? You've been here 10 times. You've been watching intently, waiting for your chance to practice up. We'll get to that in a second. But what are your observations so far as, close to 30 cars have been on the track? 30 cars exactly, in fact, so far.
Well, I think the people you would expect to be really good around here, the guys that have won multiple races, Helio Castroneves, Juan Pablo Montoya, Scott Dixon, looked really comfortable even from their first laps in the refreshers. Guys like Helio and Juan, you wouldn't expect to be an ROP in refreshers, but standing in turn one, if all the cars were black and all the helmets were black and there were no numbers, I could have picked those two guys out of the hat because of the smoothness, the confidence, the calmness that they approach this racetrack with. And it looks slow as they go through the corners, Townsend, and then you see their speed at the finish line, and it's one of the quickest out there.
Well, speaking of experienced drivers, Sebastian Bourdais went quick yesterday in practice. You'll be teaming with him at AJ Foyt Racing this year. Have you had a chance to work much with Sebastian on oval setup and have a lot of conversation about what you're going to deal with here, or is it still pretty new?
It's very new. We worked together very well at the St. Pete race at the end of last year. Both cars finishing inside the top 10, securing that leader circle for the number 14 entry at AJ Foyt Racing this year. Listening to the engineers, listening to the technical director, listening to Sebastian talk about what he wants out of the car, what it feels like, what he wants to be able to do with the car mid-corner. Especially in the race, you're not out there by yourself. You're not on an island, so you have to be able to react to incidents in front of you, guys checking up, weather conditions that change over the course of the race, over the course of the month. And so listening to what Sebastian's wanting and what I'm used to, and even talking to J.R. Hildebrand announcing that fourth car for AJ Foyt yesterday, it's been really good because at the same time we have a very fresh and young perspective with Dalton Kellett here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Is it frustrating to be up here and watch 30 cars on track? I mean, both you and JR are the only two announced, declared that are not out there right now. Is it hard to sit and watch?
Is it hard for you being up here?
I've been doing this for a few years, yeah.
It is fresh.
Yeah.
It is hard.
I mean, you've gone from racing full-time, racing part-time, now just Indy, and not just Indy, sitting here watching. Hopefully there's a limit here, Charlie, on how little driving you do. We'd like to see it go the other direction.
Well, I hope it's an elastic limit, and we've gotten there, and we're starting to get bigger from here on out. That's the goal. It is tough. I think as a competitor, as a racing driver, there's no place I feel more alive than in the cockpit of an Indy car. And the cockpit of an Indy car at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that's even brighter, even better.
Well said. That's living, no doubt.
So it's tough, but at the same time, I'm trying to learn as much as I can. Spent, like I said, some time up top yesterday.
I mean, how about this guy for inspiration?
Hey, does
Tony
he have
Kanaan?
broadcast rights? He's trying to compete with us on Twitch or something,
He's got an AirPod in. He's probably got 1 million people in Brazil watching him. I mean, this guy announced his retirement for all of about, 13 hours last year.
Well, I mean, he's a little like Michael Jordan. He maybe doesn't have the amount of championship rings. He has a championship ring. He has an Indy 500 ring, of course. Maybe doesn't have the same amount of rings as Michael Jordan. But he announced his last lap, and that last lap is just taking a couple of years.
Yeah, no doubt. Kevin, I think track's going to dry pretty quickly.
Very quickly. Yeah, it's sunny and, as you can see, windy.
That was just a refresher, the rain.
For the track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting a refresher. Why not the track?
It's basically 9 hours of activity. We need little breaks now and again just to reset and gather them all up and send them all out at the same time. We thank you for joining us today on Peacock via NBC Sports. A reminder, in case you leave us for a little while, and we hope you join us later in the day, after 2 p.m. Eastern Time, local time, it will essentially be a different program. So as we all learn how to navigate Peacock, you can choose browse and sports and upcoming programs, and you're actually going to see 2 labels for today's. There's I think it's a part 1, which we're experiencing right now, and then the 2 to 6 p.m. session is part 2. So even if you stay with us the entire time, this program is essentially going to end. There must be a limit. We don't have a 9-hour window on Peacock at this point. So this is going to end at 2 o'clock, so you just simply click over to part 2 for the day at 2 o'clock, and you can watch for the rest of the afternoon. So we invite you to do that. We thank you for joining us, and this is how you're going to access all the practice content for 2021. Indy Lights races will be live here, including both races on doubleheader weekends. And qualifying, too, is going to air live, whether it's on television or not. And races, IndyCar races, will remain on either NBC or NBCSN for 2021. And speaking of the Indy Lights broadcast, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to invite Charlie up into the booth today. He is going to be my broadcast partner for many, still to be determined, because you're still an active driver, and I know you're busy at least one weekend for the Grand Prix weekend, but you're going to be joining me next weekend in the booth at Barber. It's going to be good to have you.
Well, thank you. I'm very excited, slightly terrified, because it is very much outside my comfort zone, but I'm glad to be working alongside wonderful professionals like yourself and Katie to help teach me and lead me in the ways of the broadcast booth and how to go about it all. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've already been doing some research, watching different races from the past, looking into what's happening in the off-season for the Indy Lights. They just closed an open test down there at Barber in preparation for next week's race weekend, and lots of double headers. And they didn't race. It's a series that didn't race last year. Yeah. So I think a lot of the drivers are very itching and very motivated to get out on track and get their 21 Indy Lights program started.
And here's a look at what's coming up next weekend at Barber Motorsports Park, starting off the 2021 NTT INDYCAR Series season, and also the Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires, highlighted by the INDYCAR event coming up at 3 o'clock. You can go to INDYCAR.com and find a complete schedule of the weekend. For INDYCAR, it's a 2-day weekend, so they'll be on track on Saturday, including qualifying and racing on Sunday. I believe there's also a warm-up on Sunday morning. Now, the Road to Indy gets started on Thursday morning with USF 2000, Indy Pro 2000, and Indy Lights. Indy Lights will race once on Saturday and once again on Sunday. And you can find the times if you do a little Google search. And speaking of Indy Lights a little bit, I actually was down at spring training, Charlie, last week and talked to some of the teams at Barber, and there's a 13-car count right now. And as I kind of surveyed of who we think's going to be good and so forth, I'm legitimately getting it's 10 deep that can win races and maybe even legitimately feel like they can win the championship. It's a strong field this year.
And obviously that champion in the Indy Lights, as you see here on the screen, the previous Indy Lights championships won by these drivers that have springboarded them into an IndyCar career. And using that scholarship, it is a great way to prove to IndyCar owners that not only are you bringing some partnership and some sponsorship dollars with you, but you have what it takes to be successful. Not just one race, not just 2 races, but all season long.
And recent winners include Pato Award,
Ed Jones in 2016.
Well, and that Pato Award class in 2018 was Pato and Colton Herta. We've talked about how they're going to battle for a long time. Oliver Askew, the 2019 champion, not currently with a team. We hope and think that we're going to see Oliver get another opportunity at some point. Maybe as soon as the month of May. There's still a seat or 2 that's out there, and Oliver's name is, I'm sure, one of those being considered. He's been in a car this year. He filled in for Hinch with Andretti for one of their test days at Sebring. So certainly a really significant opportunity for young drivers to gain experience and in some cases scholarship their way up to the top. Good sign with the safety trucks circulating and sunshine on the 2.5-mile oval. We should see activity again really soon. One of the great assets and parts of these long test programs, we get a chance to go into the video archives and some of the material that we've collected here in the off-season. Content Day included our own Rutledge Woods sitting down for unique visits with some of the drivers, including Connor Daly.
Hi, I'm Pete. I'm 4 and I like dinosaurs. Is your car faster than a velociraptor?
Is my car faster than the Velociraptor?
Yeah.
I don't know. How fast does the Velociraptor go?
You know, I saw Jurassic Park, and it seemed like a Velociraptor goes faster than I could run as a human. So I feel like I'd be the first.
You're pretty slow, though.
The two of us, I'd definitely get eaten first, which is all you would need to worry about.
Yeah.
If it was chasing it, you just need to be faster than me.
I think my race car's faster.
I do, too.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Caitlin. I am 5 years old. My favorite character to drive with on Mario Kart is King Boo. What's yours?
I like the Donkey Kong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He had a good vibe.
Yeah, Donkey Kong.
Are you into any of these video games? A lot of
Man,
them?
when I was a kid, I was super into Super Smash Bros.
Yes.
On GameCube, I was always a Falcon Punch.
Did you choose racing because you weren't good at other sports?
Yes. Man, I'm trashing everything. I'm so bad at soccer. I can run with the soccer ball. I can't shoot.
Right. Which is an important component.
You know the kid in school that whenever you're in PE, and there's like, okay, there's going to be 2 teams playing soccer. I'm the last one to get picked. I was actually pretty good at football. I played football when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah. But then at the second game, I got tired of getting hit. And these guys were like 3 times my size and 3 times my weight. Man, it was so painful. I just said, you know what? This is not for me.
It is tough to have a career in football if you aren't really willing to get hit. Now, you like to be the hitter rather than the hitee, so that was Pato Award. And that's Connor Daly. We recognize the mullet with Pietro Fittipaldi. Kevin Lee, Charlie Kimball. Townsend Bell rejoins us in a few minutes. Marty Snyder is downstairs visiting with guests. Brief delay for some rain, but we should get going again really, really soon.
Yeah, and the track temp is continuing to come up with the sun out here in Indianapolis, and I think for the teams working towards that May 30th 500-mile event, one of the things that these different weather conditions in April allow the teams to do is put some tools in their toolbox for car setups based on weather conditions. Mm-hmm. You go through that week of practice, and sometimes a high-pressure system sitting over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, hopefully, and we get beautiful warm days, and then qualifying weekend, the bubble bursts, you get a cold snap, and all of a sudden you're qualifying in 60 degrees with 80-degree track temps instead of 80 degrees and 120-degree track temps. And that totally changes the feeling from the driver and what the engineers need to be doing on car setups as well as downforce aerodynamic levels. So having a day with some different weather conditions like these last 2 test days have been isn't always a bad thing.
No, it's like 2 days in one today. We started in the mid-50s this morning, and it may be pushing 80 degrees with a lot of sunshine before we're done. So the hashtag is AskIndyCar via Twitter. Questions for any of the broadcasters, or in some cases, Marty's downstairs. He might be able to go ask an authority. We have an active race car driver with us here as well. Adam says, I know it's early, but do you guys see an advantage for either Honda or Chevy so far? Does it seem about equal?
Well, as a Chevy-powered driver, I sure hope that the advantage swings towards the bow tie. It is very early, and I think one of the things that it may not be a great indication of what horsepower looks like when we come back for the race weekend is that the engines in these cars are engine number 1 for the season. And so the engines, the architecture, the tuning, the small little tweaks they do with the computers don't have all their Indy 500 stuff in them quite yet. They're still developing those on the dynos, in the shops, so that when we come back for race day, they are better prepared. And with qualifying now being at road and street course boost levels, these are the engines that will likely qualify for the Indy 500. Maybe not the engines that will go in for the race, which will be more tuned for that lower race boost level.
Do sometimes, and you mentioned the different boost level, there's a boost level for the race and most of practice, everything but Fast Friday and qualifying weekend. Do some engines have maybe more of an advantage in race boost compared to qualifying? Maybe Honda has the advantage as far as the race pace, but then when you turn it up, either the handling changes or something else. Have we seen that over the years?
You definitely have seen that. I've experienced that. There were times where all through practice it looked like one manufacturer had the edge, and then you get to Fast Friday and the first run from the other manufacturer, you go, oh, yeah, exactly. You're standing on pit lane watching the timing and scoring boards going, uh-oh, as we see my teammate Sebastian Bourdais getting ready to go out and do some more work on the car setup. At the same time, though, you hope that when they turn the boost up, you hold that advantage. And ideally, you work all year long, not just at these test days, but you work with the manufacturers in the off seasons, giving them feedback. If you hear rumors or tidbits floating around the paddock, you pass those back to try and give yourself as much advantage by giving them as much information so that they can react.
Charlie Kimball is joining us, set for his 11th Indianapolis 500, and we always have to preface this with any driver. There's going to be more than 33, so he will attempt to qualify for his 11th 500 in the number 11 Tresiba car, yes?
That's right, the number 11
Foyt Racing.
Tresiba Chevrolet for AJ Foyt Racing.
All right, he'll be joining us throughout the day today, along with Townsend Bell and Marty Snyder. I'm Kevin Lee. We expect to see the track go green in just a few minutes again here. Thanks for joining us from IMS on Peacock. And it's green again at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the Indianapolis 500 Open Test continues. Kevin Lee, Charlie Kimball, Townsend Bell, Marty Snyder on what is mostly a beautiful day in Indianapolis. We've had a couple of surprising delays for sprinkles. A little more than a sprinkle just a bit ago, but not down too long and back at it until 6 o'clock today, weather permitting. There's a look at the fastest of the day so far. Connor Daly and that sharp-looking U.S. Air Force Ed Carpenter Racing Chevrolet. And already working up to speed, we have Charlie's teammate, Sebastian Bourdais. That's one of the new looks we need to get used to. Another sharp-looking car. Rocket for A.J. Foyt Racing, the famous number 14.
Absolutely, and I don't know if you noticed there, but Sage Karam in the 24 car fed out of pit lane ahead, I believe, of Sebastian Bourdais, and then used the warm-up lane in the north end to then feed in behind Sebastian to maybe work on some traffic, work on seeing what the car felt like as it drafted up, because a lot of where those really fast lap times come from is being tucked in behind a car in front, but you have to have the car balance and the grip to be able to stay flat and really go after that big speed number.
Now, as I'm not going to say Sage is a young driver. He's still a young man, but he's done 7 Indy 500s. But even someone with the experience of Sage, would there be some value of running behind someone that's got a little bit more experience than you? Sebastian Bourdais is a 4-time champion.
Always. There's always the opportunity to gain experience when you're following a car like that. As a driver myself, I think about following anyone, even if it's a rookie, because maybe their fresh perspective is going to teach me something that I've gotten set in my way. Maybe the veterans, as the cars change, the aerodynamic packages change, the tires change, the asphalt itself wears, weather conditions. There's so many things that affect these cars at these speeds, well over 200 miles an hour, that you can always learn something, and sometimes a fresh perspective is really valuable.
Sometimes a young driver tries something different. Remember the line Carlos Munoz was taking a few years ago, and everyone said, that's not going to last, he's going to crash. That worked for Carlos for several years, and he was always fast here.
I had this exact same conversation on the spotter stand with some of the spotters in turn 1 yesterday, and I think for some drivers that line works. For others, it doesn't. You have to have the car to make that work. And sometimes on your own, you run one line, and then when there are cars in front of you, as we see this pack forming, you start to have to run a different line and explore the edges of the grip and different parts of the racetrack to be able to stay fast and stay competitive.
Those of us that don't drive still don't get how you explore grip at 220 plus miles per hour, because when you don't have the grip, you're in the wall.
Well, there are a lot of times where you don't leap running into the abyss, Kevin. You just kind of step up to the edge of the grip and you stick your toes out over the edge and you see if it hangs on. And if it does the next time, you stick your toes out a little bit. You go another inch or two. And especially here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, patience is key. You build up to it slowly, you build up to it intelligently, and with a lot of patience. I think that the theme of a young driver, any driver really, here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway needs to be patience, because that's how you build long-term success at this racetrack.
We know in qualifying, the goal is to be flat the entire time. In a session like this, not a line of 33 cars, but you could be running in traffic in a line of 3, 4, 5 cars. How much lifting is there on a lap, and where?
So usually you're trying to be as flat as possible, because that helps carry the momentum out of the even number corners, out of turn 2, out of turn 4, to set up the runs to pass on the longer straights. Ideally, you're not passing in the short chute unless it's a start or restart, you're avoiding a crash, someone's gotten it way wrong. But you do some lifting, especially into turn 1. I think one of the tips and one of the kind of wily tricks that the veterans, they lift down the straights to then try and stay flat at one end to carry the momentum out of turn 2. So you're lifting right around the yard of bricks so that then you can stay flat through 1, through 2, keep the car stable. Because when you lift, the car moves and it changes the aerodynamic load, it changes the feeling in the cockpit. And so if you can stay flat, you adjust your speed coming out of turn 4 to then pass into turn 3 the next time.
And does that apply even more if you're trailing someone trying to set up a pass? If you know you're not going to get him by 1, might as well lift early so you can get back on the gas sooner and potentially set up the pass down to turn 3.
100%.
Okay.
Now you have to judge that. Again, all of this happening well over 225 miles an hour. You have to judge that with the run the car behind you has during the race. Because you don't want to get so caught up in setting up a pass to go forward that someone goes by you and you go backwards. So there's a lot of racecraft that develops in practice sessions like this. And you get a feel for what other cars are good. Maybe you run around as we're looking at the Dale Coyne car of Ed Jones, maybe you spend some time behind the Dale Coyne racing cars and you think, wow, they're really good at the apex of the corner. I can't do what they do there. Let's go to work on the setup to try and find some speed, find some competitiveness in that part of the lap.
Great insight. Charlie Kimball is with us throughout the afternoon. Townsend Bell will be back in just a few minutes. I'm Kevin Lee, and Marty Snyder is downstairs with our next special guest.
Hey, Kev. Yeah, I'm having fun listening to Charlie. He's giving us all this wisdom, and it's great to hear what he has and his insights and all of that. As you can see, it's gotten sunny, windy out there. Felix Rosenquist coming in out of the wind to join us here on the set. So, kind of conditions have really changed, haven't they, Felix, this afternoon?
Yeah, the wind is picking up a little bit now. There's been a constant sort of headwind going into turn 1 that, it's interesting. We saw yesterday one car crash, and you can definitely feel when you go in there, the nose is really responsive when it's straight into the wind. Yeah. And then it changes when you turn in. So I think the aero screen really, you can almost think of it like a sail. Mm-hmm. And whatever the wind is pointing from which direction, it kind of pushes the car.
Interesting.
With that sail effect. So that's pretty much all we look out for all the time when we're driving.
Yeah, let's chat with you about your change in your world, going from Ganassi to Arrow McLaren SP. So what's it been like? What's been learning a new team and these test sessions? How important are these test sessions when you're on a brand new team to kind of learn the ebb and flow and the conversation and the lingo with the organization?
It's really important. It's really good that we get a day like this because effectively, this is the start of the month of May, and we treat it like that as well. We're really serious about this test. We have a big program to go through, and I spent a lot of time with the team in the winter, and I really feel like I got to know everyone on a personal level, which is really important. But obviously, when you're at track, everything is different, and I guess that's what we haven't really been able to do because we have very limited testing now. We've only been at, Barber, Laguna, Sebring, Texas so far. So we had 4 testing. But I think right about now we're starting to really gel, and I think my engineer Blair's really starts to understand what I need from the car. So we're definitely getting better and better all the time.
Did it help to have the Texas test at an oval, a fast oval, before you came to Indianapolis?
Personally, I'm really comfortable at Texas.
Yeah, I'm saying as a team to kind of get an oval under your belt before you came to Indy.
Yeah, I think Indy is always the trickiest track. So even going to Texas before doesn't really prepare you a lot for Indy. Indy is just a track that I don't know, it just bites you at very random moments.
You found that out your rookie year, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, this is you on the track earlier. So I want to ask you about the team and the organization adding Juan Pablo Montoya for the Indy 500. How has that been? And have you asked him a lot of questions? Have you gotten to spend much time with Juan?
Honestly, the vibe between me, Juan, and Pad has been... we had a lot of fun already, I'd say. We haven't really talked a lot of serious stuff, in all honesty, but he's good fun to have around, man.
Yeah.
I really wish he was here for the whole season because he just brings a good atmosphere to the team. I think he brings a lot of knowledge. He did a test with us at Laguna, and I thought his feedback was really, really interesting. he's been with a lot of different teams, a lot of successful teams, and his feedback was very direct and like no bullshit. You know, he just said whatever he wanted, and I think that's refreshing. You know, and that kind of teaches you something as well. You know, when you want something, why not just say it? And that's why I enjoy, you know, having people like Juan as my teammate, because you can always learn something.
I think we can even say that on Peacock, and that's okay. So, but I wanted to know, like, so did you kind of learn that, and will you apply that in your own game? Kind of how he does feedback and how he provides the information to the team.
Yeah, I think so, because you know we're as I said before, we're on a limited time all the time these days. We don't have like 20 test days to try stuff, and whenever we're on track, we have to be efficient. You don't have time to like not hurt anyone's feelings. Right. If the car is bad, you have to say it's bad. I mean, in my case, I think it's been very good so far, so I'm lucky like that. But yeah, it was interesting to hear Juan, you know, just on a completely different level in terms of honesty, which I thought was really refreshing.
So we were talking about this earlier. We were watching you run, and we were talking about sort of maybe the pressure that's on you coming in as a race-winning driver to this organization. You make the jump from Ganassi to this team, and did you take this move to kind of take on a leadership role with a race team? Because obviously Ganassi is always going to be Scott Dixon's team. Do you feel like you are now the leader of this team, maybe in some way?
I think in this team, you know, obviously Pato has been here for a year before, so he's really settled in the team, and I think the team itself has gone through a lot of different drivers the last couple of years. So Pato is sort of the first real consistency in a while. So I think in that sense, you know, he has more experience of the car and all that. I think where my role comes in is, you know, I have more experience as a whole in my career, and you know, in terms of pushing the car in the right direction. I think that's been useful, and overall it feels like we have a 50-50 setup. You know, there's not, it doesn't really feel like anyone inside of the team is, you know, more. It doesn't feel like we have any focus like that. It's very much, you know, whoever's quickest on the day, you know, let's go win.
Who do you see? What do you see in Pato? I mean, because there's a lot of people in the paddock that feel like 2021 will be his breakout season. What do you see in him in terms of his talent?
I mean, his talent is, I mean, it speaks for itself. You know, he's a guy who goes out and goes fast. I mean, that's just what he does. He's still very young. It's, you know, he finished 4th last year. He has a lot of career ahead of him. So, I mean, it's very exciting. It's exciting to have someone like that as a teammate as well. You know, I always enjoy having fast teammates because you can learn something, and I think that's the most important thing. Like the easiest way to get quicker is to have a quicker teammate next to you, and Pato he's very fast. Like when he does a lap, you know it's going to be all in. So yeah, it's good fun. I think he as a person as well brings good energy to the team, just like Juan. Like it's fun to be around. I think a lot of people in the team relaxes around him. So yeah, I think we have a good setup, man.
Yeah, check this out from Moto America last year. You guys had a head-to-head battle, and it's funny because you didn't like that pit incident, but when we asked him about this yesterday, he said his respect for you actually grew on this day at Road America because of the way you raced him. He said you gave him just enough room, but you gave him room to have success. So talk to me about that battle.
Yeah, I mean, that battle, I think that's pretty much how you want to race a teammate. You want to, I mean, you can rub, but you don't want to push each other off. So if we can leave it like that this year, I think there will be a perfect level. You don't have to change anything. But I agree, you know, Pato, he races hard. He's well known for that, but he's also well known for not pushing people off. And that's a cool, you know, it's not every driver that has that balance. You know, some people just go straight for, you know,
they find you, knock you out of the way, and they're done with you.
Which I think in the long term is not the best game. Pato plays it pretty nicely like that. You know, he's very, you know, when he's behind you, like he's gonna go for a move, but he won't overdo it, let's say.
We have one of your fellow competitors listening into all this. Charlie Kimball's hanging out in the booth with us. Charlie, I think you have something for Felix.
Well, I do, Felix, and I know the culture is very different between Chip Ganassi Racing and I presume there at Aaron McLaren SP. I wanted to talk a little bit about your developing relationship with Blair as your race engineer. He was my Indy Lights race engineer way back, probably before you were old enough to have a driver's license. But what has been the best part about developing that vocabulary, that dialogue, that relationship that is so important when the season starts firing and you've got races back to back to back?
Yeah, exactly, Charlotte. It takes time for sure. I think Blair is an engineer who's extremely detailed. I can feel whenever we get to the track, he's pretty much nailed the setup straight away, which is, I really respect that, because some engineers kind of get it wrong and then they work their way there. But Blair always seemed to have a very good starting point. And I think that, as you say, the language between you, that's something that's taken more time. It's something you cannot really expect, to work straight away, because every driver has like a very unique language of saying what they think of the car. Maybe if I say the car is oversteering, for Pato, that's an understeer. I mean, it's just a perception. It doesn't actually mean that's the fact. And I think Blair really, I'd say in these last two tests on Texas and Indy, it's kind of clicked for him when it comes to what I need, and he can always like preempt what I'm gonna need from the car before I ask him, and that's what you want. That's what you look for, and that's what you hope you can really build on for long term. Because in IndyCar, when everything is so close, everyone's in the same car. Those are the things you need to win.
That goes back to the time spending the preseason time together and all this testing and why it's important. Kevin, I believe you have one for Felix.
I did. We all know what Juan Pablo Montoya has done here at this place. We also, I think, believe that he can kind of just drive the car, whatever it is, and make the best of it. I'm curious if you've got a sense in what way he will lead. Is it going to be verbally, or is it more, let's just watch what Juan's doing and learn from that and take that into our experience?
Yeah, I think it's true what you say. Juan is a very talented driver. Many people think he's probably one of the most talented ever in the world, which is probably not far away from the truth. And I think, though, he's clever as well, and he knows that if the car can do something for him, he's going to make the car do that for him. And we talked a lot about that, actually, me and Juan already. As you I feel that as well, as I'm getting a little bit older. I'm not 20 anymore. I'm 29.
You're an old man at 29. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Full veteran now.
Yeah.
But you feel how you learn how to ask more for the car. When I was Pato's age, I never asked for anything. I was just jumping in and drove, and I was like, it's okay. I was very bad at asking for what I needed, and that's why I think Juan is very good, and he's going to be super on the engineers to make the car just do the work, and then he can use the point where you use your talent at Indy. That's the final 10 laps. When you can get that car that's working perfectly to the final 10 laps, that's when the talent kicks in, and that's where Juan knows that if he can get there, he's going to be a weapon, and that's what I know as well.
That's a terrific point. We see your old teammates out there, the Ganassi guys, in some pack racing here. Will you guys kind of get together, at least with the Air McLaren group, and go do some running together?
Yeah, personally, I've only been doing, runs on my own. We try to keep it sort of more than 7-8 seconds so we can get some good air reads. But in the afternoon, basically what we plan is race or pack running with others. So I think Pato was already starting a bit in the morning. So yeah, that'll be exciting. That's kind of the fun bit, when you get to go with others.
Actually feel like you're racing, right?
Yeah.
That's the fun part. So always fun to hang out, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
Felix Rosenquist joining us. Kevin, this is a fun little battle to watch here between the Ganassi guys, all four of them doing a little pack racing here.
Yeah, Charlie and I were noticing that, and I just want to mention again how great it is that the drivers are making themselves available for insight like this. And whoever on our team came up with the idea for the separate room, I'll let you take the credit, Marty, but this is fantastic. And I hope this is a mainstay as a part of at least our long-form coverage in the future, because it's really tough to get in-depth insight in a quick 2-minute interview with car noise on pit lane. But this just gives us an opportunity to not only learn personalities, but also really get some keen insight. So good stuff, and we're enjoying that. Now we're seeing the Ganassis here with some other interlopers involved a little bit. So Charlie, we've seen the Andrettis do this the most over the years. Has every team gone along the same plan of let's get out there and run in groups?
Well, I know from my experience, historically, Chip Ganassi Racing, on a test day, especially an open test. Now, it's later in the year. It's April rather than in mid-March, so it's closer to the month of May. But traditionally, Chip Ganassi Racing wouldn't partake in group running in an open test. They wouldn't even look to do that until Wednesday or maybe even Thursday of practice week leading up to the Indy 500, with the idea that you have race practice after qualifying and you have carb day to fine-tune the running. Now, what I think you've seen this cultural shift over the last decade, because the Andretti Autosport crew would go out, do pack runs on day one of practice in the open test. And so when it got to the race, their drivers, their cars, even one-off drivers, guys like Kurt Busch coming over from NASCAR, were very comfortable in these packs, working with their spotters, tuning on the cars, and doing it here in an open test gives you a little longer time to react than Monday of practice week to 10 days later, 12 days later at the Indianapolis 500.
And I wonder, too, if there's some motivation in expanding the teams, if for nothing else, the month of May. So you were at Ganassi when it was a 4-car team, and there became a point where Chip outwardly said, I think we should just focus on 2 cars. So we brought it down, then they went to 3. Now they're to 4. And in my mind, that's one of the incentives to do that, is that you got to try to keep up with the Andrettis. They're going to have their, as Ryan Hunter-Reay joked, 9 cars. It's not quite 9. Penske is going to have their strong list of cars. If you've only got 2 cars, I think you're at a disadvantage.
It is a challenge when you have less cars in practice, in testing, especially here where there's so many different factors. We talked about how the smallest change makes the biggest impact at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And the big benefit of having multiple cars like this, with Chip Ganassi Racing in 4 cars, Andretti in their 100, you can go 4 different directions. And then if the communication between the engineers and the drivers is valuable and good, you can sit down at the end of the day and pick the best of every package and go forward in setups and competitiveness at 4 times the rate of a single car.
So I wonder how they feel about Connor Daly jumping in on that. The Chevy in the middle of that 4-car lineup for Ganassi. That was Connor making his way around Marcus Ericsson. Back to social media, the hashtag AskIndyCar. MRC123 of the drivers running today. Who has turned the most laps all time at the Speedway? Dixon, TK, Ed, someone else. I'm sure you got that in your back pocket, right?
Oh, man, I think you just have to talk about number of races based on practice and race laps. I know that A.J. Foyt holds the all-time record, I believe, for race laps completed at something like, or race miles completed. And I'm going to apologize to Donald Davidson before I say this, because I will get it not quite right, but I think it's something like 12,000 race miles.
What's your guess out of this group? Don't even use those names there, but of active drivers, because I've cheated. I have the answer in front of me. Who do you think has completed the most laps? And my assumption is this is including practice as well.
Well, so the benefit of having inclusion of practice is if you go back far enough, there were multiple weeks of practice. So when Tony Kanaan started racing the Indy 500, there was 2.5, sometimes 3 weeks of practice before the race. It's either Scott Dixon or Tony Kanaan would be my guess based on longevity and number of Indy 500 starts. Unless it's Elio, because of his, even though he's not been, he's been here just about every year. So I'm going to go with Elio.
And you'd be right.
Yes!
3,798. Tony Kanaan, 3,351. Scott Dixon, 3,269. Ed Carpenter, 2,994. And then Marco Andretti, 2,800. And Marco has significantly fewer starts than those others.
That is interesting. I think it comes down a lot to how many days of practice there were during the month.
Okay, you know what? No, so we got. I should have had some people look this up. This has got to be just race, because I looked down to the end of the list and it lists Dalton Kellett with 82, and Alex Palou with 121.
Yeah,
so
no,
those are race lineups. So, and by the way, I don't know how anyone would go and find the number of laps including practice. I know Russ has his resources, but that might be like a 2-week-long project to add all that up, because you would have to go over the day-by-day practice reports for the last 21 years to get an answer like that. So, okay, so that's what that is. These are the most actual laps completed in the race, and that's Elio. But that's probably a pretty good guess of where it's going to stand as far as if you wanted to add in practice laps too.
It should be pretty applicable to practice and qualifying laps as well. The one person who would have the most educated guess is recently retired IMS historian Donald Davidson, because his depth of knowledge about this facility and this event continues to astound me and impress me.
Even Donald is not going to know practice laps over the last 20 years.
I agree.
At least I hope for his sake.
That's why I said educated guess.
Yeah, exactly. He probably would have a pretty good educated guess on that. So thank you for the question. Hashtag Ask IndyCar if you have something for us today. I'll just sneak through a couple and try to roll through that are coming to my Twitter feed to clean this up. Mike J. Tunnelhead 1 says, why did Dalton Kellett have to participate in the rookie refresher session yesterday? He drove in the 500. It was based on last year. So if you didn't do the Gateway race, the last oval race, you were required, no matter how many times you've won the Indy 500, to do the refresher. So that's why Dalton was in there. Scott McLaughlin was not in rookie orientation today or yesterday because he did his rookie orientation in a fall private test last year.
I wondered, I presumed that it was because of his evaluation test in the fall.
Yes.
As a rookie, you get some extra test days to get some more miles, get more comfortable, be more competitive, and be safer when you get to your first race as a rookie in the IndyCar series. So being able to come do rookie orientation in the fall as part of an acclimation test was really valuable for McLaughlin, although I saw his social media post that he watched the end of ROP and refreshers last night from his hotel just down the road and commented that it was a very strange afternoon.
Yeah, we saw Dalton Kellett there. He's been out a little bit. We'll see him again in just a few minutes. The plural of Moose is Moose wants to know what's up with the spotter guide. Well, they normally wouldn't have a spotter guide out for the test. So patience, my friend, patience. It's April 9th, and the cars are not necessarily what they are going to look like for the Indianapolis 500. We've already noted that at least 4 of them are blank that we know have sponsorship that will be announced a little bit later. I have not seen your car because it's not here. Another one was just announced yesterday. We have a visual of what J.R. Hildebrands is going to look like with ABC Supply. And by the way, look it up on the internet. It is sharp. A throwback to the Bose Seal Fast Special from 1961.
The Offenheiser Special.
Yeah.
Offenheiser from 1961. And I believe AJ won his first Indianapolis 500 on that day, May 30th.
That's right.
And, I mean, this year's Indianapolis 500, May 30th again. I know running the number 1, I talked to JR yesterday, and he was so excited about the history. He is a true historian, and as you see, the classic roadster there with AJ after winning his first Indianapolis 500, 1961, is just so cool. AJ is a true student of the sport and the history, is really excited to be a part of a throwback program like that with ABC Supply, Chevrolet, and AJ Foyt Racing.
And the new car has a definite look to that for J.R. Hildebrand in 2021. So those will be some of the extras we will see, including Charlie's car. Is your car designed? Any special surprises will look similar to the past?
It'll look very similar. Okay. If anyone was able to tune in to the iRacing Invitationals, the first 2 races at Virtual Montreal and Virtual Homestead, I was not very competitive. I'm much better in the real world than the virtual world. I learned that. I thought it.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily apply.
I proved it to myself, but the livery for the virtual racing will be very, very similar to what we will have when we roll out here for first day of practice.
IndyCar Greg asked if the teams are the teams in the garages that they will have through the 500. It's pretty much the same locations.
Usually they try and keep everyone in similar garages. AJ Foyt, as the first four-time winner, gets a little special treatment. I know Roger Penske as a team owner has one more, but AJ Foyt as a driver here and one of the few people who has a brick at the Yard of Bricks on the racetrack with his name in it, he gets the very special honor of being in garage A1. In the first garage closest to Gasoline Alley.
Shortest walk.
Shortest walk, and also just a nod to the history and the tradition of this over 100-year-old venue.
And they don't change much over the years. A lot of years, I don't even grab a map because I've got a pretty good idea of where everybody is. The Ganassis are right on the other side there. The Penske's are down the way. Ed Carpenter is on the back. You know, there are quite a few teams. Let's see. Sam Schmidt's team, now Arrow McLaren SP, is on A down at the end. So they're pretty much the same year in and year out. Obviously, there's some tweaks in that. So where they're at this weekend is likely where they're going to be coming up in the month of May.
And I understand the perspective about where's the spotter guide and what do the cars look like, because it feels like May. They're cars at the racetrack. We're talking about fans in the stands. We heard Doug Bowles and the governor talk about how to try and get more fans into the race. Talked about last year how it just felt hollow. It was still an Indy 500. Takuma Sato still did an incredible job to win that race, get his face on the Borg-Warner Trophy for a second time, but it felt hollow. And for me, it was a lot harder than a traditional Indy 500 because without the energy of the fans in the facility to draw on, I had to manufacture that same excitement internally and mentally, psychologically-wise, it was a lot more challenging than when there are 100, 200, 300,000 people here.
This is just a few moments ago. Elio Castroneves climbing out of his Meyer-Shank machine. I think he's giving he's giving himself credit for how squarely he pulled into his pit box, yes? Hit the marks exactly? On the marks.
It looks like he's right on the marks, but honestly, that outside front mechanic looks like a longtime IndyCar mechanic, Didier, who one of the things you work on in these open tests is who's holding the signboard, where you put that signboard. Some drivers like it on the windscreen, on the aero screen. Some drivers like it on the nose of the car. Some drivers like it on the outside front, the inside front. So working on those little details that when you do more pit stops in the Indy 500 than any other race during the rest of the race season, those little things make a big difference to make sure you're saving as much time as possible in pit lane by making sure you're hitting your marks, helping your mechanics to be successful during those pit stops during the course of the race.
Max Chilton in that blue and white Gallagher car. Got a look a moment ago at the black and white Rocket. Sponsored number 14 for AJ Foyt Racing. Moose Parrish asked, do the teams have gauges, instruments on pit road to measure COP, center of pressure, which is about the balance of the car?
Aerodynamically, the balance of the car.
Okay.
Yes. So the tools, it's a great question. And COP, center of pressure, the aerodynamic balance in the cars are very critical, especially at this speed, at this facility, going this fast. The corners are long. You spend a lot of time with steering in it and with the wind as well, changing weather conditions, changing wind directions and velocities. The center of pressure and the aerodynamic load, the front versus the rear, is very important. And we will adjust that. You see during pit stops in the race, the teams adding or taking away front and rear wing. And what that does is reacting to us as drivers complaining about it's turning too much or it's not turning enough. that understeer, oversteer, sort of loose push conversation regarding the balance of the car. On pit lane, the engineers on the timing stand are looking at strain gauges. So as the car goes straight down the straightaway, it compares loads in the front wheel versus the rear wheel, and that percentage balance gives the engineers a consistent representation of where the center of pressure is and where you want it to be for different things. In qualifying, you want a different COP percent number than you do in traffic, and at higher downforce levels in race running, you want a different number than you do on your own for a high-speed, clean qualifying simulation.
By the way, a reminder coming up at 2 o'clock, or joining us anytime after 2 o'clock, you'll need to go to part 2 of the stream on Peacock. So this program will close at 2 o'clock. We'll take a good long 3-second break to stretch our legs and restart a new show from 2 until 6 this afternoon. So a fresh feed on your streaming device, whether you're watching on your phone, through tablet, or through mini devices where you can get the signal onto your actual television. We thank you for going to the effort to join us on Peacock with NBC Sports. Nice trial to get you ready for the start of the season. All of the practices exclusively on Peacock again in 2021. Indy Lights races live. Qualifying live. Lots of television coverage, TBD. I've not seen the full schedule of our qualifying times. Some air live, some air a little bit tape delayed, but they're always live on Peacock, and then races live on either NBC or NBCSN. This weekend, NBC from Barber Motorsports Park at 3 o'clock, or I should say, well, really, it's still next weekend. In 9 days? The 18th.
That's right. I am counting down. It is T-minus 8 days to my first live race broadcast on the Indy Lights coverage on the Peacock app. And you were talking about being live on Peacock, and I loved the coverage from yesterday because as I was up in turn 1 in the spotter stand, I had the team radio on so I could listen to both the 4 and the 14 drivers, strategists, and spotters. And then I had the Peacock app running the race coverage on my phone with an earbud in. So I was listening to your commentary and listening to Lee and Townsend up here and Marty in pit lane, and also listening to what was happening on the racetrack, trying to get as much information as possible, not only for my preparation for the month of May, but also get comfortable with different voices in my ear for broadcasting. Because like I said, when you're in the race car, you have earbuds in that are custom molded, and you have maybe 3 voices on the radio to you, and that's it.
So let's do that the rest of this day. Everyone in the truck, I want as many people talking to Charlie while he's talking as possible just to get him acclimated. Charlie Kimball is joining us. I'm Kevin Lee. Townsend Bell back in a few minutes, and Marty is downstairs with special guests.
Yeah, Rod Reed, the team principal at Force Indy, and Miles Rowe, the driver for the USF 2000 team for Force Indy. And I got to know, Rod, you've been working at this for a long time. You've been taking kids and teaching them go-karting and everything here in the parking lot at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Absolutely.
Did you ever dream that it would actually turn into a race team that you would be running?
I'm still, pinching myself because it's just a great opportunity, and we're so excited. I'm excited for this young man and all the guys that back at the shop. And we've actually got 2 of those I call them kids, started with me when they were 12 years old that are now on the team, Stuart Kelly and Derek Morris.
Yeah,
so it's been great.
It's pretty amazing. And just the fact that it's been going for this long. Tell me how the initiative really started in your mind. Like, what was your initial, reasoning behind wanting to do it?
I spent a lot of years in motorsports when I was younger, in my 20s. And I'll be honest with you, out of frustration, Next Gen Racers was born because there were things that we wanted to do that we couldn't. And I won't say that all of it has to do with race. I think some of it has to do with money, those kinds of things. But there were a few aspects of it that we thought, you know what, we really would like to get kids of color in the sport and give them an opportunity. And what better way to do it than starting go-karts? So that was our motivation, way back in 2000.
It's awesome. So, Miles, how did you find out about the program, and how does a kid from Manhattan wind up in a USF 2000 car? It's crazy.
Yeah, I met Rod over the phone, and we spoke through a couple things, and the race for equality and change just kicked off in June, and I did a test over here in Indy, and that's when I met him face to face, and that's when things started to come into play and everything like that. You could be from anywhere, man. I mean, Manhattan, it's just a fun place to be. There's great people there, but to be in USF 2000 right now, I mean, doing what I'm doing, like filmmaking and studying photography at Pace University, it's a blessing, and it's definitely a lot of multitasking, everything like that. But it's all in the thrill, and I'm lucky that I can race and have a mission, behind what we're doing and everything. So it's another story to be involved in, just like how I try to create stories in my films and photographs as well.
That's awesome. It's so cool. So Will Power is actually your connection to kind of how all this happened. So talk to me about that. Like, how did you get introduced to Will Power, and what were your conversations with Will to get all this going?
Yeah, when I got my very first go-kart, we went to GoPro Motorplex in North Carolina. And in the very first session I went out, Will was actually there just practicing in his own go-kart, because he's just a karting nut. Like, he's there all the time. So I was lucky enough to go out in the same session he was, and then actually be close enough on track to where we can be together and be racing. And he was actually nice enough to where he would pass me, and you would think he would just pull away and everything like that. But he ended up slowing down and then going behind me, and then he'd be able to look at what I'm doing, and then he'd pass me again, and then I'd be able to learn off of what he's doing. And then we did that for about 2 or 3 sessions, and then we talked a little bit after, and that's how we originally got connected. And then after my 3-year gap of racing, I asked if there was just an opportunity that he might know of, and that was when the race for equality and change kicked off, and the cards fell into play after that.
So tell me about your love of motorsports overall, because you fell in love with motorsports at 4. So tell me how that all started.
Yeah, it was when I was watching TV with my dad, and I was big into golf when I was really young. I started when I was about 2 and a half, like doing lessons at the First Tee down in Georgia. And I was watching golf with my dad, and commercials came on. And he was flipping through channels, trying to find something else, bored from the commercials. And Formula One came on, and it was the blue and yellow Reynolds that Fernando was driving, and I think Fisichella at the time. And when I saw that, I mean, it was completely over. Golf was out of my mind. We didn't even watch the golf game anymore. We finished the whole Formula One race. I wouldn't let him change it back.
That's
and
awesome.
After then, it was Hot Wheels, Speed Racer, everything under the sun cars.
Rod, when you see young faces like this, I mean, just lights up when he's talking about racing. Is that part of the reward for you to see young men like him come through the program and fall in love with racing?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm just going to have to comment on what he said. Will told me he couldn't pass him, so I'm not sure.
A good clarification. That's a good
let's
one.
clarify,
like that
because he said he was
Yeah.
really tough to pass. So,
It's a good
but
one.
no, these there's so many young people that have a passion for cars and for motorsports, and because a lot of people think, well, I develop them. No, I just give them another path.
Yeah.
And when I see the enthusiasm, when we got here and Miles is looking, he's watching, the cars go at, 220, 230 plus. And I see the thrill in his eyes, and I see these kids that get so excited. All you got to do then is just direct them a little bit. So my job's pretty easy.
Right.
So
Right.
just give them on the right, path. Yeah.
So how's it going to work for you? I know the team's going to be located in Concord, North Carolina, so you're going to be a busy man this year traveling to races and
absolutely.
race shops in Concord. You're in Indy. You got a lot going on.
We started, this year doing that, and just as a good note, it's kind of maybe a little surprise. We're going to be back here in Indy, good old Indianapolis, at the end of the season.
That's
so
awesome.
we're really starting to get our shop together. But yeah, we've been going back and forth to Charlotte and a lot of testing, wanting to make sure that the team is tight. We've got some high expectations of ourselves. We want to try to manage that. But it's a whirlwind, without question. It's a whirlwind.
For you, when you show up at Barber next week, will it be a moment of unbelief? Like, what will that moment be like to see your race car out there with him behind the wheel?
You know, I don't know that just yet. You know,
Have you thought about it?
I haven't thought about it because, you know, when we're doing testing, it's all about, you know, are we hitting our marks? You know, where do we need to improve, that sort of thing. But everybody keeps telling me, you know, take a moment, take a deep breath, and take a look. And I'm going to try to do that. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know next week. I'll be there with you.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a combination of nerves and excitement. But without question, it's a dream come true.
Now, Miles, I'm going to bring in Kevin Lee here. You know you're racing against the great Jackson Lee, Kevin's son. So that is next week. So Kevin, anything you want to say to your son's competitor, Miles, who's got an outstanding personality?
Well, I just noticed in testing so far this year, I can remember at Sebring and then last week at Barber, they always seem to be together on the track, so they're kind of running about the same pace. So I will just ask, if you see the number 8 Tennemic, Browning, Chapman, Spruce Haven Farm, Calfee car coming, just pull over. Just try to pull over and let him go through, just for the sake of the show.
Okay, what does the check look like?
We'll get you more interview time.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? What does the check look like? Wow, Miles.
Okay, I'm looking forward to the battle. No one's pulling over.
Hey, what you could speak to this, Miles. I noticed watching times, it's just like IndyCar. The entire field is separated basically by less than a second, yes?
Yes. Oh, yeah. The competition's incredibly tight in USF right now. It'll be a season to watch for sure. It's incredible. It's incredible to see all the drivers and all the skill, you know, combined. It's wonderful to see all these cars this year.
And you and Jackson have to kind of catch up with the second, in some cases, third-year drivers. How tough is it to make that adjustment to driving winged race cars with downforce?
Yeah, the downforce is definitely an added element you have to learn, and you have to work with your engineer and the team to figure out what works best for you. Whether you like a car that pushes, whether you like a car that oversteers and that you can implement some car control to handle. It's all in whatever driving style you prefer. But it's all about the communication with the team to find out what works best for you. But yeah, you just gotta go at it every single session and learn as much as you can so that you can adapt accordingly for the competition.
Hey, Rod, what I would say, too, is as a dad who's obviously interested in USF 2000, the program that you guys have brought, it's, I think, boosted everyone. Frankly, there's more attention on USF 2000 this year because of your team's participation and because of the support from Roger Penske.
Yeah, you know, I think that's one of our goals, honestly. You know, when we first got started, with the Race for Equality and Change, you know, I talked to Roger Penske about the fact that, you know, our effort is to bring the community to motorsports and motorsports to the community. And that's a broad community, not just the African-American community. So I wanted to make sure that we do things, we are held and we held ourselves in sort of check, if you will, to make sure that we're communicating well. We want everybody out there, regardless of your background, to get excited about motorsports, because we are. So we think USF 2000 is a good way to start.
Good stuff. And Miles, so we love your personality, love that smile. Where can we find, so I love the filmmaking too. Where can we find out more about you on social media? Because I'm sure fans watching at home want to give you a follow right now.
Yeah, you could follow me in my racing at Miles Rowe Racing. I also have an artist page at The Artist Ocean. But yeah, you can follow everything racing under the sun there, and especially follow at Force Indy 99 as well. Yeah, and that's where you'll find all the news and everything that you need to see.
And Rod, to find out more about your program at Force Indy 99, is that the best spot?
Yes, sir. ForceIndy99.com and everything else that goes with it. Twitter, Instagram, the whole nine. And, you know, that's the way it works these days.
We appreciate all your hard work over the years, and it's so nice to see it come to fruition. I'm going to find you next Saturday at Barber and see how you're doing, and see if you're doing okay and if you're soaking in the moment properly.
All right.
And remember, Kevin, the check goes to Miles Rowe. If you want to let the 8 buy, it's up for sale. So I'm kidding. Miles is not going to let him buy. Not going to let him buy. Fun stuff. Good hanging out with you guys.
A win, we'll get you on one of the Indy Lights broadcasts. We'll talk to you on pit lane for during one of the Indy Lights shows on Peacock.
Upping the offer.
Yeah. No, I'm talking success there. We're straight up now.
You know,
hey,
that's
good luck,
our goal.
Guys. Yeah.
Our goal.
Good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Marty.
Yeah, thank
This yellow, by the way, is just simply a track inspection. No issue on the track, just a track inspection and a brief breather for the moment. Simon Pagino, one of those on pit lane that is prepared. And we're past the halfway point of the day, which started at 9 a.m., continues until 6. Kevin Lee, Charlie Kimball, Townsend Bell has rejoined us. Marty Snyder on pit lane. Lee Diffie is moved on to Atlanta, preparing for Supercross this weekend on NBC. And coming up at 2 o'clock, don't forget to find the new page, I guess, if you will, part 2 of the open test on your Peacock page for essentially a new program to join us up until 6 o'clock today. All right, Townsend has been clamoring for an opportunity to host the entire program, so I'm going to turn it over to him for just a few minutes.
Well done, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Fired up. Charlie, you're staying with me, right?
Oh,
no,
sure.
Oh, he's gone too?
No, he's with you.
I don't know the intelligence of the idea of putting 2 racing drivers in control of the booth. Fortunately, I think we have Marty Snyder down there to keep us at least sort of on track.
No, Marty's going on break.
Okay, well,
no, he'll be around.
Then it's definitely going off the rails up here.
Don't go far, Kevin.
I'll be right here.
Don't go
I'll be
far.
right here. I'm taking my 4-minute break.
Well, let's kick things off the only way we know how, with Twitter. Another question here from Kevin Farley. Can you feel the yard of bricks as you drive over them at speed? I would call it a tickle, Charlie. Is that fair?
Well, it depends on how low the car is, but quite often it's just a light tickle and gives you a good idea of where you are on the front straight. But you definitely feel them. If you're too low and the car bottoms, you feel them a lot more.
So I will say this. One of the things that's always bugged me about driving here is that, and this is probably the only thing that's ever bugged me about driving here, is that you cross the finish line and the period of time that you have to look down and see the lap speed completed before you really have to hit your marks for the turn in for turn 1 is like kind of dicey, right? It's like you can check it, but you don't really have a chance to think about it. Like you see it, but then you've got to focus. It'd be nice if they could just move start finish a little further back.
Well, I mean, I think that definitely has the larger challenge of having to move the pagoda and the pagoda plaza back a little bit. So I feel like the challenges might be too large to do that. But you're 100% right. As you head down in turn 1, you feel that yard of brakes, and it's a great indicator you finished a lap. But unless it comes up right away, if there's any delay in the electronics, and I had this a couple of years ago in a race where I was looking at my lap speed either in the South Short Chute if the car was good, or if I was really busy and I had my hands full, I wasn't looking at it until the back straight, and that's another half a lap gone. So it's really interesting that finish line is 2/3 of the way down the front straight.
But we digress. Let's get back on track, or back in the groove with Marty Snyder.
Terrific, Townsend. Just terrific in the 4 minutes. It's been a minute since Kevin's gone. So Scotty McLaughlin and I will help you while Kevin's not in the booth. How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Thanks very much for having me.
Has it been a fun couple of days? Big learning curve? Kind of describe the last day and a half to me.
Yeah, well, yesterday I obviously get a little bit of a taste there,
sure.
but a bit of a rain out. But to have a couple of laps there just to think about it and sleep on it overnight was a good thing. And then come out this morning and sort of jumped in a tow and followed a few of the boys around and enjoyed it. It was a good time. And then now I've just been focusing on those sort of no tow runs and getting a feel for it. And it's a wild place, and I'm nervous every lap. I'm nervous every turn. I'm on tenterhooks, but it's fun.
You're still nervous when you're out there.
Yeah, I said it to. I was speaking to Rick Mears about it. I said I'm still nervous. He said you won't lose that. You're nervous.
It's a
every
healthy
lap,
nervous, right? It's healthy. It's good to be nervous. So what is it? Is it close to anything that you've done before?
No, not at all. I did a Texas test last week in the Oval, and I was like, oh, that's nice to feel the speed and stuff. And then I came here and I said, the first thing I said to them on the radio, I said, there is nothing that prepares you for this place. There is absolutely zero that prepares you for it. So really proud to be here in the Pennzoil Yellow Submarine. It's a very proud moment to run these colours for me and for Team Penske and Chevy. It's going to be an awesome month, I think, when we get here and get amongst it.
So who did you lean on the most? You mentioned Rick Mears, and it's cool this year because Rick's not spotting, but he's down below. So he gets to walk, and you get to have that face-to-face conversation, which I think is really neat. But who have you been leaning on the most for information?
Look, last night I actually texted Joseph Newgarden about just, where he was positioned on the track. That he wasn't below the yellow line, the white line, and I'm sort of just trying to figure out why he wasn't. And he said, look, just waiting for the rubber to build up, and just trying to get a lay of the land. Everyone's been really good, really open. My engineer Jonathan Dogood has been exceptional with me, just building me up to speed, not being too aggressive with the setup. I'm just feeling better and better each lap. So it's all about confidence here, and thankfully I'm in a great team that supports me all the way, and will go step by step with me.
We've had Elio in here in the interview set, and he said it was so cool because you reached out to him, and you didn't have to do that, but you reached out to him to say, listen, I'm honored to be in the 3 and the number 3 Pennzoil car and your colors and the Yellow Submarine. Why did you decide to do that?
I just, it's all part of it. I know the legacy that's been left for me. I'm not trying to fill in anyone's shoes. I'm trying to create my own. A lot of people have said, that's Elio's car, that's Rick's car, all that sort of stuff, and I understand that, and that's what I'm just trying to get and understand and tell these guys, these legends, that I know that, and I'm here to create my own legacy. And if I can do that with Pennzoil and start the trend as a rookie, that would be fantastic. I've got a lot to learn, but I can lean on the right people, and if I ever do the same things that Elio did in this car or in the legacy of Team Penske across 20 years, I'd be a very proud man.
I think it's cool to see your reverence for the history of the sport, and I think folks may not know, but you would actually watch IndyCar races live in Australia. I mean, you would do everything you could to watch every race and consume as much as you could, correct?
Yeah, especially the last couple of years. It's been a pretty tough slog, just waking up early mornings and watching. But knowing that you were going to be in this sort of battle and in this racing, it's a cherry on top. So, but yeah, I've been watching IndyCar for a long time, basically since 2003. I'm a closet Dixon fan, but I can't really say that too often now because I'm in Team Penske. But it's all part of it.
So your wife is American. You've obviously in the States full time. I got to know though the affection with Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, you just are there.
It's great
all the time.
Oh,
I don't get it.
I go there every
was
weekend.
that like something new to you? Like you didn't have any idea that existed before?
No, we don't really have much like that in Australia and New Zealand. And I just turned up to the place, and the first time I saw it, I was like, this is amazing. Like, this is one of the greatest places of all time. You can get everything there.
Yeah,
like, the other day I got this like sneaky little cucumber cutter. It's like cuts the cucumbers in like perfect circles for the salad. You could do that with a knife, but why not use an apparatus to do it? So absolutely, I was pretty pumped with it.
You've been 10, 20 times? Like how many times?
I've been nearly every week since I've been in America. So apart from Christmas,
awesome things you're learning.
And you got to save the vouchers too. I found out. So
that's awesome. Scott McLaughlin and his American initiation. So you got to run. You got to get in the car.
I got to get back in the car.
Yeah, go get in the car.
No
Good hanging out.
Thanks, Marty. Cheers.
Scotty McLaughlin hanging out with us. I'm not sure if Kevin is back, but Townsend, a lot of fun to hang out with this guy.
Kevin is on break, Marty, but fun to learn a little bit more about the adventures of Scott McLaughlin. Part of a very talented rookie class and a highly decorated rookie class. Let's learn a little more.
Oh, one word, fresh. Rookie. Fresh rookie, I don't know.
I've been racing car for a long time now, and I'm joining IndyCar as a rookie, whilst I'm 35 years old.
It's not a good time to be a rookie for starters. Doesn't matter how old you are, how much racing you've done.
Make room! Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. There's another 7-time champ.
You are looking at 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson.
It's a new beginning for me. I've done what I wanted to do in Australia, and now it's about starting again and starting afresh and challenging myself all over again.
IndyCar and Formula One are very different. I found that at the first testing, and I'm getting more and more used to the car, but it's a very different way of driving. If I'm being honest, I'm facing a lot of challenges. I don't know any of the circuits on the calendar.
The learning curve is more than I really anticipated. The cars are so different. You have black and red tires, you have a street versus road course tire. I have tracks that I can't even practice on. Like the street circuits, I don't get a lap until I show up for the race weekend itself. So the learning curve is very steep. But I'm so excited and so thankful to have this opportunity and really looking forward to having a great year.
Well, there you see those three highly decorated rookies. And my takeaway, Charlie, from that is the sobering tone of discovery. Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR champ. Scott McLaughlin, the most exciting, most celebrated driver to come out of Australia in a long, long time. Romain Grosjean, 179 Formula One starts. But I kind of net out at just how serious they realize this undertaking, how big the challenge is. It's flattering, frankly, for the competitiveness of IndyCar.
I think it's a great sign, and I don't know that we've ever had the average age of the rookie class be as old as it is this year. So they have a lot of experience in a lot of different types of racing all over the world. None of these guys are rookies to racing. They're just rookies to IndyCar, and the respect that they show is an indication of how high that competitive level in IndyCar is at the moment.
Now, two of those three rookies opting not to compete on the ovals this year, and I just have to wonder, with the aero screen now and with the fact that it's the Indy 500, you gotta think that Grosjean and Jimmy Johnson, it just seems like an incomplete adventure without at least doing laps, a test day, hopefully a race. I would love to see both of them get to experience what you and I have done 10 times at the greatest spectacle in racing, because there's just nothing quite like it.
I agree, and as the track goes back to green and the cars go back out, I think in a bubble they would absolutely be in, but there are other factors. Both of them have families and have wives, and the conversation at home, especially after Romain's crash, and conversation for years apparently with Jimmy at home about what the Indy 500 means and looks like. I think the challenge still exists and will continue to exist past this year, and if that opportunity arises and that comfort gets there, the aero screen is 12 months old. So being able to prove it for 1 year was great, and I know IndyCar has not stopped developing the safety, and we've seen it for decades, the safety improvements they've made.
No question. Just as a reminder, in just about 30 seconds, you'll need to restart your stream as we get into phase 2 of the day, restarting your Peacock stream right at the 4 hours to go mark. So follow your instructions, point and click, I should say, and make it happen. Two orange cars ripping around the Speedway. James Hinchcliffe leading Juan Pablo Montoya in an Aero McLaren SP car. And Montoya, I spoke to Juan, 3 or 4 hours ago, just before his first run this morning, and he was not particularly thrilled with the way his car felt in general, in traffic, and talked to a few members on his team, and they acknowledged that Pato O'Ward jumped right into the fire and was right up the gearbox of many cars out there, but Montoya just not quite liking the way that the car grabs and the unpredictability of the front end right now. So hopefully they've made some changes and he gets happier as he settles in here with this new program, at least new program for him.
Well, and it was really interesting. I spent some time in Turn 1 yesterday, and the way Elio and Juan, as multi-time winners of this race, approached the line in the driving, you could pick them out of a crowd almost with your eyes closed. The inputs they have are so smooth and so comfortable.
Doesn't look like he was having any issue there as Montoya drafts up and gets by Hinchcliffe. Further back, you see Ryan Hunter-Reay, 47 car. That's Connor Daly.
His teammate Ed Carpenter, team owner as well, leading him around a little bit. We're seeing these race runs starting to develop, and Kevin and I talked a little bit about the changing culture historically, because at a test day, you'd never see race runs like this.
Yep.
And then Andretti jumped in and would do it very consistently. And I think it's kind of drugged the rest of the paddock into doing some of this, because they proved it works on race day if you do race prep as early as the open test.
What were your observations when Ganassi was running just a little while ago? All 4 Ganassi cars out there working in harmony.
It looked challenging to pass, maybe not as challenging as we've seen the last year or two, but still tough to pass, and maybe that's their car setups. Maybe they're not totally comfortable running right up with another car, especially a teammate. I remember for years the edict was with Chip was to not crash your teammate, and especially on a test day when it doesn't pay anything and can set you behind heading to the first race next weekend, it's even more important to take care of each other.
But I agree with you wholeheartedly that the paddock up and down has witnessed the leadership and the innovation from Andretti and taking advantage of that multi-car running, and watch the Andretti team with so much success here at Indianapolis over the last 10 years. Let's take another question from Twitter. From Yearn Fast. I yearn to go fast just about every morning. What's it like to drive in windy conditions with a tow? Does it make the car less predictable? Charlie, how would you respond to that?
Well, I think the wind always makes the car less predictable. And then when you're in a tow, you lose that downforce, that dirty air coming off the car in front of you. The car is always a little more on edge when you're in a tow. Going faster, it's a little harder to find that grip. And if you get an unpredictable gust of wind, it definitely can catch you out. But I think today, conditions have almost stayed ideal. We have winds 5 miles an hour or less. It's not gusty like it was even yesterday evening for the refreshers and rookie orientation program, and the track temp's nearly 100 degrees. So for testing conditions, I don't think the wind is really affecting these guys like it could do on race day.
But I think it's a fair question. In my experience here, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, the wind can wreak havoc on handling if it's blowing fast enough. It varies corner to corner, so it effectively works diagonally. So if it's on your nose strong in turn 1 and the car is very positive on turn and the front wing's really loaded, then down in turn 3 you're going to have the worst understeer in that corner. And if you're trailing another car in traffic, then the strength of that effect only increases. So it's going to understeer worse in turn 3 as we see a yellow flag, but I think that's out on 16th Street blowing in the wind. Or if you are going into the wind and you're behind a different car, if a gust or what happens here at the Speedway in between grandstands even, that wind blowing through, that creates a more dramatic effect in response. So flat out across the board, whether it's on your own or in traffic, wind at Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a variable that only increases difficulty as speed of wind increases.
And I think it's not only the speed, but also the gusting as well, because if it's predictable, you can set your tools in the cockpit, right, Townsend? You can adjust for that, you can prepare for that. But if it's gusting, and one time you go in and expect it to push the nose of the car and it doesn't, and then the next time it sails you out towards the wall, it sets your nerves on edge for sure when it's more gusty.
No doubt. One thing I learned through the years here was just how impactful my technique with my hands could be, and my feet, but really my hands, and the rate at which I would load the front axle in the first probably 20% of a 90-degree corner dictated so much of the car's behavior in either a headwind, a crosswind, a tailwind, and that technique really served me well in addition to the cockpit controls. And it's one of the things that I think caught out Rinus VeeKay yesterday was we're hoping to get a chance to talk with him. I reached out to the team to see we might get him with Marty here in a bit, but just understanding that initial load depending on which direction the wind's blowing and a few other variables, a big part of the learning process here at Indy.
And you talk about how the initial loading of the steering wheel and those front tires in a corner dictates what happens downstream in the corner. And I think irrelevant of the wind, it has a massive effect. So much of what happens from the middle of the corner off, and especially in turn 2 and 4, leading to these long straights where you're trying to gain speed, trying to make passes, so much of what happens at corner exit when you're washing up to the wall or finishing mid-track, Scott McLaughlin here is leaving a good amount of room. A lot of that happens at the initial turn-in point when you first start loading that front axle.
And perhaps the most important driving lesson of all a lot of times here at Indy, it doesn't feel like a particularly good idea, but you do it anyways. And that's another lesson I learned from the win is it doesn't feel that great, but you want to win, you want to go fast here, you're going to have to just suck it up at times and just make it happen and you know, grit your teeth and hang on. And that's what makes this place such a challenge. Pato O'Ward, P3 right now, 224.2 so far. Nobody threatening Connor Daly there at the top at 224.7. But again, all day from the drop of the green flag, the moment Pato O'Ward was allowed to get out on track, he was right in the thick of the action, clearly taking advantage of just one other car on track, Scott McLaughlin. And so I wonder if O'Ward and the Arrow McLaren SP team are going through some of the checklist items like maybe an option front wing or anything else that might benefit from clean air and no traffic.
And with the aerodynamic changes and the options now that IndyCar has done some testing on and availability for the teams to have some more aerodynamic options, while I'm sure they've been running wind tunnels and they've been run on computers, there's no real replacement for running them in real life with a driver's feel and hands to say, it actually does this, or I didn't even notice that. If we need it, we can run it. And you talk about the weather conditions and gritting your teeth in the wind and going out and getting laps done. It could be like that on race day. And if you're comfortable being uncomfortable, for lack of a better term, in the wind on practice, if it does that in the race, you're better prepared to go win an Indianapolis 500.
So Will Power out, back in. And this is always one of my favorite times on a test day or practice is teams complain constantly. Not enough track time, not enough testing, or we always run out of time when we come back for the race as we approach qualifying weekend. It is perfect conditions, not a car on track. And sometimes you can sit for 20 or 30 minutes. I'm going to stand and just look down pit lane. It doesn't look like anybody's necessarily getting ready to go, Charlie. How is that possible? Free testing, private racetrack, everybody's sitting.
Well, I think a big part of it is the rhythm of the day. A lot of these guys have done bigger changes, and they're evaluating what it does and what the next steps are. The drivers are talking to the engineers. The engineer may want to go one way. The driver may want to go another way. So there has to be some, I'm not going to say arguments, but discussions over which direction to go. And one of the real values of being experienced at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is being circumspect as well. You don't want to just rush into a change and not think about it and have it catch you out. Because if it does catch you out, it puts you a long ways behind, not only coming back here for May, but also the first race is just 7 days away.
Let's learn a little bit more from Elementary Speed with Rutledge Wood.
My name is Asher Ferris. I am 8 years old. If you were not number car 12, what number would you be and why?
I would be number 8. And number 8 is the number my father used when he raced Formula 2, so I would actually rather be number 1 because that meant that I won the championship the year before.
Pretty solid.
Hi, Mr. Willpower. If you had a pet koala, what would you name it?
Wow.
That's a good question.
That is.
That is a very good question.
And a sweet nod to where you're from.
You'd probably, I'd name it Ralph. What's the name of my first dog?
Ralph.
Ralph.
My name is Garrett, and I'm 6 years old. I love peanut butter. I don't like jelly. If it's like a big clump, I don't like it. But if it's like smooth, I like it. You like jelly?
I actually just like peanut butter on, like, I've never liked peanut butter and jelly. Like, I'm with Garrett. Peanut butter's a savory treat. You put it on toast, that's it. The peanut butter and jelly thing, you know, like, he's dead on. Like, you can't put too much of it, a big glop of it. Vegemite's just the essence. Toast, butter, Vegemite.
My name is Addie. I'm 8 years old, and I have a question for you. What's the naughtiest thing you've ever done?
Oh, that's awesome. The naughtiest thing I've ever done, I'm sure it was peeking to see what present going to receive before Christmas. I'm sure that was one of the naughtiest things that I have done.
Not entirely convinced of that, as we see Will Power sit there on pit lane. On what planet would anybody ever choose Vegemite over peanut butter and jelly?
I'm telling you, Charlie, have you had it?
I have, having grown up in England for a little while. There was, it was around.
Okay, yeah. So Marcus Ambrose made me have it one time, and I just come on, like I don't get it. So I agree, Vegemite with peanut butter, Townsend. Is that what
well,
you're saying?
Well, he just said jelly, like it was as if jelly ruined the experience somehow.
Well, Will just wanted a dollop of peanut butter. That's why I love these elementary speed questions, is the dollop of peanut butter and the naming of the koala bear Ralph. I mean, how can you beat that? So that's good stuff. By the way, you saw Will going out a moment ago, and I heard you say, Townsend, that you felt like nobody was out here getting ready. Well, I feel like kind of the opposite. I think cars are rolling out. I'm seeing more drivers getting suited up. And I know the Team Penske group is kind of waiting on Simon Pagenaud's car to get out here, and then they're going in the next 5 or 10 minutes for a little group running. So I think we're about to see business pick up here at IMS. And yes, perfect conditions. The wind is certainly going to be a factor today, though. And it's been gusty at times, but they're expecting it to be even stronger this afternoon. So I think we're about to see things get busy on the racetrack.
Dalton Kellett out there right now. AJ Foyt teammate for you, Charlie Kimball. What can you tell us about Dalton? He's quietly entered the scene, but running full time now. How is his progression coming along? What have you seen as part of the team?
Well, I really enjoy working with him. He has, I believe, an engineering degree from a university there in Canada. He's been around racing for quite a while. Spent a few years racing in the Indy Lights and the Road to Indy series. He's also extremely physically fit. We trained together here in Indianapolis, and he has really dedicated himself to the point that he's given up some of his other hobbies to focus on being physically as prepared as possible. Some rehab, some lingering issues from years before. He's really sort of focused on getting healthy, getting strong, and taking advantage of this opportunity of a full season ride for a legend like AJ Foyt.
So let's just say we created a very simple fitness competition. I don't know, run a mile, pull-ups, and I don't know, bench press. That's a kind of random, sort of non-racing specific exercise. Let's just go with the mile and the pull-ups. Who would win an aggregate of fastest mile, most pull-ups?
Alexander Rossi's been really strong. Lots of time in the gym. And I can only really speak to the guys that I see at Pit Fit. Scott Dixon, you'll never count out because, he can be absolutely at the physical limit, and he looks like it's a light jog on a Sunday afternoon. He's been in such good condition and had such great conditioning for so many years that it's normal. And so he's very comfortable working that hard. Cardiovascularly and leg strength, Dalton we all have our small strengths and weaknesses and strengths and places to improve at Pit Fit training here in Indy.
I noticed you didn't pick Connor Daly, but he's awfully fast today.
He is awfully quick. He doesn't train with us at Pit Fit, so I don't get a chance to see him. Although I did have a conversation with Ed Carpenter sometime last year, maybe during the pandemic, and he was impressed at how much dedication Connor has put into his training.
He did say that yesterday. I give Connor a hard time because we went on a jog once a few years ago back home in California, and it was a proud senior moment for me. But
hey, Charlie, now that Jimmy Johnson has started working out at Pit Fit, what have you been maybe impressed or noticed from his fitness level? And the thing that surprises me is Jimmy and I had a conversation a few weeks ago, and he said, man, pretty much everything I did for NASCAR I have to undo because it's completely different, the fitness you need for IndyCar versus NASCAR.
Well, I think the same preparation and dedication that he put into preparing to become a 7-time champion on the NASCAR side of life, he's done the same thing, finding great tools, great resources, leaning on his Rolodex to be able to reach out and his phone book of contacts to figure out what he needs to do and how he needed to prepare for this totally new change of pace and new challenge. I haven't seen him in the gym personally, but I know he's gotten a decent amount of equipment at home and has really worked on getting ready and being able to hold on to these lighter weight cars with not any power steering and not any power brakes and a lot higher G-forces on the road and street circuits.
Just watched over the last couple minutes Connor Daly catch Pietro Fittipaldi and just sail off into the distance. So Fittipaldi still working his way up to speed. I had a chance to speak with him briefly just about an hour ago, and he's very pleased with the handling and the comfort level, the confidence he's finding in that Dale Coyne racing car with Rick Ware. But he acknowledged a lot to learn, and he really, I think, appreciates being part of a multi-car effort like, frankly, most of the programs out there. I think with the exception of Dreyer Reinbold Racing, everybody's either a multi-car program or has a relationship like Peretta Autosport with a multi-car team to bounce information off of. So Fittipaldi was trading notes with the 18 team of Ed Jones on pit lane when I was down there, just talking about a few changes and sharing insights. And now Fittipaldi's sort of crawling back there on Connor Daly, so settling in and learning to practice and draft back up.
And I think in these last sort of 3.5 hours of the day, as the conditions are pretty stable, the temperature sounds like it's going to be pretty consistent from now until that checkered flag at 6 p.m. You'll see more group running. You see I think it's the Penske cars here. The Penske cars have all gone out. They were talking, as Marty said, waiting a little bit maybe for Simon Pagenaud's car to be ready to go.
They went without him, Charlie. Yeah. They just said finally, 22's not coming, let's go.
And I think with Scott McLaughlin, that's really smart because he needs as much experience with experienced teammates in traffic to get comfortable getting ready for that week of practice.
The hard part about this group running is when you're around other cars that are not part of your team. We see 3 Team Penske cars running here, Newgard, McLaughlin, and Power, but they're coming up on, is that Simona Di Silvestro? I guess she's an affiliate program, but let's say Felix Rosenquist here, who exits pit lane and wants to join the party here. You never know where the other cars are on tire life, and that's the big variable that is super important, because you can be out there and feel like $1 million, like we're winning this race, and then you find out, oh, those guys started on 25 lap tires and ran to 32 laps on their tires while you were on fresh rubber, or vice versa. I've had it where you feel like, man, we're junk. This car just drafted up and blew by me, and you never know, unless they're on your own team, exactly where everybody stands tire mileage wise.
And the other thing about that is where they are in fuel loads, because there are times, especially on a test day, you're doing short runs, you only have 5, 6, 7 laps of fuel in the car, and if you have fresher rubber with low fuel, you feel a lot stronger on track around other cars, where if you start full tanks on fresh rubber, by the time you're down to 5 laps to go, you're sliding around and things don't feel nearly as stable as they would on fresh rubber with low fuel.
Nice job holding down the Fort Townsend. I appreciate it.
The voice of God.
I haven't even moved. I've been sitting here.
Hey, check this out, Kev. You remember this morning at dark 9 o'clock when we first showed up that the track temperature was 56 degrees. It's 99 degrees now.
Yeah.
43 degrees hotter. That's a pretty big deal. I would expect it's a lot more difficult right now than it was when those cars finished their refresher laps this morning.
And Charlie and I were talking about this. This is almost 2 days in one, because you just never know what it's going to be like from day to day. In May, it might be in the 50s on race day or qualifying. So today you get the two extremes, which I think would be pretty beneficial.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think it's a lot about putting tools in the team and drivers' toolboxes to be prepared for whatever the weather and the track conditions do over the course of the whole month of May. If it's in practice, if it's Fast Friday, if it's getting ready and then running and qualifying, and looking ahead to that qualifying weekend, especially with the specter of bumping again and attempting to qualify for the Indy 500, a lot of times you see really competitive cars not go out for that early morning practice because the air and the track temperature are 50 or 60 degrees, where your qualifying attempt, you expect it to be 100, 120 degrees track temp.
Those numbers up top have just changed. Graham Rahal, 225.644, and Will Power, 225.501 as they go back and forth.
Yeah, Newgarden was out front leading, let Simona back by. Now he's dropped back further to have another run. Will Power just sits there in the black and red Verizon car behind Newgarden, but Graham Rahal extremely happy with his race car earlier, and appears to be just as happy now as he pulls up on Rosenqvist, backs off for turn 1. But a lot of speed in that 15 machine.
I saw a post earlier with best times and speeds from opening day last year. Now, granted, it's August, so things are a little bit different, but James Hinchcliffe, according to what I saw on social media, 224.5. And Marco 224.3, Dixon 224.0 last year.
And it may be a little quicker today because a lot of these guys got some good running in yesterday, or a little bit of running, got comfortable, and are ready to turn the wick up a little more now.
Well, the track's turned the wick up, just ticked over to 100 degrees, so that's the hottest track temp we've seen over the course of the last day and a half.
I was talking to Simona this morning, and it was 6 years since she was here, and watching yesterday her pace and how comfortable she was quickly, I was really impressed. Watching from the outside, it was almost a yeoman's effort to just get in, hit the marks, keep clicking laps, finish the refresher course, and now move on to some group running with the other Team Penske cars that she's got an affiliation with.
Well, and the affiliation appears strong, Marty. Just walking down on pit lane, I walked all the way down to the end there where Peretta Autosport is, and even the timing stand looking strangely Penske-esque down there. They've got all the equipment, all the bells and whistles, so no wonder Simona's feeling confident. That is one heck of a program through and through.
It's a full-on Penske effort, I would say, and you know, there's guys down here in Team Penske uniforms helping them out, but yeah, so that's, you know, when they called originally, Roger Penske was all in on the effort, so yes, it is when you talk about sharing of information and a team effort, that's definitely a Team Penske satellite team right there, full-on.
Graham Rahal going under Joseph Newgarden again one more time. It was the last lap for Graham, 222.3.
Simona's got a pretty nice toe working here. If she can keep the balance and stay flat on this lap, she might put up a pretty good number. Sits 26 right now at a quick time of 221.3. But this is where the magic happens right here. She's closing through turn 3, drafting up in 4. If she can stay flat right here, Charlie, into the wind a little bit, she might put up a pretty good number.
And she will get that slightly larger benefit of the toe as she heads into the headwind, because the number 3 of Scott McLaughlin punching that hole in the air will help pull her towards turn 1.
They've been out for quite a bit, so tire wear might be limiting things. That last lap, 220.5, I believe. Or did she pop up? Where's Simona? There she is, 220.5 the last lap. But consistent and learning a ton back there, riding in traffic behind the other 3 Penske cars on track. And I agree with you. It's great to see her run so many laps confidently. Clearly, the car was in the window straight away. And that's all you ever want as a racing driver for practice or test. You roll off the truck with a baseline that delivers on expectations. It makes for a very long day, month, week here at Indy, if you roll off the truck and there's a mismatch there and it's a bit of a handful, and now you're chasing out. You're not really testing. You're trying to fix.
Right, and if I look back to my experience last August, we had a small mechanical gremlin that seemed to creep in more and more as the week of practice went on, and nearly ended up in the wall on my qualifying attempt. And one of the mechanics told me I crashed. I just didn't hit anything. It was quite the moment. But when we then got it fixed and got back ready for race weekend on carb day, we felt we were 2 or 3 days behind. And so when you roll off the truck strong or comfortable, then you can start exploring that window, adjusting to conditions, and you just have this great, solid foundation to go back to if you ever get lost. Because inevitably, at some point during the week or the month, you're not going to understand what's happening. And you go back to the garage and set down and go back to a baseline you know is solid is invaluable.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has joined the 4 Penske cars in front, and asterisk by the 4th Penske car. That's Beretta Autosport with the affiliation we've spoken about. And then just a little further gap back to Ryan Hunter-Reay. And then Cody Ware is the next car that you might see in shot.
So there you see Simona kind of fired it off into turn 1, catching McLaughlin, trying to figure out how to close, and then she had a big lift at the exit of 1 and then lost about 10 car lengths. So that's part of the experimentation here, but on race day, that can mean the difference between holding position and getting freight trained on the back straightaway. You know, we've all been there. Never fun. It's that risk versus reward. You keep trying something, try something, then you got a moment, you got to back out of it, and all of a sudden 3 or 4 cars pass you. The work starts all over again.
Yeah, we've seen the last few laps. Now Joseph Newgarden kind of in the back of this 3-car Penske pack, but we've seen Will Power and Joseph Newgarden kind of swap the lead intentionally here on the front stretch a couple of times in a row. So how important is that information? Is that more for the guy in front or the guy behind, or for everybody in that pack to intentionally let your teammate by to kind of learn how the car handles in front and in back?
Way more important, I think, to run in traffic than to lead. But you want to do your part as a teammate and give everybody an opportunity here, like Will Power is. He's probably not learning a ton sitting there out front right now in race running, but he's just do his best to tow everybody around for a couple laps, and then they'll swap position.
We've been pleased to be joined by Charlie Kimball, an active driver set to try to qualify for his 11th Indianapolis 500 coming up next month. Thank you for coming up. We're not done with you yet, though. Just check in with the team on the day job and how AJ Foyt Racing is doing, and we'll see you back up here a little bit later on today.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun, and I look forward to coming back up and seeing what I can add, and I'll go see what I can learn for these next couple hours of what guys are working on.
Well, go find yourself a race car. I'll start it. I mean, I'll get over there and fire the start. I'll check your pressures. But you'll be out there soon enough. We'll look forward to seeing you on the track.
No joke. I have my fire suit, boots, gloves, and helmet in my car in the parking lot, just in case.
You better.
It's literally have helmet, will travel anytime I'm going to a racetrack.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Townsend, do you still bring your suit with you when you come back here every May?
No, I know people.
Exactly. We can get
like
you
Charlie.
one if you need
like
one.
Charlie, we're about the same size. I always know someone's going to have something here if I need it.
Yeah. Well, I've got your Hans. Jackson uses your Hans device, so you could probably borrow that again.
I'd be willing to get in with a tank top and flip-flops and have a go.
Hey, Townsend, to your point, there you go. So Scott McLaughlin's turn for Team Penske to be out front now, right?
Now, really important lesson here for McLaughlin. He's been trailing for 4 or 5 laps. When you get to clean air, anticipate with the controls. You're going to have a lot more air coming over the front wing. That front end is going to be a lot more positive on turning and all the way through the corner. So if you've moved your weight jacker, if you softened the front bar, if you stiffened the rear bar, reset that for clean air so you don't get caught out.
Townsend, I loved his honesty in our interview when he said, I'm still nervous every time I go out there. And I love even more what Rick Mears said, right? You'll never lose that. So is that a healthy respect for this racetrack? Or is that McLaughlin just being a rookie and not having a comfort level with this place?
It's an unescapable fact. You are traveling at an absurd rate of speed. And I was reminded of that during the break when I ventured down to the front of the pit lane, down where Dixon is with the 9 team. And really close to the entry of turn 1, and it just reminded me that you are flying around here. And if you've never been to the Indy 500, trust me when I tell you, it is a life-changing experience to witness the ferociousness of speed and energy going through the corners here. And it is something to be seen for sure. And you never lose that. It's fear. It's fear, but you do it anyways. It's exhilaration.
Yeah.
It's pure exhilaration, but you know the consequences are high. And that everybody on this track, everybody that's ever been in this race respects that.
Every year, early on in the month, when I talk about May, which is, normally we've seen race cars many weekends. In this case, for a lot of us, it's the first time we've seen Indy cars this year. But I always walk down to the south end of pit lane, and I've seen Indy cars running, 180 miles per hour somewhere else. But it takes my breath away. I haven't had the chance to do it yesterday or today, so I guess I'll save that for when we come back in May. But it takes my breath away and reminds me how fast this place is and how magically terrifying it can be.
Yeah. I mean, it's stressful, Marty. It's stressful the whole time, even when you're not driving, because you're chasing the biggest prize in racing, to win the Indy 500. There's no bigger achievement in the motorsports world, and you're just constantly thinking and obsessing over the tiniest of details, whether that's in the car, the setup, the engineering, improvements you want to make with the crew, yourself, and you add into the greatest prize that everybody's chasing and the highest danger level that you'll see on the schedule for IndyCar racing, and it just makes for high anxiety. But you know what? I absolutely love it, still do, and would take it every day of the week if I could, because it's, as somebody told us earlier, that's when you know you're living. I think that's what Charlie said. Driving at these speeds, you feel absolutely alive and on your game.
You got to be able to balance that fear with the need to create speed at the same time, right? Which is a tough thing, and a respect for this racetrack, like Scott McLaughlin was mentioning. I think big laps here. Townsend for Connor Daly, trying to figure out. He caught the Team Penske group. Two of them have peeled off, but even running with McLaughlin here, just kind of, hey, yeah, you've been fast. You've gotten a couple of toe laps. You've been top of the charts this whole time. Graham Rahal top right now, but big laps for Connor Daly. See what exactly that 47 car will do.
So I'm wondering what Connor is learning and what a bonus this is, because remember, he snuck in that Ganassi pack earlier. So he's run in the middle of the Ganassis and the Penske's so far today.
Well, he's down one teammate with Rinus VK's car, presumably still in a bunch of parts, getting fully fixed and ready to go at some point. VK with a huge crash yesterday. So Connor Daly taking the opportunity to get out there in the big, strong Penske Ganassi multi-car packs and like you said, Marty, figuring out what kind of race car do you have.
Yeah, and obviously they have a very good race car. Speaking of Rinus VK, yes, the race car is still across the street at the Ed Carpenter Racing shop. They will not be practicing, but we will talk to Rinus, who just arrived here at the racetrack moments ago. He'll be coming up here in a little bit, so stick around on Peacock. How about that for a tease?
I like it. I like it. Well, you want to talk about what stress, anxiety, fear, exhilaration, passion, desire, what that looks like. Let's go back again to 18. Will Power wins the Indy 500. He might not have shown it all month, but he did here. This is what I'm talking about. That's a release. Not only for the driver, but also for the wives, the family. They live through the stressful times and the highs and lows of this sport, and such a great moment. I think just really epitomizes everything I'm trying to describe to you guys in terms of what the drivers go through here.
And then later we saw Liz's reaction when she alerted Will that she just spilled milk all over one of the princesses, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
There it is. There it is. I think that's what happens when somebody puts jelly on his peanut butter too.
That's good. I think in all honesty, that's a reaction of a lot of career pressure right there that Will puts on himself and where he was contract-wise at the time with Team Penske. And to say, hey, look at me, I can do it. There's Liz.
And there's the princess. Good work by the video crew and the truck to find that.
That was terrific.
That's quick action.
Yeah. I bet sure I remember his reaction.
That's
the
first
guilt
time
on
I've
his
seen it.
face.
Yeah.
You get the
He felt
full
bad.
range of emotions there. So McLaughlin still leads this group. Newgarden and Colton Herta. Marty, earlier we showed a graphic with the youngest drivers in the field, the Young Gun slide. That includes Colton Herta, Pato Award, Rinus VK, Alex Palou, and I asked Kevin to pick a Indy 500 winner from that group. He went with Pato Award. I agreed. You went Colton Herta. Marty, what is it that you see in Colton Herta here at Indy that makes you think that he might be the young gun to step forward on race day?
It's maybe not what I see in him, but I see it in Andretti Autosport, and I think they continually come here with as the team to beat, the organization to beat. You know, now obviously last year Scott Dixon had all the speed for Ganassi and really had the best car, in my opinion, and deserved to win the Indy 500. But I just think that Colton is in a position, as he's learned to run here a little bit better, where he's gonna eventually win this race, right? And I feel like Andretti shows up with the best package year after year as a group. I feel like they work terrific together. I mean, Townsend, you know that better than anyone. They work outstanding together as a group, and I just see Colton eventually is going to be a guy who can do it. Now, I think if you put that graphic up again, I think Pato Award's had the best car of the young guys so far. What he's doing is amazing. Like, he's cutting through traffic like it's not even there so far here in the month of April. We'll see if he can bring that same speed back in May, but I think Colton is ready to win a race at this level, and obviously has shown he can win big-time races already in IndyCar.
To do it, he's going to have to beat a mid-tier American. The guy that leads that group for me is Joseph Newgarden, mid-tier age driver, forget nationality. Of all the kind of medium seasoned veterans, I mean, Newgarden's the one that I think so far in that group running, he looked to have the best handle on his Penske car, and he initially on newer tires was able to kind of carve through the field quickly as the tires wore out. He just pitted at the end of the tire stint. He didn't seem to have the bobbles or the gaps that grew in front of him. He was able to just kind of stabilize and hang in there and work his car. So Newgarden looking strong for me in the Penske group.
You know, it was interesting to hear Marty talk about how strong he thinks, and he's hearing Pato Award has looked so far. There's not been a full field test anywhere, but there have been a few tests where most of the cars were there, and I think in like 2 of the 3 sessions, or 2 of the 3 times, Pato Award has been the fastest. So this isn't the only place that they appear hooked up. That team is ready to serve notice that it's not just Penske, Ganassi, Andretti, it's Penske, Ganassi, Andretti, Arrow McLaren SP, not necessarily in that order.
I totally agree. I mean, finished 4th in the championship with a great season for Pato Award. He was competitive on road courses, on short ovals, looked very strong everywhere. And, you know, you walk by those guys on pit lane these days, and it's all business. They look prepared, well-resourced. I know they're not going to stop until they're winning races consistently. But they're the hot team in the paddock right now, no doubt.
Now, as I say, big 3, big 4. The Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan group is raising their hand. We finished 1st and 3rd in this race last year, and Graham Rahal is the fastest overall speed and in the no-tow report here today. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us of that.
Go ahead, Marty.
Sorry, Kev. I was going to say, you know, one thing that's been interesting to me, we see these veterans, and they've come into the interview area here, and they're all focused and determined. I mean, Simon Pagenaud comes to mind. I mean, he was very, you know, kind of determined, I would say, yesterday when we were interviewing him. And when Pato came in yesterday, he looks like he's just having fun, right? Looks loose, Townsend. He looks like he's light on his feet, like he's kind of laughing about everything. I mean, to me, he's kind of a kid who's on that verge of taking that next big step. I think we're going to be talking a lot about Pato, not only for podiums, but wins this year, in my opinion.
Well, I think the storylines are going to be so fascinating, and we get 6-7 weeks for them to play out for this race, because even though we're focused on road course racing, we're still going to be speculating and talking about who we think is going to be the best. We've still got a couple of cars to be confirmed, we think, to get the car count up to 35, maybe 36, and some bumping. Can't wait for the Indy 500, and it's going to feel like really the first and real 500. Yes, it counted the same last year, but without fans, it was very different. And as you heard the governor and Doug Bowles say earlier today, they can't confirm anything at this point. Plans are still being finalized, but they expect to see an Indianapolis 500 with a significant amount of fans this year. Well, in case you did forget about how last year's Indy 500 in August went, a chance to catch you up on the details.
Today, a centuries-long tradition will be renewed.
This is the Indianapolis 500. Going around the outside. Dixon for the lead and gets it.
Now Rossi takes the lead.
Go, go, go. Clear out. Hey, watch your right, watch your right.
There has been a penalty assessed to Alexander Rossi. Go to the back of the field. He's going to be furious. Oh my gosh, what a move! Oh! Rossi is out of this 500.
We are going to be good on fuel. We can't afford to lead a lot, but we are good to lead some.
Can anybody catch Dixon?
Sato's the only one that's going to be a factor.
Side by side of the start-finish line.
No attack, no chance. He'll take the lead to the short chute.
Spin in turn 4, spin in turn 4. You just bring it home, buddy. You bring it home.
Takuma Sato is a two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500.
We won it. Thank you, guys. Woo! I love you, Takuma. Unbelievable.
And Takuma Sato, now a two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. Back in 2012, they make a run for it. Finished third a couple of years ago as well. What will we see this year? Well, before we get to the Indy 500, the 105th running, there are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races in the NTT INDYCAR schedule starting next weekend, 9 days away from Barber Motorsports Park. I was there last weekend. The grounds are pristine.
As always.
There's a Buc-ee's nearby for those that have been fans of the facility at Texas Motor Speedway. That's kind of a paddock inside joke.
I'm going to get myself a smoker and some nuts.
But it's the convenience store, the size of a mall.
No doubt. That was breathtaking. The first time we went to that new Buc-ee's outside Texas Motor Speedway, and they've clearly expanded their footprint. Haven't seen any in California yet, but...
you said that there's a Buc-ee's by Barber. Is that
yes,
right,
it just opened here in the last few months.
Smokes.
When I was there, I made like...
You buried the headline. We've been together for 2 days.
I tweeted this over the winter, so I've been there testing with my son in USF 2000, I think 3 times.
I didn't know you had a kid racing.
Since last fall. And last November or December, it was up, and I drove in. I have actually never been into one, and I was going to go in, but it wasn't open yet. So it opened, I think, in January or February. It was open the last couple of times, but I didn't have a need to go in. So I've still not visited yet.
What's going to be the next ginormous retail movement? Like, gas station with Buc-ee's, got the Bass Pro Shop thing happening.
Well, that exit where Barber is, Townsend has everything now. With the Bass Pro Shops and a Buc-ee's, I mean, I don't think you need to go anywhere.
I'm thinking like an ice cream, like the world's biggest ice cream shop with like 1,000 flavors.
I'm for that.
Yeah. Maybe could be a big opportunity.
Well, you're the entrepreneur. I think that you're going to get this started.
Let's call it Kevy's.
And then the kids of Marty and me can kind of benefit from that. And I'm sure you'd have some children that would like to benefit from that as well. Let's find out more what we're hearing on social media. Hashtag AskIndyCar. Where's the best spot to watch the 500? Cockpit?
Yes. Or Pagoda.
Yeah.
10th floor of the Pagoda.
On the roof.
Yeah, the
best
Pagoda's
available position.
Available, I mean consumer available position.
Yes, where you could purchase your way there.
When I was 11 years old, my dad brought me out here from San Francisco to see my first Indy 500. We sat just across from the pylon, up in that second tier of stands, right near that monitor, actually. And that was pretty incredible because you're super close to all of the pomp and circumstance on pit lane before the race, and you get the sensation of straight line speed at the end of the straightaway. We're up here at the top. I don't know if they can see us behind the tinted windows, but 9th floor just below Tag Heuer, I believe. That's us. This is an incredible location up here as well. And you can get up here. It's just going to cost you.
You can get right here?
Well, not right here.
Okay.
But 10th floor is, I think, what sponsor has that? NTT?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to know someone to get into that circumstance.
I'll never forget my first Indy 500 here. I was driving for Vision Racing, owned by Tony George, and at the time, as you know, he was CEO of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And at the 11th hour, they opened up that 10th floor suite for the team. And I'm climbing into my race car for the start of the race, and I look up to the top of the 10th floor because I'd heard that some of my guests were allowed up there as well. And every freeloader that had somehow talked their way into me giving them a ticket, you know, people I hadn't heard from for years were up there waving, and I thought to myself, there is no way that they're ever going to want to come back unless they're on the 10th floor of the pagoda to watch the race, because it's pretty magic up there. You can see, you know, the whole track. That's why the spotters are up there. Marco Andretti all by his lonesome, and this is a really good chance to see what kind of speed, presumably in race setup, he might have, or I wonder if he trimmed out a little bit like Graham Rahal did. I'm scanning down here for Andretti, 17th right now on the charts, but that last lap, 2:17.8, so I'm going to call that race level downforce. But that's a clean read for whatever they were testing. Let's go back to a pretty magical moment here last year. I'll never forget this. It was pretty exciting to see
3 years.
Marco get it. We hear a bit of Lee Diffie's voice. Had a rocket ship, put it to great work. And a huge achievement for Father Michael. And tremendous praise and respect from all of his, not only Andretti teammates, but frankly every driver up and down pit lane. How could you not love an Andretti back on pole after all of their triumphs and hardships here? Pretty cool to see it. It's been a while, no doubt.
I've enjoyed the drama, and it's, frankly, there's been tweaking of the qualifying formats, trying to figure out what works best. We understand, you know, things change. The 4-day format with extra cars and withdrawing a car, that just not really doable anymore. So considering the circumstances, I think they have been able to create some drama, not only when there's bumping, but certainly that the Fast 9 presents.
You know, one of the things that's fun that we did last year with NBC that felt real good was to actually eliminate the qualifying tracker, if you remember. So you don't know the result of the lap until it's completed. And I'd be curious on Twitter if anybody tweets me what your thought is, if you prefer that style. It certainly reminded me of the magic here as a fan, as a kid, of hearing the result over the PA system and the anticipation of not knowing if it's faster or slower, if the driver got it done or just came up short. You know, your voice, Kevin, on the PA, Bob Jenkins, you know, hearing Paul Page back in the day during qualifying.
Tom Carnegie's where it starts from.
Tom Carnegie,
the guys that work with Tom,
those are permanent impressions in my mind here at Indy that I love about this place, that anticipation. So hopefully you all enjoyed that as well, but love to hear your thoughts as a Peacock viewer. If you're on Peacock right now watching this, you're hardcore. We love you for it.
Yeah,
and,
thank you
let
very
us know
much.
if you need anything. Any other insights or info we can give you as Alexander Rossi shares the track with Ed Carpenter.
Let's focus in on Alexander Rossi as we watch him and hear in the driver's words a word to describe and preview their season.
One word to be the theme of 2021 for me: color. Because I look back at 2020 as being very uncolorful for a lot of reasons, very gray and depressing and sad, both on and off the racetrack. And this year's going to be the opposite of that. Obviously, there was some positives that happened at the end of the year, and you know, for me, it was a year of just kind of mistakes and problems and issues and missed opportunities, and so I still have that kind of frustration and anger a little bit. It's been an interesting off season. You know, I think there's been a lot of reflection and conversations, and I think that we're all better because of it. So I'm looking forward to putting that all into practice here in a couple weeks.
That was deep thinking. I did that interview session for Content Day with the drivers, asking them for a word, and when Alex said color, I wanted to know where he was going. So deep thoughts today with Alexander Rossi as he rolls down the pit lane.
I got to tell you, his interview yesterday with Marty Snyder, the new Oprah of IndyCar. Marty, well done. That was, I mean, I just found Alex to be incredibly relaxed and engaged and not at all bothered by being interviewed. You know, a stark contrast from when he first showed up. It seemed like the last thing he would ever want to do is answer questions, especially, Marty, with a guy like you. But you pulled out the best of them.
Townsend. Well, we had a great conversation for the Indy 500 pre-race last year, so always good to hang out with Alexander Rossi. Let's talk to his former roommate, Connor Daly. So is the car as good as it looks, Connor? Because it seems like it'll cut through traffic and do whatever you want it to do.
You know what? It's been a nice start for sure. I mean, these guys have done a great job so far, but I think the most important time is right now. It's getting hot, and then the hot conditions have always been tougher, I think, for us and for everyone. So, you know, we have been consistently fast all day for sure, and in traffic, it's not bad, but it's still very, very, very difficult to pass. So you really got to make sure that someone else is making a mistake, or you happen to get lucky. And the wind today is like really powerful. So I don't know whether it's the different aero pieces that we've been given this year, but the wind seems to be dictating a lot more than I think normal. So it's wild. It's definitely exciting out there, without a doubt.
So if now is the critical time, why are you going back to the paddock right now?
Well, because we need to make some adjustments for it. We were out there and definitely need some more rear security. The rear is just moving around too much. It's on a bit of a knife edge. So if we can get a little bit more security and a little bit more just pure grip, we'll be able to fight through a little bit better. But these practice days are always so funny because you never know who's on what tire wise. You just kind of go out there and hop in a bunch of traffic. But it's fun. I mean, it's awesome to be out there with everyone, and it's been a strong start for the U.S. Air Force and Chevrolet, and so I'm excited to be here and just testing, which is nice.
You've had the unique opportunity of jumping in a Ganassi pack and a Team Penske pack. Who's impressed you the most in the cars that you've been around, you think?
Yeah, that's actually a great point. It's good to get with the Ganassi guys, good to get with the Penske guys. Will definitely looked like he got quite a bit of understeer exiting 2, which is the only reason why I really was able to pass him. The Ganassi guys look pretty solid, but no one's really going anywhere. You know what I mean? It's really hard unless someone has one of those massive washout moments or a bit of a loose moment. It's hard to take advantage of. But right now, Penske seems raw speed fast, whereas Ganassi they look balanced.
So with the aero changes, I mean, they were designed to be able to make better passing. Does it need to go a step further, you feel like? Is it easier to pass?
Well, I think we just have to work on it, right? I don't think there's no reason to judge it all on day one. We still have more downforce to add. You know what I mean? We still have more room to play. But how much do you sacrifice the ability to get a run? Earlier in the day we were able to really generate runs, and we try to add some downforce. The car might be a little bit more stable, but you can't generate enough of a run to pass someone. So it's going to be one of those things that it's the reason why we have so many days of practice here. It's because there's a lot to figure out, and we have a whole notebook, we have a whole dictionary worth of changes to try and go through to help this thing go faster and overtake people.
Nice of Connor Daly to take some time with us. He's going to head back through Gasoline Alley to the paddock area, and I think very happy with his race car, but some terrific insight, Townsend, about everybody else in the field as well. And also the point right now is a critical time when it's hot out on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway there is his summary of Penske versus Ganassi at this point. Penske kind of just outright speed, but Ganassi more balanced. So at this point, it's exactly what Connor described. It's the tale of two approaches. Do you want to be able to be a little more trimmed out so you can get a run, or do you want to be really confident and consistent in traffic? And much like a 4-lap qualifying run here, where you're trying to mitigate and contain the bleed off of speed over 4 laps, on a race run over 30 laps, that's where that downforce decision will also come in play. Do you want to be better at the start of the run with a more sort of trimmed out, streamlined downforce package, or do you want to make sure that you're the one that kind of can grind and stay close to a car in front towards the end of a tire stint, because that more than likely is where you're going to find yourself at the end of the race, at the end of the stint, not at the beginning of one.
A Twitter question here for Captain Conrad. Ryan asks, on downforce during the race, would a car starting near the back have a setup for more, since they'll be expecting a lot of choppy air? Would starting top 2 or 3 be running a lot less or not much different? So I wanted to bring that up because we just saw that highlight package from last year. Remember what Alexander Rossi said after he crashed last year?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. If you're starting at the back, one thing, you can rest assured at some point you're going to be in dirty air, like immediately at the start of the race. You're going to be mid-pack at best. Even if you get a phenomenal start, you might go from the last 2 rows up to, call it 20th, 23rd or something for the first stint, and then you're going to have to settle in and start picking them off. So you're going to need the downforce to maintain the balance and maintain the closing distance. If you're a pole setter, you're starting on the front row, maybe the first 2 rows, you're going to know that you're going to need to be trimmed out a bit because you've got to hold with some of those faster cars anyways, and you don't have as much turbulent air to deal with. Generally, if you start up front, you're going to expect to stay up front. And that's where sometimes people get caught out, is you get an unlucky situation, get caught out by a yellow, have something happen on track or a bad pit stop. Now you're a fast front-running car deep in the pack, and then you're trapped. You can't do anything because you just haven't selected enough downforce to anticipate that.
And in Rossi's situation, it was a total surprise because it was after a pit stop, so he wasn't out of sequence. Nothing had happened. He expected to still be near the front, but then he's penalized. So he goes to the back without making another stop. So my question would be, if he had just been simply caught out by an untimely yellow, made a stop, could they have dialed in some wing to have helped him? But he didn't even have the chance to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly dial in some wing, but you really don't have time to start bolting on parts, right?
Sure.
So some of these new pieces that have been introduced here, a lot of the learning that's taking place right now is trying all of those new bits and determining, do they match up with expectations? I had one prominent team personnel tell me that there was a lot of surprises with some of those parts that they've discovered already today, that they either were a little more or less efficient in producing the anticipated aerodynamic results that they had expected coming into this test. So a lot of learning going on right now. And you heard it earlier. I think Castroneves talked about the sensitivity of adjusting an IndyCar at these speeds at this track. All those little parts, it changes not only downforce level, but then the center of pressure, even ride heights. So there's no free lunch. You change one little thing aerodynamically, and it can kick off a whole raft of changes required to keep up with the balance on the car.
Good look at Simona Di Silvestro and the Pareto Autosport Chevrolet. What's she lapping at right now? So I'm still trying to find. Oh, she's jumped up to 11th quick overall. And her best speed is 2:23.4. Last one, 2:18.8. As we move on to another red and white car. More red, though, on the Husky Chocolate number 8 Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing of Marcus Ericsson.
"93 laps complete for Ericsson." I'm just scanning the field. McLaughlin at 97. So Ericsson, I believe, second most laps completed, but he'll go to the top of the LC chart here shortly, just 3 laps shy of McLaughlin, who sits on pit lane.
By the way, 9 sets of tires for veterans. Rookies got 3 more. Veterans needing refreshers got 2 more. So the rookies participating in rookie orientation would have had 12. So that's Cody Ware and Pietro Fittipaldi. The veteran refreshers would have 11. And then those, like Marcus Ericsson, 9 sets of tires to go through the 2 days. And about Well, normally in the 30 to 35 range. As far as
well,
laps
check this
concerned.
out, Kevin. This is, I believe, a testing first at IMS.
What do you got?
We've got permission to talk to Ryan Hunter-Reay
Okay.
on pit lane. Let's check it out. Hey, Ryan, it's Townsend up here in the NBC booth. You got me?
Yeah, copy, gotcha.
Hey, bud, through some miracle, I understand you've given us permission to talk to you on pit lane. I'm not sure this has ever happened before. Talk to us a little bit about what it's like in the cockpit out there, the Andretti team running in some packs. You've had a chance to mix it up. What's the balance feel like? We're at 104 track temp right now.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tricky out there, actually. As you know, once the track temp goes over about 100, it becomes a different racetrack depending on the wind direction and all that stuff. So we've had our certain job list that we had to do today, testing some things for when we come back in May, and that was this morning. So now we're trying to focus more on the traffic stuff and get running in other conditions, so that we have that those references for when we come back. But yeah, it's starting to get pretty tricky out there, especially about 15, 20 laps on tires and on. It's tough to do a lap flat around here.
They're going counterclockwise on the front wing right now, taking some downforce out. Hopefully that's a lot of turns. That guy's cranking away up there. Hopefully they're just checking wing angle and they're putting some more back in. But curious if the pieces, the new bits that IndyCar's brought to the table, have you had a chance to get a read on that to determine if it's helping you draft and stay a little closer to cars in front?
Yeah, we did a test here in October. We tested those things and some of the options, and I liked some of them, and I didn't like the others. I'd say I liked 2/3 of the options, and those are the options that we're currently using. One of those options, the one I wasn't so high on, that most of us weren't high on. We do actually have on the car as a mandated piece moving forward, but same for everybody. So we got to figure it out, and that's what we're doing here.
Sounds good. Well, have a good, productive rest of the day. Appreciate you chatting with us, and make sure they got that front wing set, bud.
Copy that. Thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you.
Nice of you to alarm the driver before he goes
like
out.
10 turns.
He did dial it back a little bit. All right, let's check in with Marty downstairs.
We have found the man of the week so far, Rinus VeeKay, and it's good to see him hanging out with us. And you got him at the Care Center afterwards, Kevin, after his accident yesterday. So first of all, how are you doing? Everything okay? I know you got the broken finger, and obviously you got it taped up.
Yeah, so I got the broken finger, but it's not a big deal to me. Just the only thing that matters to me is can I drive again?
Yeah.
And I got cleared, so fortunately, yeah, it happened yesterday, but I'm going to make sure I learn the most out of these moments.
You went to see the hand specialist today. What did he say? You said the break is up here at the top of the finger, correct?
Yeah, it's just this first the first joint.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the one I use the least. So,
That's good.
That's good. Just seems like it can hold a steering wheel. So that's all what's important to me.
Okay, let's talk about the accident yesterday. What happened? I mean, you've had some time to kind of think about it. I'm sure you've seen the video. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so I came into turn one. I knew there was a big headwind, and I turned in. Everything felt fine. I looked at the onboard, and it all seemed very stable. And then just in the middle of the corner, it's like they dropped 1,000 pounds on the front wing, and just with the wind, just a big hit of the wind, and it dropped very hard. And just once you lose it, it's gone. So. Try to hang on to it, because this is a souvenir, so it happens eventually. So I'm luckily it happened now and not in May, and it's definitely a big but very valuable lesson.
Yeah, 30-some hours later, as you review it, was it being too aggressive, too early? What would you assess of your part of that accident?
For my feeling, for my experience, I built it up quite the way I wanted it to. Mm-hmm. But we reviewed it, and Indianapolis bites you, and it really bit me. So yeah, I will make sure I build it up easier, especially with the green track, first car on track. Mm-hmm. The big wind is just so much playing around you, and you have a lot of time these 2 days to build it up. So yeah, big lesson to me, and I'll make sure. Whenever I get a chance to prove that I learned, I will make sure I learned.
Well, and that's what Ed Carpenter, your team owner, was saying yesterday, is that he's had this conversation with you before, and sometimes you've got to learn it yourself. Does that make sense, that you've got to experience that for yourself and know where that edge is?
Yeah, definitely. You want to do as best as possible always. You never want to crash, but sometimes it just happens.
Sure.
And all what matters afterwards is just how do you rebound from that? How do you learn from it? And how can you change the future?
Right. And you know that from last year, the wreck at Texas, and came back and ran very well. So I don't think this is going to slow you down at all.
No, it definitely didn't hurt my confidence or anything. I knew what I did wrong. I knew that it was kind of a lack of experience to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm peaceful about it. And we talked about it with the whole team, and we all leave it behind now and focus full on Barber.
Townsend's listening in. Townsend, I'm sure you have some questions for the young man as well.
Yeah, hey, Renus. So happy to see you get out of the car quickly yesterday. That was a massive impact, came obviously very early. Had to have hurt, though, in the car. I mean, you popped out right away. It was a big hit. I've had big hits, though, where you don't feel as much in the cockpit, but surely describe for people just what an impact like that. What is your body going through? Were you able to breathe right away? Because sometimes I've had the wind knocked out of me. What was the experience like in the cockpit?
Yeah, it happens super fast, especially with these speeds. But yeah, you hit the wall, and actually for me, I'm very tight in the cockpit. Like, my head pads are super tight around my head, which I'm happy with, and I didn't really get knocked out or anything by the hit, but yeah, it was more just me. I just crashed. That's what you're thinking. And obviously you're not happy, but then I had to take my steering wheel off, and I definitely felt that my finger was feeling a little weird. So then went to the medical center and got it all fixed. But I'm feeling really, really good, actually.
Renus, what's required to fix the car? I talked to one of your mechanics. It seemed like they were taking all the bits off, that the tub had to get repaired. Do you expect to get that tub and that car rebuilt, or what's the plan coming back here in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, the plan is just right now to focus on Barber, and this test, we couldn't give it everything we had right now, so we just let it go and focus on all the races ahead, which are most important to us. And I get two awesome teammates driving out there getting data, so I'm very confident that we will do good in May.
So walk me through what the injury will be for this coming week, because you have less than a week before you got to get ready to go to Barber. Have you tried to hold a steering wheel yet? I mean, is there any pain there in your left finger when you're holding the steering wheel?
I've tried it. I don't really feel anything when it's from the bottom, like when the pressure comes from the bottom of my finger, like it is with the steering wheel. So I'm confident that it will be no problem to me. I've been working out already. I've been doing push-ups, so I don't have any problems. So I can just continue with the daily life and racing.
Gotta love that enthusiasm. So will they make a brace for because would that finger do much, like in a race at Barber? Would your left hand be doing much?
The only thing it does is downshifting,
right.
But I always downshift with two fingers.
Okay.
So there's not much force needed when you downshift, so I can just go from two to one finger. And just do that, and I think that will not be a problem.
Right. So what's the rest of the day going to be for you? I know you've been hanging out down there at the 20 and 47 pits.
Yeah, I'm just going to make sure I'm here for the guys, and I'm listening to everything they have to say and all their feedback, so I'm kind of reliving their moment.
Yeah.
And learning together with the whole team.
How far do you think this puts you guys behind in terms of preparation for the 500? I know you went to check out the car, which obviously they say is going to take some time to get fixed, but will it put you guys way behind, or do you feel like you can lean on their notes enough that you'll be okay? I
think we're going to be okay. We got an amazing crew at Carpenter Racing, and we got these guys getting the data in, and today it's windy. You never know if it's going to be like that in May, but I think we have a lot of time to practice, to get the data in, and I got an awesome car last year, and I expect the same to just the same to happen this year. So I'm not worried at all, and I'm just gonna give it all from here.
Well, it's good to hang out with Renus and good to see that he's okay. 2 tough races to start the season, though, at Barber and then St. Pete. Those are 2 of the most challenging races, Kevin. But young man's up for it, has a positive attitude in that finger. He hopes he'll be just fine.
And he was fast here last August in his first Indianapolis 500. Qualified in the Firestone Fast 9. Was the fastest Chevy, I believe. Started 4th, and he was running legitimately up in the top 5 before a mishap on pit lane cost him a lap, but a really strong run for him. So this, fortunately for them, this setback comes in April rather than in May. We were talking yesterday, and I think a lot of it was off the air as we see his boss and teammate Ed Carpenter getting set to go back out. You know, people always, when there are more than 33 cars, like to talk amongst themselves and speculate who's in the most peril. And we can kind of guesstimate, but a lot of times it comes from someone that has a crash in practice that sets you back. All of a sudden, your 4-day plan becomes a day and a half. Remember what happened to Pato O'Ward and Fernando Alonso a couple of years ago?
Yep.
They both crashed in practice and neither made the race.
Especially with some of the smaller teams. I don't have the same concern, let's say Ed Carpenter Racing, just because those guys turn out fast race cars every single time. We saw a quick image there of the team manager, Tim Broyles. I mean, he runs such a great operation. I would have all the confidence if I was Renus VK that they can get me a race car, back in May that's as quick. But it's when it happens later in the game, meaning your Thursday before qualifying weekend. And I don't care which team you are, it's a huge challenge to just print or stamp out another car like what you have. And it sets into motion a whole number of things that are compromises from that point going forward, not the least of which is driver confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Renus says, hey, I know what I did wrong, and I'm still confident and ready to go and all of that, but you cannot hide from the fact that the first time you go back out on track, or for many times back into turn 1 in windy conditions, that's going to live in the back of your head. That's a big crash and a big moment, and everybody's been through it. And that's part, Marty, of the respect we talk about for this place. Is you're dancing on a very thin wire at a high altitude around this place, and you can't have a slip up. And when you do, you never forget it.
Well, and that's a terrific point, Townsend, and that'll be for May when he comes back here and he'll be able to practice again. I just talked to Renus as he was leaving the room, and I asked him about what they're going to do for Barber this next week. Obviously, that's the first concern as we watch Graham Rahal and Santino Ferrucci duel it out on the racetrack. And he said, so what they're going to do, they're going to remold the steering wheel a little bit. And he told me, he said, I actually I've only had one other broken bone, and it's been in this finger. Same exact finger. He said he broke it in go-karts, so he knows how to drive with that finger broken. And he said, I know I can drive that way. And he said, actually, the week that he broke the finger in go-karts, he won the race the next week in the World Championships. So he's done this before. He knows how to do it, so he's been through this. But, yeah, it's amazing to me that a guy with that much confidence, and he clearly is not afraid to show that on the racetrack, he doesn't back down from it at all. He's sitting here less than 30 hours after the accident, and he's still smiling and laughing and feeling like he's going to go to Barber and be a contender.
Yep. Interesting to watch the 2 RLL cars of Santino Ferrucci and Graham Rahal work together here in a pack. Just left the pits. I'm going to guess they did so on sticker tires, and things look very racy, right? Both cars able to draft up on each other, make a move lap after lap, but we just have to wait now, 2 laps, 3 laps into this run right now, but what happens 20 laps from now? That's what you have to watch is how much of a performance fall off do they see in race trim, because on new tires, there's a lot more mechanical grip available just by virtue of fresh rubber. So we'll keep an eye on this in case more cars join the pack. Scott Dixon, only other car on track right now, working the back straightaway, about 10 seconds back of these two as we get another question from 3 Wide Motorsports.
Hashtag Ask IndyCar on social media. What's your most memorable Indy 500 that you watched, were a part of, or watched on TV? You go first.
1986, first one I ever came to as a fan, 11 years old.
So that was week 2. That was on the Saturday, right? There were 2 rainouts. Isn't that correct?
The race was rained out on Sunday, and we came back to run on a Saturday or the following Sunday. I want to say it was the following Sunday.
It was the next weekend.
It was definitely the next weekend. Somebody will tell us. But I remember that race for so many reasons. First major race I've been to a dirt sprint car race back in California, but no IndyCar races. And to have your first racing experience be the Indy 500, simply breathtaking. The people, the balloons, the marching bands, the speed, the bravery left obviously a huge impact on me, and was a pretty surreal moment exactly 20 years later to start my first Indy 500.
Isn't it amazing how something like that, it's impacted your entire life, has been built around that day.
Absolutely.
And that moment. It's not just that you had the chance to race at the Indy 500, but you're still involved in the sport to this day, all these years later.
Marty, one thing I'll never forget from that race, before you tell us about your favorite Indy 500, was the beer cans out on Georgetown Road. I had no idea how much beer a race fan is capable of drinking. What a celebration of not only speed and daring, but also hops. Marty, your favorite Indy 500? Oh, is he off?
Yeah, I think he took his headset off.
Oh, thanks, Marty. Kevin?
He would say any of the ones that you led in were his favorites. That would be Marty's answer.
Yeah, right.
You led in 2 or 3?
2.
You led in at least 2.
Maybe 3.
Maybe
1.
Russ, stats. Mine would be 2006 for the last 10 laps.
My first race.
That wasn't what I was choosing. I was happy to have you a part of that race, but all of the storylines, you had Michael Andretti making a comeback. And he wasn't super strong all month long or all race, but through pit sequences, he found himself leading on a last restart. Then his 19-year-old son passes him. And then you have the first time ever that the driver that led lap 199 did not lead lap 200. Sam Morris Jr. was strong, but had a pit stop mishap. And I was in that pit for the day, and I was standing next to Roger Penske on the wall as he turned in astonishment, wondering, did my driver actually pull off a straightaway pass to win the Indy 500? That was cool. And I liked Sam. I'll be honest, I liked Sam. I was relatively new to covering the sport full-time, and he was one of the many that was very nice to me, so I was really happy for him. But that was cool. There were like 4 storylines. Danica Patrick was a big factor in the race. Again that year. That was just a really cool Indy 500. And others, the 82 500, just listening on the radio to that one with Mears trying to catch John Cock. That's one of my fondest memories of listening to that one as a little kid.
Well, and watching him work the apron back then was a lot of fun.
Yeah. And everybody has their own, and that's what's so fantastic about the Indianapolis 500. Russ confirms first that the 86 500 was on a Saturday. We don't have information yet on how many races you led. I'm disappointed you don't know that at your fingertips.
Not enough.
Not enough.
That's the answer I know. Graham Rahal and Santino Ferrucci continue to work it, so probably 6-8 laps into this run, and they've got some company with Felix Rosenqvist and the number 7 McLaren Aero McLaren SP joining the fray. And this is what I'm talking about, Kevin. Just a few laps later, you can see a little harder for Ferrucci to stay close as tires wear. Graham's going to pull over and make it really easy for him to stay close. In fact, to get all the way by. Graham Rahal bailing out of that run, coming to pit lane. So Ferrucci's on his own for RLL as Rosenqvist catches up. Meanwhile, 4 Penske cars all on track, plus their association car with Simona Di Silvestro. So technically 5 Penske family cars out working the traffic. A little spread out, though, right now as Pato Award splits Simon Pagenaud in that neon yellow Menards 22 with Joseph Newgarden right there.
Kind of keeping an eye at the bottom of the scoring pylon for the 2 true rookies that had never been on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway before yesterday. The Dale Coyne with Rick Ware racing Hondas, Pietro Fittipaldi and Cody Ware. Finished up rookie orientation today. And top speed still just shy of the 219 mile per hour range. Still early days for them. And as we talked about before, I'm assuming the thought process for them would be, do not worry about if you are last. No. Today doesn't matter. Last is fine. Work your way into it. We're still going to have plenty of time.
Yeah, and, the way to not be last is to run in traffic. All of these cars, all of these big speeds you've seen, the fastest car not in traffic has been Graham Rahal at 221.9. And just to put that in perspective, that would only put you 25th on the chart. So if you want to go fast on practice day at Indianapolis, you got to run in traffic. You need to work the draft to put up a time. And I imagine that all the boxes have been ticked for Dale Coyne for those two rookie drivers, which is get through orientation, get your feet wet, gather some information, and most importantly, protect yourself and the equipment so you can come back and pick up where we leave off in May. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi looks to be doing a gear ratio change on pit lane, or at least an inspection. You can see the gearbox cover is off. It looks like the whole gear stack is out.
By the way, you led 2 times for 13 laps.
Really?
Thank you, Russ. There's still time.
Best 11 minutes of my life. Well, I can tell you that my lasting impression of leading, I think probably 12 of those 13 laps came in my last Indy 500, where I had a great chance to make it happen. It ran up front all day. It is so much easier to run in the front of this race than it is the middle or the back.
I would imagine.
It is a literal and figurative breath of fresh air. And that's why, people say you can win from anywhere. Why does qualifying matter that much? It matters that much because if you can start up front, you have such a better start to your day. And all you got to do is kind of just hang there, learn, kind of figure out your settings, figure out what your competitors, where they are. Let the guys do their work on pit lane. Stay in that top 4, top 5, and then when it's time to go, you'll be ready.
I think some years it matters more than others. There was a stretch there for a little while where we were seeing guys pretty methodically be able to work their way back from 15th and beyond back up to the front. Frankly, as we've talked about in the last couple of years, it's been a little bit tougher to make your way through the field.
Yeah, and I think that's some of the things that IndyCar is trying to address with some of these aerodynamic changes that we're seeing here. And you really don't know till you get to race day, because everybody's going to leave a little bit of margin on the table and not really hang themselves out too much running in this group traffic. Meanwhile, we'll get to see Scott Dixon. This was the car that, Connor Daly felt like was really strong in traffic just based on his experiences running with both Penske groups and Ganassi groups earlier. So as we see this train of Penske mixed in with Meyer Shank Racing and Arrow McLaren SP, as Dixon catches this group, I would expect Scotty D to put up a pretty big lap time here. Sits P5 right now. That 224.7 was set a long time ago. But if he's on fresh tires and closing on the big pack, could see a big number this lap, or chances are the next lap. We'll have to keep an eye on that. 222.3 last lap for Scott Dixon. And Kevin, if I had to pick a best of the bunch in traffic right now, Pato O'Ward
looks pretty strong, doesn't he?
Really strong. He's able to stay pretty close lap after lap, timing his passes, learning a lot. I'm sure he's having a blast out there, but he seems very comfortable with his race car.
This is a good group to watch right here. We've got the Arrow McLaren SP Chevy And the Chevys from Team Penske, which includes Peretta Autosport. That white and red car is Simona Di Silvestro. The bright yellow is Simon Pagenaud. And the darker shade of yellow, that's Scott McLaughlin. Scott Dixon is back there, I think I saw.
He just pitted.
Somewhere in the group. Okay, he was at the tail end. There's Graham Rahal.
He just came out of the pits to join this group. So he's going to pull over. Graham will on the front straightaway, tuck back in, and maybe even on the back straightaway, he might try to work his way to the tail end of this pack and just see what his race car feels like with 5 or 6 cars in front. Let's see what Graham does here.
We've lost, by the way, timing and scoring for just a second on our monitor, and I didn't notice that Joseph Newgarden, have we noted this?
Yes, well, I don't know we've noted it, but it was on screen earlier, 226.8, so pretty big lap out of Newgarden running in traffic.
That's the best we've seen so far of the 2 days by far, 226.8, then Graham Rahal, 225.6, Will Power, 225.5, Connor Daly was P1 for quite a while at 224.79. Then Scott Dixon, 224.74. Pato Award over 224. Colton Herta, Alex Palou, Ed Jones, Simon Pagenaud at the top 10. Then Ed Carpenter, Simona Di Silvestro, Scott McLaughlin, Santino Ferrucci, Tony Kanaan in the top 15. Felix Rosenquist, Elio Castroneves, Marco Andretti, Sebastian Bourdais, Ryan Hunter-Ray, the top 20.
We're going to have you do that once a minute. Keep everybody updated. Colton Herta leading Pato Award. It seems like Pato would have dropped back perhaps there to try his run again. And boy, look at the way he comes off of turn 4 and sucks up with no problem on the 26. Makes the pass going into turn 1. Be curious to know how many laps are on that number 5 car of Pato Award, because he seems right at home in traffic.
And you really prefer to run the tires as far as they'll go. You want fresh tires for qual sims.
Yes, but you want to take care of the, your tire allocation so that you have enough for qual sims. But you only want to really run the tires, I think, as far as a stint.
Yes.
Because you're really never going to double stint the tires. The only situation where that might come into play is if you're going to try to run long on a final stint, per se, to finish the race, and you're going to be saving a little bit of fuel. But I can tell you, you get past about 30 laps on these tires, and it doesn't feel too special anymore, because that grip, it just goes away. You're loading these tires at such tremendous side load and vertical load in the corners that there's no escaping the fact that every corner of every lap is what do we call it? Not depreciating returns. Help me there.
Oh, I was told there'd be no vocabulary quizzes.
Come on.
Or math. Degradation?
No, there's a term there. It's in my head.
Okay.
I've got myself in a deep, dark broadcasting hole I can't get out of. Diminishing returns.
Okay.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'm here for you.
Diminishing returns. Every corner, diminishing returns for the tires, especially with the heat on. 105-degree track temperature. Colton Herta drafting up on Scott McLaughlin. Further back, Pagenaud looking on Graham Rahal. I don't think he'll be close enough. And Pato Award has dropped all the way back now. And I'll be super impressed if he can get back to the front mid to tail end of his tire stint.
Townsend, he did that intentionally. He was up there racing a moment ago with Colton Herta, and he intentionally fell to the back of this pack. So I would say watch the 5, see what he can do from here. I mean, he cut his way through this pack once to see if he can do it
now
twice.
we get to find out just how good is Pato Award as the tires get towards the end of their life. You can see maybe a little challenging trying to draft up here, but we'll watch Pato Award for the next couple of laps and just see if he can make any gains there on Pagenaud. And you hear this every year, Kevin. Following one car a whole lot different than following 4.
Yeah.
In terms of turbulence that you have to deal with.
Well, we're still seeing that car second in line pretty easily make his way around the leader and vice versa. I'm going to watch and see if we can see a car third, fourth, fifth in line pick up a position.
So Award drafted up pretty close to Pagenaud, but then you see the gap grow a little bit in 3. So he's struggling a little bit now, which is not unusual. Everybody talking about how difficult it is deeper into the tire run to get close, stay close, as McLaughlin goes around Colton Hurd on the front stretch.
That's a nice sight to see. After a long winter, tough year for a lot of people, seeing race cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a line. I know it's just a test. It's not even official practice, but it still feels good to be back home at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, just the Midwest, springtime, green grass, blue skies.
I came home last night. My grass was cut. That was good.
Wow. Jackson getting out there, earning his keep.
Somebody did. I think it was probably him.
So I'll still say that Pato Award, I mean, if you look at the separation between Rahal, Herta, Pagenaud right now, look at Pato. Look at how close he still is able to get to other cars. We know he has a lot of laps on this run. So
Ed Jones there moving inside of Dixon. Going back to Colton Herta, one of the young favorites in 2021. He was asked the same question as well. One word as a theme for 2021.
What I'd like to see in the future is probably progress. Continuing to be better in the car and improving all aspects of it. So being a little bit faster and qualifying better, getting more race wins, getting more podiums. We seem to have the speed at a lot of places last year. We seem to maximize on a lot of opportunities last year. I think the goal this year has to be to improve on that and really be in the championship fight going into the last round, to where we're either leading it or very close behind to have a shot.
So my first instinct would be to say, certainly Colton Herta is a championship contender, and I think that's correct. But then we look big picture. To win a championship, all of the people that you have to beat, so how strong are the chances for Colton to break through this soon in his career and be a champion this year?
Well, I mean, the data is pretty compelling. Third in the championship. You know, at his age, race winner, pole winner. No reason why, you know, just watching what Colton Herta is doing on the track right now, on top of his game. He's got the full support of the Andretti team. They know his talent. They know that he's the bright future. He's, in my opinion, he's matched all the talent that Alexander Rossi has shown, and frankly stepped forward as the, you know, kind of the top guy on the team last year in terms of performance and results. Then Rossi responded later in the year. They really got going. So I think the fact that Rossi and Herta will be pushing each other, I think is only going to sharpen Colton Herta at a rate maybe faster than if he was at a different team where he didn't have that kind of a match in an Alexander Rossi. So it could totally happen.
Does it change anything that now he is being talked about and watched as a championship contender? Last year, he was still just 20 years old. In his second year, yes, he had won races, but probably wasn't talked about in that vein. Does that change anything, or is that just things that we as fans and media types talk about?
I think it's you fans and media.
Okay.
I guess I'm squarely in the media camp right now, and I project and I make lots of assumptions here, but it's one thing I learned about Colton Herta, you know, from the day I met him, as Alexander Rossi has a friend down there in turn 3. That was getting close. Ed Carpenter having a peek pretty late in the run. I'm sure the spotters got a little excited in that moment.
And that was Rosenquist that had just gone around him. We've still got the two black and gold arrow. McLaren Arrows.
Things are heating up fast. You just saw, I think that was Jack Harvey.
Yeah.
Down in turn 1, throwing some shade to Felix Rosenquist as Rosenquist was coming up the front straightaway. Rosenquist not at all intimidated by the I'm not going to call it block, but the fade. So this is going back to the Ed Carpenter move. So Ed kind of gets in and just sort of backs out. Rossi leaves him room, turns in pretty high, but that got our attention for sure.
So Felix passed Rossi on the high side, went to the low side on Jack Harvey.
Yeah, that's something that you see sometimes in practice here. You saw Harvey just kind of give the little fade down the straightaway like, hey, man, not too keen on you popping out late here on me. And Rosenqvist was having none of the suggestion, went for it anyways. And then Harvey finds himself up in the dirt, up in the gray. So just, what you would expect. These are racing drivers. It's a test day, but you're practicing for the race, and you're going to have moments like that over and over again on race day here.
All right, we've got, I think, the 2 Arrow McLaren SP cars on track, so I want to spot the difference. There's the 7. So Pato O'Ward further back in the 5. He's got more orange on the nose. So that's the way I'm really just talking to myself, but maybe also telling everyone watching as well the difference to spot those cars.
In the meantime, I was practicing the differentiation between the 60 and the 06. So Elio Castroneves,
help me there,
is the 06. He's the lead black and pink car there. He has a black nose, and then further back, Harvey fully pink on the tub and the nose.
You're gonna have to write that down.
At every moment, I think this is the best group on the track. I think it keeps getting better. I mean, this is getting dicey, isn't it, guys? And track heating up as well. Look at Alex Rossi all the way up against the wall there.
It is getting a little bit dicey, and it makes you wonder, hey, what's the final hour and a half or so going to look like?
I think everybody's trying to figure out now, Kevin, if they can pass and how far back they can be and make a pass. I think once you get kind of third in line, from what I'm hearing from the drivers, it's difficult to make a move. Your second in line, you got a shot. Third in line back, it's tough.
And that's the way it's been the last couple of years. And those are some of the things that are trying to be addressed in still early days. You can still learn some things from this potentially, Townsend, that can be adjusted.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got lots of time to collect data, compare notes, and try to come back with a better combination. I just want to see if we can take a look back to that moment earlier with Harvey and Rosenqvist. Excuse me, Castroneves in the 06.
Oh, it
so
was?
Watch the black and pink car. It looked like more of a veteran move. See that little dodge from Castroneves? That is a 3-time winner and a 20-time Indy 500 veteran saying, not right now, kid, not in April. But he did it anyways.
And is that sometimes the difference by from a 20-something driver to a 40-something driver?
Yeah.
Sometimes, not always.
Yeah. That's a guy that's understands risk and reward pretty clearly. And not that Rosenqvist doesn't, but Rosenqvist made it work.
Well, I've heard a lot of veteran drivers, and they basically say that helps determine when they decide it's time to stop, because there became a point in their career when they decided, you know what? It's not worth it as much to me as maybe it is to that kid in their 20s.
I've had a few moments out here, now that I think about it, with Castroneves in practice, where the message was pretty clear. My house, my rules in practice.
Which is how you get to be a 3-time winner.
I suppose.
3-time runner-up.
I suppose. And I can distinctly remember having a Rosenqvist-like reaction to some of those suggestions.
Did you still complete the pass?
Probably. The other thing that will happen, and we see this as we get closer to qualifying weekend, is on Fast Friday, you'll get guys trying to own the racetrack in terms of getting themselves a gap for a clean 4-lap run. Oftentimes at the expense of another car that's at speed trying to complete a 4-lap run. And then, it's a bit of the accordion effect that you'll get on a road course, where everybody stacks up and then all of a sudden they're tripping over each other. Scott Dixon leads this pack. That's Joseph Newgarden drafting up to make a move. Will Power and then Simona Di Silvestro.
So we've seen Simona generally running about 4th in line. I would be curious to see.
Sorry, that's
I did the same
red
thing
and white.
Yeah.
We've got to remember the
red
neon
light.
stripes. That's Santino Ferrucci.
I was going to say, we've seen Simona running at the tail of the line. I'd be curious to see her run up front. But that is Santino Ferrucci going around
willpower, and it's an easy mistake to make. We assume that if Penske's are running in a group, that's the affiliated program of Paretta Autosport, but it wasn't. Ferrucci mixing it up, and there's Simona in the 16. So there you get a side-by-side comparison. It's an easy. Simona has more red on her side pods, but other than that, they are very similar, the Hy-V car to the Rocket Mortgage car.
So it looks like we've got more yellow in the mirrors. That might be
well, Ferrucci head-on, you've got all of this vinyl detail with the neon yellow on the camera box, the leading edge of the wishbones and the mirrors. Marty, what you got?
I'm hanging out with Cody Ware, who I think you wanted to talk to Townsend and just ask him how it's been going. So he hopped out of the car, so we'll ask him how it's been going. So, you know, a couple of runs in and a nice day here at Indy. How was it on day 2 for you?
Yeah, so RFP got completed pretty nicely in the morning, and as we've been getting up to speed, you know, we've been dealing with quite a bit of understeer on exits of the corners, so engineers have been working really hard to fix that, and we've been tweaking on it throughout the day. You know, obviously also adjusting to quite a lot of wind right now. The past few runs out have been quite windy, so learning about these downforce cars with a lot of wind and a lot of aero, and so just trying to be patient, work up to it, and take it little by little. But the guys at Dale Coyne Racing have been taking really good care of me and learning it and having a lot of fun every step of the way.
Are you getting more comfortable in the car?
Oh yeah, I'd say compared to my first lap yesterday to now, I'm a lot happier, definitely in a mindset to improve and make adjustments and work on the car. So got a lot of confidence there. Now I'm at the point where definitely need some adjustments and some tweaks on the car. And so I'm glad that we're there. I'm glad the engineers are liking what they're seeing. So got a few more steps to make to get a really comfortable race car, but I'm happy with what we're seeing so far.
Have you gotten a chance to run around a lot of other cars in a bigger pack, and what was that like for you?
Not a whole lot of drafting practice yet. I think I was out there with the 4 car and a few other people at different parts of the day, only in like 1 or 2 car drafts. So not a whole lot yet. I definitely want to get the car feeling a bit better, because as we've been picking up speed, we're just getting more and more of this really aggressive understeer off the corners. So trying to avoid a whole lot of heavy drafting until get the car dialed in a little bit better.
All right, Townsend does have a question. I'll translate. So go ahead, Townsend.
A question for Cody is just how he's getting acclimated to having controls in the car that might seem totally foreign. Weight jacker, anti-roll bars. You know, how does he feel so far about working with those controls? Is it still early, or is he starting to get a feel for what those things do to the balance?
So something you and I talked about yesterday, getting used to the controls in the car, because in the Cup car you don't have that. So how have you been getting used to the controls inside the car, and what's that been like for you?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I've been working a lot with the weight jacker throughout the day today. We've only made a couple of roll bar adjustments. I think the biggest thing is just building the confidence and making my own decisions during the runs to tweak on the car. The weight jacker is something that I feel like the increments of the adjustments are small enough to where I feel comfortable making those changes, but especially once you get into the draft and start to see the higher speeds, you know, I need to work up some more confidence to work with the roll bars and kind of get what I need once you pick up, you know, 5-6 mile an hour. So progress, but need to work on that a little bit for sure.
Is it strange for you that you're doing 220 into 1 at Indianapolis today, wide open, and tomorrow you'll be doing about 105 into turn 1 at Martinsville in a Cup car?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You know, like we were talking about the other day, you know, going from Bristol dirt to a test at Texas last week in the IndyCar, now to doing 220 some odd mile an hour here at Indy, to tomorrow night doing 500 laps in a 4,000 pound stock car with steel brakes on it. So going to be quite the transition. You know, definitely has always been interesting with no practice, just taking the green flag in NASCAR. Been a lot of fun, but I think after tonight on the plane ride home, definitely going to have to reset the brain and get ready for a lot slower experience.
It's going to be a lot of fun for him. Good catching up with Cody Ware, and he's done a terrific job so far this week. And by the way, Kevin, that's a hometown race for Cody Ware. He's from Greensboro, North Carolina. It's about 40 minutes south of Martinsville, Virginia. So that's the hometown race for the young man tomorrow night for the Cup Series in Martinsville.
Cool. I look forward to watching his progress. This is, I think, going to be a fun adventure, certainly for him and his dad, Rick, but for all of us as he gets to kind of live out his dream. This is someone who's been driving high-level race cars for several years now, but in the sports car variety and in stock cars, and is now stepping out and trying something entirely different. And IndyCar racing is different than other forms of motorsport, Townsend, where, you know, in most other, like a stock car driver, doesn't start trying to make the Daytona 500. They start in ARCA and work their way up. Maybe they skip a step along the way, but he's not the first, where their first IndyCar race would be the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, and it's going to be a massive challenge, just like it will be for Jimmy Johnson next weekend, making his IndyCar debut at Barber Motorsports Park. But I think it's totally insane, but insanely awesome that NASCAR has no practice still, you know, this season. I mean, talk about a challenge. Look, we have 2 days of testing. We'll come back and have 3-4 days of practice, 2 days of qualifying, maybe another practice run, a carb date, then the Indy 500. I mean, this cat's going to show up at Martinsville and just, you know, pace lap and send it.
Well, at least he's driven stock cars before, but since this all started because of COVID last year, just people we know that have hopped in stock cars with no experience. We talked earlier about R.C. Enerson, who's here. I remember when he drove an Xfinity car last year at Road America, his first lap in a stock car was in that race. He started in the back on points. He actually raced his way up to like 10th or so. Santino Ferrucci's first time this year in a stock car was in that race. Connor Daly in the trucks last year raced well.
It's actually worked out fine.
James Davison did the same thing last year.
Imagine if we had an Indy 500 this year where it was just three wide, pace lap, 11 rows of three, and barrel it on in there. Charlie Kimball's shaking his head, just got back to the booth. But, I mean, I don't know. There's a part of me that there's a twinkle in my eye.
Well, I think it would be very different, yes. I love the opportunity, and I love the challenge here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, preparing for the Indy 500, to figure out how to end up better than some people that may unload better. Because I don't think, at least in recent memory, that the car was quickest on day one, ended up quickest at the end of checkered flag of the race. And part of that's pit stops, part of that's strategy, but it's also working with your engineers as a driver, working with your teammates to make the program better.
And it's also learning about how everybody else is going to race you and what the dynamic is like driver to driver. That's the big benefit of practice. In fact, we'll take a look at a replay that just happened moments ago with the 16 and 45 car here on the front stretch. There's 3 cars in this mix. That's Simona leading Santino Ferrucci and then Joseph Newgarden. And yeah, kind of a late-ish move there from Santino Ferrucci. Probably surprised Simona. I've certainly been the aggressor, and I've been the one to be surprised in that time. You know, we both lived both sides of that. How do you see that, Charlie?
Well, I think it's about timing. It's always about timing around here, and if it was me, I presume Santino did not want to make that move quite as late as he did. He expected to have a better run than he did coming off turn 4 to make that pass into turn 1. But at the same time, you got to do it. And I think there is a lot of mutual respect within the IndyCar paddock, and especially the 500 drivers, to know that, especially on a test day in April, if you pop late because you missed the timing a little bit, they aren't going to shut the door or crash you. They might if it's lap 199 of the Indy 500, thinking back to Dario Franchitti and Takuma Sato. But in practice, there's going to be a little bit more wiggle room.
More cars joining the pack here. Newgarden comes back out. I think I saw Montoya there. Yes, Scott Dixon drafting up. Everybody trying to sort themselves out here and decide where they want to be in this pack. I think if you're just coming out of the box and onto the racetrack, presumably on fresh tires, maybe brand new tires, you're going to want to drop to the back and practice your craft carving through the field.
And I'm curious too, Charlie, if you're second in line and there's another car right behind you, does that impact at all? If you get a run, do you have some concerns? Well, if I back out late here, am I risking impacting the guy that's behind me?
Absolutely, especially when it gets into true racing. if you do pop late and you have to, it gets awkward.
Yeah.
I think that's the best word for it. As a driver in the cockpit, for the spotters, for the other competitors on track, just gets a little ham-fisted, a little awkward in getting through the next sequence of corners. And that kills momentum, and momentum is such a big thing about racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway because the speeds are so high and it takes a long time to spool up and for things to continually develop.
Scott Dixon below Colton Herta there. Starting to get a little bit more feisty, certainly busier here. Just over 2 hours remaining in this two-day test, which was disjointed yesterday because of rain. First, the rookie orientation program was a part of yesterday. A couple of rain delays and some extra time to get to 7:15 last night. Started again today. Brief delays for sprinkles, but it's been mostly green since 9 a.m. this morning.
And one of the interesting things about this pack we see on camera now is the diversity in it. It's a diverse group of engine manufacturers as well as teams. I think early on in the afternoon you saw groups that were really team-centric. The 4 Andretti cars, the 4 Penske cars. And here it seemed to have grown organically with a bunch of different teams trying to figure out what other guys have got.
I'm going to go back to what we just saw a moment ago. I've forgotten even which car it was, but somebody went low on the backstretch. The car behind was following because you're drafting. Then they figured out, oh, that car ducked down because they were signaling that I'm going to pit, and they're going to start backing off. You ever had a moment where you're following someone and all of a sudden, oh, they backed out of it. They're not just trying a different line. I'm in trouble here. Let's see it again here. So let's see. This is out of 2. So is that maybe Chilton with Dixon right behind him? And
That's what
Rossi?
it looks like.
Yeah. And Dixon figured it out pretty quickly, but you want to stay behind the car in front of you as long as you can, and just naturally, if they go down 2 or 3 feet, you're following them, and then they say, oh, he's going down all the way. At some point, you have to move.
And that's one of the idiosyncrasies about racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is all through practice, all through qualifying weekend, under green, with these sequences of cars running in groups, you pit into turn 3 and use the warm-up lane. On race day, you pit coming off turn 4 with a full head of steam at 225 miles an hour, so it's a very different personality. Typically, we get the opportunity to practice that the last practice after qualifying when the field has been set and it's only 33 cars, as well as on carb day. But it does create sometimes these awkward moments of guys trying to draft much too long towards that pit-in line into turn 3.
Colton Herta and Alexander Rossi just went around Joseph Newgarden. We'll continue to watch this while we check in again with Marty.
I've tracked down a guy who knows the way to victory lane here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Simon Pagenaud. He's done it a couple of times, road course and the oval. So you ran a full fuel run, didn't you? That was impressive. How was the run in this afternoon heat?
Yeah, it's I just love being here, quite frankly. Love being here. I love the process. You know, this morning we obviously there's a new aero bits we can put on the car to enhance the racing. So this morning we were trying to understand it all. Right away the car was really good in traffic this morning, as you saw, and then this afternoon we just went back to baseline to do a long run and see where we were. So fairly happy for a start, quite frankly. We're close, we're very close, but still need to do a bit more work. We're going to test a few mechanical items now.
I know the Team Penske guys wanted to find more speed overall. Connor Daly told us earlier, you guys have found the raw speed for sure. Do you agree that on just straight speed that you guys have made a big leap?
All I can say, Marty, is I know the work that Team Penske has done, and I know how hard the engineers and everybody at Team Penske has been working on finding that speed we needed. You know, we want to qualify on pole position again, and that's #1 priority for the team to win here. So I know what we've done. I know how strong the team is, and we know we've gained some speed. Yes.
How important was it to get all that information running in a pack? Because you guys seem determined to stick together as not only the 4 cars here, but you added Simona to that group as well.
Yes, it's great to have her. It's a fantastic opportunity for the IndyCar series to have a whole women team. It's really great, and I know Simona from a long time. One of my first IndyCar race was replacing her. So, she speaks some French, so that's great. She speaks French, so that's really easy. But it's really good that we can go 5 cars out there and experiment draft running and how the car behaves in traffic.
So when you have a test like this, it clearly seems like you guys have found some speed as a group. How much pep in the step does that give you? I mean, I know you love this place already, but to know that the car is now competitive sitting here in April.
Well, it's always competitive every year, but there are years where you feel you've got more of a chance. There's a bit of that feeling.
There you go. Simon Pagenaud, obviously happy, excited, and doing a full fuel run. That was very impressive to me. And I think, Charlie, you would agree, not something you see very often in open testing where you pull it full of fuel and then go do the entire run.
Absolutely, Marty. I think it is atypical, but part of that speaks to not only the weather impact from yesterday, but the fact that they have more, because of the rain yesterday, they have more sets of tires to use today, so they can go burn 18.5 gallons of ethanol E85 through these Indy cars in a single stint to see how that whole set of tire degrades over a full fuel stint. Part of that's weather. Part of it is we do get less track time in practice than we have historically as things keep getting racier on the racetrack.
And a 9-hour session gives you a little more time and lets you do a deep think about some different things to try. Hey, Marty, I want to talk about Team Penske a little bit. And as you were talking to Simon, it reminded me of something. 2 of their drivers previously were thought to be in contract years, and there was speculation, whether accurate or not, I don't know, if their jobs or future was in jeopardy. But that was a thought for both Will Power and Simon Pagenaud. They both went on to win the Indy 500, and they also continued on with contract extensions at Team Penske. Will Power has confirmed that he's in a contract year. This is the last year of his contract with Team Penske. Simon Pagenaud has been asked. He's declined to say, but some think he also is. So I'm just wondering what the dynamics are adding into that. You have 2 of these drivers that have won the 500 before, continued on. They both can't win this year, but how do you think that spices things up this year?
Well, I think certainly when you're a driver for Team Penske, you know what this race means to Roger Penske, right? He's won 18 of them, so you want to win the 19th for him. But I think they know that contract year or not, you win this race, it is job security at Team Penske. I mean, Rick Mears still works for Team Penske, right? And that's a great point of showing you what this race means to Roger Penske. So, yeah, whether you're in a contract year or not, you want to win this race for Roger Penske. And I think you can see from Simon Pagenaud's determination, his focus this year, this race this year is awfully critical to him. And maybe his career, I don't know, but Simon Pagenaud is certainly very focused on winning this race.
Yeah, it's just all part of the fodder from the outside. I don't know internally how much things like that are discussed, but it's been a 3-car team often, and there has been conversation that is it a 3-car team long-term? Is it a 4-car team like it is now long-term? If not, then you want to make sure you're at least driver number 3 in that pecking order of 4, with Scott McLaughlin joining the program this year as well. Bottom line, though, it's 2021, and you'd like to be in a Penske car in 2021, and those 4 have that, plus sort of a 5th with Simona Di Silvestro. Townsend Bell has been with us throughout the weekend. I say weekend, even though it's a Friday. I think it's Friday, is it?
All day Friday.
All day. It's Charlie Kimball, Kevin Lee, Marty Snyder. Lee Diffie has been with us as well. He's already departed for his next assignment for Supercross in Atlanta this weekend, which you can see on NBC tomorrow. We have a track inspection coming soon. Not yet. So when you see a yellow in the next matter of moments, don't be alarmed. It's going to be because of a track inspection, and there it is. There it is. Track inspection coming up here as we hit the 4 o'clock mark. 2 hours remaining in this open test to really kickstart the 2021 NTT INDYCAR Series season and start to get us prepared for the month of May and the Indianapolis 500. Stay with us. We'll go back green in just a few moments for much more on Peacock from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Hey, race fans, looking for something fun and entertaining to do on Monday and Wednesday? Join us on NASCAR America Motor Mouse. Kyle Petty, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, and myself, we're going to give you all the information that you need in the NASCAR world. We're going to take your phone calls, give you some answers, and give you our opinions.
One is going to be in the playoffs, and the other three aren't.
The industry as a whole said, we're going to do this for the fan. I think they're doing it right. One race a year.
So join us Monday and Wednesdays on Peacock. See you there.
Are you ready? Let's do it!
Things happen so fast in Monster Energy Supercross. It's going to go for it. Cooper's going to go up the inside.
Webb comes across and blocks Roxanne. Webb wins in Houston. Unbelievable. Eli Tomac is a 5-time winner at Daytona.
And we're setting ourselves up for a beauty.
Oh, they're going for it.
And it will be Cooper Webb sweeping Arlington.
Here comes Grave Digger, gets the air, gets it up, and she will land. He's got a big path for the backflip rag.
Look out, you!
Oh, look at the length on the backside.
Oh, wow, look at that!
What a maneuver for Kristen Anderson.
Perfect momentum, great speed, and executed perfectly.
And we're just getting the weekend in motorsport started here on NBC Sports. Monster Energy Supercross tomorrow afternoon on NBC, and plenty of coverage here on Peacock as well. And then tomorrow evening from Orlando, Monster Jam on NBCSN. It is nonstop action in Supercross events. I love watching those, Charlie.
I love the racing. It's such raw racing, and typically running in the winter. It's a great way to get some motorsports in my life in the winter.
Charlie Kimball, Kevin Lee, Marty Snyder, and Townsend Bell here throughout the day as well. I hear a good sound down below us. We're on the 9th floor of the pagoda. Cars are fired. You see the signal, and they are lighting them up down on pit lane. About an hour and 40 minutes remaining in this long day that started at 9 a.m. today, but there is still plenty of work to get done. A track inspection here just a few minutes ago. We were kind of talking about maybe why that was a little bit lengthier and what we might see here to the finish.
Well, I think you're seeing it as these cars cycle out of pit lane. This all-skate session's going to get really busy. The weather's good. There's a good amount of rubber down. We've put a lot of laps in today, nearly 2,500 laps total. So that's a lot of rubber on the racetrack. Everybody has saved a couple of sets of tires, ideally, to run for this next hour. You sort of work backwards from the checkered flag as a driver and an engineer and a team. And for the next hour, I think you're going to see a lot of race running. These guys figuring out what their car's going to do in traffic, what they need to think about and work on. The engineers need to go simulate before we come back for the start of practice in May. And then that last half an hour, unless you're really in trouble and you have some burning questions to answer, you're going to see guys doing some more pit stop practice, getting some of that muscle memory refresh, not just for here in the Indy 500, but also for the first race next week at Barber Motorsports Park.
And I understand the last hour is open for hot pit stop practice, meaning they'll have the crew guys get geared up with helmets. And it's really just a safety precaution. We don't want one team practicing hot pit stops and another team maybe not expecting that.
Correct. Anytime, and they made this change a couple of years ago, and I think it was very smart in that anytime they open a session for hot stops, as you see these guys getting racier on track, every team member that's over the pit wall has to be wearing a helmet.
Good.
So any session, it just protects the crew guys. They're the most exposed. As drivers, I mean, you saw Renus's crash yesterday. You hit the wall pretty hard, and he walks away pretty much unscathed. These guys in pit lane don't have that amount of carbon fiber protecting them, so it's important to take care of them as much as possible.
Well, the Andretti's are out there, as we expected, working together in a group. Getting a look here at one of the Penske's mixed in between, that bright yellow Menards Chevrolet of Simon Pagenaud. So up front, that's Ryan Hunter-Reay going around one of the Meyer Shank racing cars.
So I think that was Alex Rossi following Hunter-Reay past Jack Harvey.
That's Jack Harvey. I still need to get in my memory the difference between the Castroneves and the Jack Harvey cars for Meyer Shank Racing that are pink and black, but they're a little bit opposite. I made a note earlier that Elio, I'm must have made it on Jack's note page. Has a pink nose, more black on Elio's nose of his car. So that was Jack Harvey. And that's also an Andretti association. So he's invited to play, as Jack confirmed with us earlier today in this group. So he's third in line. Then you've got the Arrow McLaren SP of Felix Rosenqvist, fourth in line right now. Colton Herta is in there. Marco Andretti a little further back. There's Colton right there. Yellow, blue, gray, Gamebridge. Behind him is Marco, then Hinchcliffe. And I think that might be Ed Carpenter behind Hinch. No, that's the 10. That's the NTT Data, another one of the black cars with Felix Rosenqvist last year. Alex Palou now.
And I think you could see a really strong lap here from Alex Palou. He started at the back of this pack and was towing up to a long train of cars as people are still working on their timing, figuring that out. But if Palou can keep his foot in it, he ran nearly 224 miles an hour that lap.
There's Rosenqvist coming down low to signal that he's going to abort. And a few others coming into pit lane. What else do we have back there? That's Connor Daly.
Scott Dixon getting up to speed as well. I always find it really telling in groups of cars when former champions or former multi-time winners, guys like Elio and Montoya, join a pack of cars. That's a pack that as a driver I want to go work in because they know cars that are quick. They know just inherently after years of watching timing screens, watching practice, racing teams, racing other drivers, they just have a sense of who's quick. And if they want to go out and play in this pack, that's a pack that I want to join as well as a driver.
Now Jack Harvey is going to come to the low side. Down the main straight on Ryan Hunter-Ray. Will Alexander Rossi be able to follow? Not here. Herta fourth in line, then Marco Andretti.
The adrenaline's definitely kicking up for the spotters, working with their drivers and the drivers themselves.
So there is Ed Carpenter. That's 20 there, right? He is in the mix.
Yes.
And then, always like the Pagano car. Easy to spot that one right back there, the bright yellow Menards car.
I think his spotters like that paint scheme as well, because it's easy to pick out and it's very bright.
And Felix Rosenqvist is there in the 7. Alex Palou back there in the 10, right behind Connor Daly, the U.S. Air Force car. And there's the 6-time champ in blue and orange, PNC Bank Honda. So we will have to wait a little while longer to get the full look of the livery for the number 7 Arrow McLaren SP.
I think this will be really interesting because Scott just ran a 223.5 mile an hour lap. This could be really quick as he continues to tow up to his teammate. And it's not always important to put that big number in. He backed off that lap to give himself a little larger gap. It's not always important to see that big number on the pylon, but it definitely makes you feel that little bit better when you leave the racetrack knowing you're in the top half of the field.
Gets you a little more publicity throughout the day, and sometimes the partners, whether it matters or not, it's still nice to be able to tell them, hey, we were at third quick today or whatever. And even though it doesn't matter at all in many cases if you're 21st, you get people asking, hey, why were you 21st? Why were you 29th? Well, it doesn't matter. You're running long runs, full tanks, old tires, but it takes longer to explain.
Well, and I think one of the things that develops here during the long amount of practice and qualifying for the Indianapolis 500, it's a word Simon Pagenaud actually used earlier during his interview, the word process. The process at this race compared to other events. Next week in Barber, it's a couple of practices, qualifying, a warm-up, and a race. Well, you don't often see successful passes in short shoots during long runs like that. So That was a lot of trust between Alexander Rossi and his longtime teammate Marco Andretti. But one of the things in a short weekend, you just unload and you're straight into maximizing. Here at Indy, you have to work through the process of sometimes you're in traffic, sometimes you're by yourself, sometimes you're doing long runs, sometimes you're doing short runs, sometimes you're trimming downforce out. So as you can see, the graphic on the screen with all of the meatballs, there are a lot of cars running together, and they're working that process now earlier than historically they have.
So you call them the meatballs?
I do. I call
them the marching ants.
So I call them meatballs or the Pac-Man marching ants as well.
That's one of the tools we have most of the time in the booth. It kind of helps us identify cars, and it's critical on road courses to be able to see, if there's a yellow somewhere, which marching ant has stopped marching. And you can figure it out. So
and
for a little tip.
For a team, it's also a vital piece of information here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's probably most important on Fast Friday and qualifying practice, because you're trying to go out and find a space where there's no cars in front of you to get a real, true read on what your speed is, and you know how long it takes from your pit box to getting up to speed and spooling up, and finding that gap based on where those other marching ants are is critical.
Now, do teams have more advanced programming to determine where they're going to come out? For example, I know on road courses that teams have in many cases, a proprietary program that helps them determine, all right, if we pit here, we're going to come out in this location in front of and or behind this car.
Absolutely they do, and use it consistently and aggressively, and are always fine-tuning it, because every racetrack has a different length of pit lane. Here at Indianapolis, with a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit at a pretty long run, it's much different than somewhere like the Detroit Grand Prix on Belle Isle, where it's a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit but a much shorter pit lane. And so you have to adjust that time length, and you put a delay in there based on how long you expect a pit stop to take. And it's just a math equation at that point that's programmed in to predict where you're going to come out based on where you are currently.
And that becomes very critical in road course races for deciding when you're going to pit. If you're a fast car, for example, you don't want to come out after someone that is slow has made their stop and they may be off sequence. So it all works ideally unless someone else pits the exact same time as you that you weren't expecting them to pit, and that kind of throws a little monkey wrench into things.
Well, and that's why there are rules in the rule book about how early and how often you can set up tires for a pit stop, because you would be setting a tire out there and pulling it back every lap when you thought you were close to your window to try and psych out your competition. But there are rules, because we talked about how exposed those crew members are in pit lane. We don't want to expose those pit crew mechanics more than absolutely necessary.
I didn't know there were specific rules. I know it's frowned upon, and for example, a team could have a tire out there, as we see Simon Pagenaud taking it sort of 3 wide for a moment, going down below Jack Harvey. Teams could, for gamesmanship, put a tire out there and make the car pitted in front of them go around it. Now, most of the crew guys will pull it back if their car is not coming.
I believe there was a situation a few years ago, maybe at the last race, where a crew member was maybe slightly delayed in pulling a tire that had come off a car out of pit lane to make it slightly harder.
Exactly.
Just subtle gamesmanship. But these crew members, these teams work as many hours as all of us as drivers. They want to win just as much as we do. So being able for them to make that little difference, have that small impact, not outside the rules per se, but just leaning on the edge of the rule a little bit.
Just got a little look as we still ID cars. Second car in line behind the bright yellow Menards car for Pagenaud. That's Jack Harvey in the Meyer Shank AutoNation Sirius XM car. Pink nose. There's Elio Castroneves. So the colors are basically flipped. So as I mentioned before, but it's better to actually see it. We can see Castroneves has more black on the nose, more pink on the side pod. There you go. That's a good look. Do a screenshot of that for us. We can see those.
And it is really interesting that Elio's decided to come out and run with his teammate. I think that shows the confidence he has in this Meyer-Shank Racing squad. He always has enthusiasm. He always has excitement. But there was a genuineness to it when he was talking about the car setup and working with Jack and working with the Andretti setups and Honda. Again, it's very different. For a lot of years at Team Penske, he was Chevy powered, at least recently. And I think many, many years ago, he was Honda powered. So it's...
And he's been working with Honda in the sports car program with Acura and HPD. So he knows a lot of those people, and they delivered him his first championship last year. So there's a relationship. I spent some time after we did some on-camera interviews on Content Day, and I really got the sense that Elio is more than just embracing this. He's excited. It's a fresh start. You know, it's a chance to learn something new. As we all get older, we all feel younger by trying to learn things. But I think he's just really impressed with this group that Michael Shank has assembled here and the talent around. And he does see a great deal of reason to be optimistic with this team.
I mean, he has the experience, he has the knowledge, and that fresh enthusiasm to inject a little bit of youth into his age that's only a number. As we know, it's your birthday today, Kevin, so happy birthday.
Thank you. And Elio's younger than all of us, no matter what his age is.
Well, at least if you ask him, he definitely acts that way, which is always great to see. And one of the things, to me, watching this group running is how people are using different lines. When Elio is more on his own, he runs just a little higher. He doesn't hardly get down to the white line. But when he's tucked up right behind someone, setting up for a pass, working on his sequencing, he will dip that wheel in under the white line now that it's rubbered up just a little bit more.
So what kind of lap times do they have right now? This is race pace. I see Castroneves at 2:16.4 last time around. Pagenaud is in this mix as well in the 2:11, that particular lap. This is the time of day where we're not expecting big laps. You're looking for something else.
It is. Sometimes you get those big laps, and you might get one here from Pagenaud as he drafts up and passes Ryan Hunter-Reay, taking advantage of that hole that the 28 Honda-powered car punches in the air to get that big lap speed. So we may get a big number, but it's not really relevant to what's actually happening and what you're working on and focused on as a driver relaying what the car feels like and that sensation back to the engineers.
There's Juan Pablo Montoya back out there. And back in there, down on the entry to pit lane. Scott Dixon has won this race one time and a few other chances where I think he probably left thinking that's one that got away. It might have been the best. You know, last year led 111 laps before finishing second. He finished second as well in 2012, in 2007, third in 2018. He's got a fourth, a couple of fifths, a couple of sixths. Wow.
On an average finish, that is astounding. And I know there was one year I worked with his former assistant engineer, who was my race engineer, and he was dominant and hit a beer can in the short chute.
Really?
On the south short chute, cut a tire. They saw it on a replay when they went back, did the post-mortem of what happened, had a tire go down, had to make an extra pit stop, took him out of contention. And that's part of the personality, the character, the mystique of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is sometimes these things that would never happen anywhere else happen here at 16th and George.
He's led 13 of his 18 races, and almost all of them a significant amount of laps. So, yes, you can say Scott Dixon, and it's true. Your numbers are what they are. He is a one-time 500 winner, which is still extremely special, but you just add in, along with the 6 championships and the 50 wins, don't let it be said that Scott hasn't been outstanding at Indianapolis. He has been outstanding. He just hasn't gotten the break the second and third time that you need to win this race.
Absolutely. And I think as a driver, we're all looking towards this event, this race, this racetrack to be successful. And it's so hard sometimes to look back at a result maybe of 8th, maybe of 10th, maybe of 15th and think, that was a really good day, but the result wasn't what we wanted.
So as we look at Elio Castroneves running in third in line here behind Pagenaud and Jack Harvey, I have been relying on my friends via social media and some text throughout the day, but here's a good note from our friend Bob Jenkins, the legendary motorsports announcer, is watching on Peacock today and sends me a note that Elio will be the first driver entered in the 500 with 20 previous starts since who? Here's our trivia question. Who? Now, there are others that are making their 20th start this year, but Elio's already got 20. I would have had a hard time coming up with this. Maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't have. You're a Jeopardy fan.
I am, and a 500 trivia fan. This one's tough because I think there are a few drivers. My boss said hello to him a little earlier, AJ Foyt, qualified for the Indianapolis 500, I think, in 6 different decades.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. So 5?
So 5 decades, yeah. He obviously qualified for more than 20 races, but he's not the most recent.
But you're close.
Oh, man. So
AJ's last was in 92. He retired here on pole day in 93.
So I almost want to say someone like Al Jr.
Mario. 94 was his last. And what's Mario's number? I knew these. I think it's like 25. So it was from 65 to 94. But, so was it 29? Was it 29? Did he miss one? I think did he miss one along the way because of Formula One? The internet will help me, and I'll pull that up here in a moment. While you all talk amongst yourselves.
Well, I will talk amongst myself. One of the things we're seeing as this race pack develops is that the 2-car for Team Penske of Joseph Newgarden work his way through traffic. And as an engineer, as a strategist, as a spotter, as a driver who may not be a part of this pack or even watching tape on replay, going back and looking through, you keep an eye on cars like that because a car that could come up, pass a car, catch the next car, pass them, and keep that momentum marching forward. Now, you never know where people are on tire life. He may have come out, fed into this middle of this pack with sticker tires when these guys are 15 to 20 laps into a stint, or he may be that good and his car may be that competitive, and as such, as a driver, you definitely want to keep your eye out on what he does for the rest of the month.
I'm feeling better about my grasp of my mental capacities. 29 for Mario, and he did not race the Indy 500 in 1979, the year after he won the Formula One World Championship.
I'm impressed.
So thanks to Bob for that note. That was good. We like factoids like that.
That's great.
And good to have you out there watching today, Bob. So Montoya is second now. Well, we were looking up facts and figures, 226.1, so you still can't put up a big number here late in the day using the draft. Newgarden 226.8, then Montoya, then Dixon just shy of 226. Rahal, Power, Pagenaud, Daly, Award, Herta, and Palou. And Santino Ferrucci is in the back of a long line of cars with a little bit of room to gain.
And that's where you may see those big numbers pop up because of the tow, where this line of cars, especially if they're passing each other, if they're fanning out, creates a really big hole to work within. He's far enough back that it's accelerating him, and he's towing up to that group, but he's not close enough that he's losing much grip and scrubbing much time out of the car.
There's Ferrucci. who's been running in the NASCAR Xfinity Series with a good amount of success. Very little practice time. He's been racing inside the top 20, was at one point a couple of weeks ago up inside the top 5, was scheduled to run Martinsville tonight. When it was announced last week, I had already heard that he was going to get a deal, but I didn't know with 100% certainty. But it was announced last week that we're changing his NASCAR schedule, putting 2 and 2 together. I thought, yep, he's going to be here at Indianapolis, so he is going to take a break from his NASCAR foray until June.
And as we talked about, he caught that group and put his fastest lap of the day so far up on his 85th lap completed of the day, a 2:23.5-mile-an-hour lap time. The other thing that happens in these groups that I don't think gets talked about very often is sometimes you'll see cars that start at the back, charge their way through to the front, and then on race day, they can't do the same thing. And you wonder why. Where'd that speed go? And part of it sometimes is these groups are a little artificial in that when you get out front, you lead for a lap or two. Townsend talked about it earlier. You want to help everyone else that's helped you get some experience in dirty air. But then you lift, and you let the train back by. In the race, no one's lifting to let people by unless they need it for fuel mileage, to run behind someone and save some fuel. So it can be a little artificial when cars seem really strong, and that doesn't translate to race day.
Well, we got the confirmation that Santino Ferrucci was back. From an entertainment aspect, I think we were all pleased to see that. We remember his run to 4th last year, and as a rookie in 2019, we saw this move, avoiding, and watch, there it is. He's circled. Watch him. Was that you that was halfway around there, Charlie?
Yeah, I got collected in that. And as he goes through the grass here, it's all instinct at this point. All he can think is there's cars right, there's cars in front, go straight. Oh, there's asphalt, I'm good. At least that's what I imagine would be going on in his head.
And that's how he caught the eye of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and became one of Junior's favorites.
It's those moments happen, and a lot of times you don't get them on TV. You don't get that great replay of the shot, because ideally when you do your job and there's someone's crashing in front of you, you don't join their accident. You just walk your way through, work your way through, no damage, no fuss, no muss, and so you often don't get that. But when you mow the grass here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and then go on to get a top 10, it's worth watching back.
Here's Sebastian Bourdais. Getting set to, no, he's just working his way up to speed. A car he was previously in, the Seal Master number 18. Coyne, Vassar, Sullivan, Ed Jones. And then another guy that's been in the Seal Master car last year, Ferrucci. Right behind Will Power, then Connor Daly, popping out for a moment on James Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe in front there in the Genesis car, the number 29 for Andretti Autosport.
Connor Daly just showing James Hinchcliffe that really cool U.S. Air Force livery with the B-2 bomber logos, sort of outline of the plane blazoned all over the side pod. It really is neat on the detail work, so get a chance to see it up close, hopefully in person in May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's really quite neat.
What all goes into designing the look of a race car? Can you tell me a little bit about the process? And it's probably a lot more difficult and time-consuming than we think.
I think the process of designing a race car takes a lot more inputs and a lot more communication than you might think, especially when you're trying to come up with something that satisfies the needs of a partner like the U.S. Air Force for their recruiting needs. Especially with this car, the 47 is a tribute to, I believe, the 47th Squadron, although I'm using the wrong word, I believe, that runs the B-2 stealth bomber. And so the numbers part of it, the graphics are part of it, making sure that the logo pops well in person for the fans in the grandstands, but also on broadcast television. Making sure that the logos line up with what has been agreed in sponsorship and marketing and sales deals, but also lines up with what somebody can actually make work on a race car, if it's paint or if it's vinyl. All of those different elements takes a lot of approvals and a lot of communication, and sometimes it gets into the nitty-gritty of what's that Pantone, because that's not what the company's Pantone is, all the way down to the really fine details of the car to make sure the color looks right. We saw it with McLaren in the past about the right papaya orange getting the wrong color paint and needing to redo it.
And notice now they've just decided, all right, the car's not totally done. We need to get out there and make sure it goes fast. So, but part of it is you need to satisfy the people for paying for it. So we need some clarification from the ECR folks if they're listening. I have a note from last year that at least one of the reasons why it's the 47 is because the Air Force was founded in 1947. So it's written down. That doesn't mean it's true, but that's in my notes. But it could be a dual meaning.
Well, I think that's fair. Actually, now that you say that, that makes sense. They launched the livery at the B-2 base, or the base where the squadron that runs the B-2 bombers there in Kansas, I believe, as we see that distinctive McLaren papaya orange on the number 5 Chevrolet for Pato Award. When, like you say, sponsors are paying a lot of money or they want it to look a certain way, this great throwback that J.R. Hildebrandt's driving in as a throwback to the number 1 Offenhauser that A.J. Foyt won his first Indy 500 win. Those things are really cool, and it's important to get the details on that right. And I don't want to break any confidence here, but I heard a conversation between JR and AJ in the team room that I think will be really cool. And so there's a little bit of foreshadowing, and I hope it comes to fruition because I think it'll be really neat.
AJ's here, right?
He is. He was here as part of the announcement yesterday. I believe he zoomed into the press conference from the race shop just down the road in downtown Speedway. But he always loves seeing his cars on the racetrack, and more importantly, seeing him on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, I think I saw Robin had a chance to go to lunch with him yesterday. I saw that on Facebook last night. J.R. Hildebrandt, I believe, is here today as well. Yeah.
Yeah, JR's been on the radio a lot like I have, working with the engineers. He worked with the race engineer of the 14 car for Sebastian Bourdais, Justin, previously when he drove full-time in the season.
Right. Justin Taylor.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they have a history, they understand. So there's, like I talked about with Felix Rosenquist, about building the dialogue and the vocabulary. We got the chance to speak with Felix earlier today, and talking about building that relationship between driver and engineer, and having JR to translate from Sebastian to Justin to help speed along that learning curve. All of those things help.
Look at Ed Jones there, back in IndyCar after a year away. He's had some impressive runs at Indianapolis. Third as a rookie with Dale Coyne Racing, who he's back with now. And he qualified fourth with Ed Carpenter Racing in 2019. He's done a little bit of sports car racing, was in a Ferrari this year in the Rolex 24 in the GTD class. He was impressive as a rookie. And then got the chance with Chip Ganassi Racing. There are a lot of expectations there. And once Felix Rosenquist became available, that was kind of the writing on the wall that Ed was going to have to find somewhere new to go to in 2019. So he put together the mostly full schedule, like Connor Daly has now, sharing the car with Ed Carpenter, and then an extra car in the Indianapolis 500. Sat out a year, but he's back this year full-time in a really good ride. That Dale Coyne number 18 car with Vassar Sullivan is a good ride.
It is, definitely. I think the history, Santino obviously did very well in that in recent memory. And the car itself, Dale Coyne is one of the sort of longest running team owners within the IndyCar series. And for a lot of years, it was purely just out of the passion of the sport that he continued to field cars. And I was, over the winter, able to rewatch the win from Justin Wilson at Watkins Glen, and how special that was for the team as well as for for Justin, and now Stephen Wilson and Justin's brother being able to look back on that and some of the traditions that were born out of that day are very neat.
I'd be curious to see if we see any more of the two other coin cars with Rick Ware racing. The rookies, Pietro Fittipaldi and Cody Ware. The 51 car that Fittipaldi is in, we'll see Romain Grosjean in that car next week, coming over from Formula One. You were teammates with him in junior Formula cars in Europe, yes?
Yes, a couple of years ago, back in 2006. So coming up on 15 years ago now.
There's the car.
We were teammates. That bright purple car, easy to see, almost as bright as that yellow number 22 of Simon Pagenaud. But Romain and I were teammates in Euro F3, and we had some run-ins on track, but we've both grown and evolved, and both parents now, and definitely girl dads from what we've talked about just briefly, the chance we've had to interact. I hope to get to spend some more time with him during this season.
In junior Formula car racing, or battles with your teammates, sometimes the most difficult. You got to beat your teammate,
especially in Europe.
And it's frowned upon if you make contact. So you got to beat them, but you can't touch them.
Yes, it's very much a challenge in that you want to beat your teammate because you know they have the same equipment that you do. And that's a very European, very Formula One perspective of beating your teammate and then not making contact. Is a couple of veterans there looked really racy. Little late move from Elio on longtime racer Scott Dixon as well, heading into turn one.
Pretty strong group up top there in the leaderboard. You got a two-time champion in Joseph Newgarden. You've got a champion and a two-time Indy 500 winner in Juan Pablo Montoya. 50 wins, 6 championships of 500 in Scott Dixon. Graham Rahal is trying to join that exclusive group with a championship and or a 500 win. Here's Dixon trying to find his way around Marco. Look low, he'll get it done around the outside, and meanwhile, right behind him, that was Castroneves that made the move. Will Power, 5th overall, champion, 500 winner, and then one of the young guys, Pato Award. Pagenaud on Chilton, down the backstretch.
And that was all about momentum. So Max looked at passing, I believe, Pato Award as they headed into turn one. Didn't quite get it done, so had to jump on the brakes a little bit, lose some momentum in the south end. Simon Pagenaud in the 22 came with a head of steam and made that pass into turn 3. This is a big racetrack, but it takes a long time to develop because of the speed.
Here's Tony Kanaan in the number 48 American Legion Ganassi Honda, working his way up to speed, trying to catch up to that pack. I'm ready to play.
It's interesting you talking about Joseph Newgarden being a 2-time champion. I would wager that if you asked him if he would trade both championships in for a baby Borg Warner trophy on his shelf, he would take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's what Indianapolis means to this series, to these drivers, to these teams. That's why it is so important. We heard interviews with drivers over the last day and a half talking about taking this test seriously as the start of the month of May, even though it's April. And it's because it means so much here.
Alexander Rossi, Elio Castroneves, Ed Carpenter. 1, 2, 3 in that order. And then Pato Award. Back of this line, he's got a little run. And so does Rossi. Pato can't quite get it done. Montoya said, I'm 45. I've won this race 2 times. You all go ahead. I know where I'm going, and I know what I'm doing. I'll back out. It's practice.
It is practice, but it sure feels a little like racing on a Sunday afternoon in May. The sun's shining. It's a warm day in Indianapolis.
You know, that day that has been as wild as any has been for 2 or 3 years, maybe more than that. The Monday practice after qualifying has looked like a race. What was that like to be a part of?
You pay attention, for sure you pay attention. It is very much, it's one of the greatest on-track sessions other than the race, because in Carb Day, everyone's that little bit careful, knowing that if you crash your car on Friday, it is a complete mad dash to just make the race on Sunday, and you're not going to have as good a car.
And you won't have any chance. Your first lap will be at speed.
Right. A little like they're doing in NASCAR with no practice, lining up, send it. But if something goes wrong and you get caught out, maybe someone else spins in front of you on Sunday, you've got all week. It's not ideal, far from it, but the mechanics have the time to get the car built, and you can go validate what you've got on Carb Day. So that race practice is so incredibly wonderful for the spectators, and I think they've moved that Monday practice to Sunday afternoon after the pole shootout, so that we have 2.5, 3 hours, and it's live hot pit stops, pitting off turn 4 at speed, everyone over the wall in helmets. It is as close to the race conditions as you're going to get until you go out on Sunday.
That's the way it was last year. I haven't seen a schedule confirmed for this year, but that could be part of the process. And, honestly, some of it's kind of based on what kind of television window is available. But that's something that, people like me were kicking around a few years ago. Well, is there a way we could do that? Could we still do the Fast 9 shootout early enough in the day, get the practice? And part of my thinking was I felt like we were wasting all that entertainment on a Monday afternoon. Let's put it on Sunday and either get it on our streaming outlet or on NBCSN or something, and just, we have the field filled. Let's make this a bit of an Indy 500 preview show, and that's what it was last year, and maybe it'll be the same this year.
I sure hope so. It's a great session as a driver to be a part of, because it allows you to tune up your spotters. When they make calls late, you can get them thinking about what's happening earlier. You can get them looking at different things. When you need more information, you get in there, and for all intents and purposes, your brain says it's race day. And you are working with your spotter just like you would on the race. And the strategist, a lot of times the timing stand will come and say, okay, pit this lap. You go, what? I'm not out of fuel. Oh, wait, it's still practice.
Daly and Hinchcliffe. Chilton in front of them. In a minute, the pits will be available for hot pit stops, meaning crew members over the wall will be required to have safety gear in place, including helmets, and no better time to start working on pit stops. This will be an important part of this preparation today. Yes, we're all interested in speeds and who handles best in traffic, but boy, it seems just as many times as not, a race is won or lost on pit lane. So, and you know what? There's not been a race this season. These teams, I know it's a road course race and it's a little bit different, but it can help prepare you for Barber and St. Pete.
And it's a lot about reawakening that muscle memory for these mechanics. It looks very different coming into a pit box at 60 miles an hour for a driver instead of 50 like we see on road and street circuits. But at the same time, the sequencing on the clutch paddles and the downshifts and the brakes and the left turn into the box, the right turn straight, what you're looking for and listening for on the radio. Some of these driver team strategist communications and relationships are new this year. So they're still working out that dialogue, and you'd much rather do it here in April than next week when it's for real, and figure out what people are going to say and what you as a driver are trying to listen for and know when to leave the pit box.
Inside the final hour of this two-day open test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so that means it is happy hour for those that are accustomed to spending time here at the track. Our friends Jerry Baker and Bob Jenkins would salute everyone on the public address. Bob supplying the info from home, and he says, so even in retirement, Bob's still got a statistician feeding him information. So he says credit to Scott Richards for looking up the stat on Elio being the first with 20 starts in hand coming into a 500 since Mario Andretti in 1994. This would be Elio's 21st. Cody Ware into his pit stall. They're not working on a hot stop, but you can see that the crew member over the wall does have the helmet on at this point.
And we got a quick shot of my teammate Dalton Kellett in the number 4 car. The mechanics all had their helmets on, ready for hot stops, getting ready for some pit stop practice. But he was sitting on sticker tires. And I talked earlier, I thought that maybe people would have burned up all their new tires in all this race running for the last hour or 40 minutes since the track went green after a yellow for a track inspection. But there are still people that have new Firestone tires in their pit box ready to go. Part of that, I think, comes down to while there's 9 hours of track time today, the rain definitely broke up the amount of track time and limited what miles teams were able to run yesterday. So people were tire rich coming into today.
So let's see, yesterday was supposed to run from 11 until 6 with each group sitting 2 hours. So there would have been 5 hours of track time yesterday, and each only ran for about 90 minutes. So you had 3.5 hours of bonus time, and then today 1 hour was added on.
Right.
So you
still
1
hour in the morning. And
I'm sorry, 3
hours.
hours. Yeah, 2 at the end of the day because we were scheduled to end at 4.
It's almost similar, but I think one of the things you find when you have big chunks of track time over a single day is that you don't use tires as much because you still have to go back to the garage every now and again, sometimes just for a sanity check, sometimes just for a chance to catch your breath, for the mechanics to get some lunch. The track's been green since 9 a.m. essentially, except for a couple of quick breaks for a track refresh with some rain. But the mechanics still have to eat. They need to take a break. The car, we need to run through a set down, make sure nothing's moving, make sure the changes you've done on it are all doing what you expect. So you often, with a long period of track time, don't actually do as many laps as if you had a bunch of smaller chunks of time.
We're keeping an eye on Graham Rahal now. We understand his team has tires laid out, so we might see a simulated pit stop for him in just a moment. Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, and he's actually still going to do at least another lap as Joseph Newgarden comes on the low line. Will easily make that move into 1. And one of the things I understand, the idea behind the design of improving some aero this year is you might be able to see some passes get done before the entry to turn 1, maybe just around the yard of bricks. That could potentially make things more interesting for a finish because it's tough to get a pass completed before the yard of bricks.
You have to come with a lot of momentum and stay really close in 4. And aerodynamically, one of the things we found, not as much with the aero screen, but some of the other aerodynamic pieces that were developed a couple of years ago, were that when you got right up behind somebody, the front end would just take off on you. You'd lose so much grip and so much steering, you couldn't finish the corner. So you had to do these big bailouts of the throttle, big lifts, lose so much momentum. And so you weren't able to come off the corner closing. You ended up coming off the corner, falling back. And so you couldn't make those passes quite as well as we see Graham come to pit lane now, maybe for that pit stop.
And I think he just got that last pass done. I was watching him out of our window in the 9th floor of the Pagoda, right on the tail of Joseph Newgarden. I think he had that pass completed before he got to the start-finish line and the yard of bricks. So this is different than race day, pitting from turn 3 rather than turn 4, where you really have to get slowed down very quickly.
And that change in pit sequencing and timing can catch a lot of rookies out. It's why you see the entry of pit lane sometimes being more problematic than other places.
And this is going to be a hot pit stop for the Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan crew. 4 Firestone Firehawks.
No launch. But what you saw there, they plugged the fuel in. In practice, they don't flow fuel, and they won't be flowing yet. There's an opportunity after the session's done when there are additional fire safety members, because these mechanics aren't in full fireproof gear yet, it's a way to flow fuel to make sure that all the timing stands and the fuel rigs that the teams service over the winter are back fully operational. But in hot stops, they can plug in, but they won't flow fuel yet.
Simon Pajot leading 2 of the Arrow McLaren Chevrolets, so 3 Chevys right there. And Joseph Newgarden just ahead. So we're just past 5 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock local time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We hope you've been able to join us here on Peacock for most of the last couple of days, but we understand some of you have jobs, lives, and so forth. If you're just tuning in, we got started yesterday morning with some threatening skies just after 11 a.m. It's like the first day of school, the first open test, but unfortunately for Rinus VeeKay, class did not last long. 11 minutes in, he slapped the outside of turn 1, got out of the car. Okay, he has suffered a broken left index finger. He says he's fine and will be able to race next weekend at Barber. The car not able to be repaired for yesterday or today, so that's it for him. Connor Daly was quick in the veterans session yesterday, and then the rains came somewhere around 12:30 or so. The track was nearly dried after 3, then it rained again, so we waited a little bit longer. Veterans were done for the day as the track drying process continued, so the next time on track it was rookies and veterans like Simone Di Silvestro that hadn't been here for a little while. So that started around 6 o'clock and continued until 7:15, and Sebastian Bourdais at over 224 miles per hour in the number 14 Rocket Chevy for AJ Foyt Racing was fastest. Today we got started early, 9 a.m. Rookies again and veterans needing a refresher, getting the first chance at the track. After 10 o'clock it was the veterans. That included Connor Daly. He was quickest in this 1 hour session that went from 10 until 11. Then we started seeing teams running together in packs like the Ganassi group. Here's the Team Penske group working together. 2 of the Rahal Letterman Lanigan cars with Graham Rahal and Santino Ferrucci. And since 11 a.m., it has been full pack racing with lines of cars, and Charlie trying to learn what you got for race day.
Absolutely, and Joseph Newgarden has put up some big numbers, fast speeds, I think faster than what we saw on day 1 of practice for last year's Indy 500 in August. And a lot of those numbers come in that pack because you are working on catching up to a group in front of you, using that tow, trying to figure out what your car is going to do in traffic. When you get in dirty air, most everyone I would expect to be running full fuel, making sure the car handles well with 18.5 gallons of fuel in it, new tires to start that fuel load, and also running close to full race downforce to see what's going to happen when you get in a pack, when you get out front of a pack, when you get 2 cars back, 3 cars back at the end of the train, because you never know during the Indy 500. Sometimes you get shuffled back. You have a bad pit stop or people get out of sequence. You may have led the whole race, and then with 50 laps to go, guys that are going to have to pit in 10 or 15 laps are in front of you, and you need to make sure that your car is ready to go and deal with that amount of traffic as we see some guys getting pit stop practice in.
The Arrow McLaren SP guys, boy, I remember last year, more often than not, they were picking up spots on pit lane for their drivers.
And the team that has evolved into now Arrow McLaren SP, the Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports team, with Arrow, has always been very competitive on pit lane. They've won the pit stop competition on Carb Day in the past. They've won the pit stop award over the course of the season. All of those things, I think it's a real point of pride with those guys, as it is for every mechanic in pit lane.
Let's keep an eye on Scott McLaughlin here in what has been the livery for Helio Castroneves for the last several years. And a historical look to going back to the days of Lone Star JR.
In a car that my dad helped design.
That's right.
So
Dad Gordon.
Yes, it's very special and close to to my dad's history at least. And
Pennzoil Chaparral.
That's right. It was a great color scheme, and it's so iconic. And I've talked over the last day and a half with people in pit lane and here and up in the booth with yourself and with Marty and with Townsend and listening to Lee talk about it yesterday. But the history and the tradition at this racetrack, a paint scheme like that may not mean as much anywhere else. But here, all of the fans that have been sitting in the same seats for multiple generations recognize that car and recognize its history, having gone to victory lane in the early 80s.
And dads love to tell their kids that's why this is special, and just a chance to kind of learn about the history of the sport.
I agree. And one of the things that moving to Indianapolis I really came to love and continue to love about Indianapolis, but the Motor Speedway especially, is those legacy stories. Where are people? As looks like McLaughlin's coming for a pit stop here. At this point, I'd be hearing, okay, tires are going off, fuel's going in, tires going back on. He's not doing a live stop. But when those tires get back on, and the strategist on the timing stand starts saying that, that's when I'm thinking, okay, it's about time, it's about time, it's about time. Car gets on the ground, and then I try and look in 4 directions at once. I watch my left mirror to see when the fuel nozzle comes out. I'm listening for the call that fuel's coming out. I'm watching my outside front tire changer, waiting for him to send me. At the same time, I'm trying to keep an eye on my right mirror to make sure that even if he sends me and it's clear, what else is happening on pit lane. Okay. So there are 3, if I had 4 eyes, that would be ideal, but 3 eyes are a little bit better in the cockpit during a pit stop.
During a race, do you have time or the wherewithal to really look in that mirror? What I'm thinking of is, for example, Alexander Rossi had a chance to win the race last year. He's not the first to be in that situation where contact on pit lane has cost the race, but at some point, do you just have to say, I'm going to have to trust my guy there and hope?
First and foremost, you always trust your outside front, and you know that they're going to do the best job they can for you. If you can peripherally use a little extra perspective, you do. And let's see. So, Joseph, I like to hear a 3-2-1 count. So when I'm 3 boxes away, 3, 2, 1, turn in here, come to a stop, car going up, tires coming off, fuel's going in, tires coming back on, car down, watching guy, fuel's out, go, go, go. Clear all the way out to the fast line, Charlie. That's what I expect to hear during that 6 to 8 seconds in a pit stop. And I like almost a stream of consciousness from my strategist on the timing stand, because it's calming. It's what I'm used to hearing. And if something goes wrong in a pit stop is a lot of times where those incidents happen. If a guy drops a wheel nut or the car goes down, has to go back up. And so if that stream of consciousness changes, it's almost a subconscious cue to me that something's different, and I need to be prepared to react to something new.
That makes sense. And I always feel for that outside front tire changer who has 3 jobs. He's got to change the tire. He might be the guy making the front wing adjustment, and this is what I think is the most challenging. He's made the front wing adjustment, so he's looked down. He looks up. He's got to assess in a second what's going on. He might release you, but at the same time, a car 2 boxes down has released at the exact moment, and it takes you a second to launch after he's waved you. By that time, you guys are coming together.
It is. And not only is he watching pit lane, but he's using both of his eyes. One, to make sure that the car's ready.
Cars coming in. If you're in the middle of pit lane.
Well, so it's cars coming in and cars coming out. And typically, the mechanics I've talked to that have done it for years, they try and look with their left eye. If you could control them independently, they'd look with their left eye down pit lane for cars in and out, and their right eye to make sure that all the mechanics, and very often it's the crew chief that is the outside front. So making sure that his guys have done their pit stop, as we see a practice there of the tear-off.
Which is simulating reaching over and tearing off.
Which is an addition with the aero screen. But when the car is done and he knows when to send you, he's not only listening to the strategist on the timing stand, but also watching. Because the car's done. If the strategist is a little bit delayed, but he's got a window he can send me out. He's going to send the car.
Yeah,
and
you can't wait.
You can't wait, because if you start waiting, you're might as well let everyone go by, because we're all lined up nose to tail, sometimes too wide in pit lane.
Speaking of the tear-offs for the aero screen, do you recall how many you went through as we watched Max Chilton during the 500 last year, and maybe just in a general race?
I think we had 9 set up for the Indy 500, which is similar to how many helmet visor tear-offs I would have run previously.
Okay.
And I think we used 4.
That's kind of what I've heard, that people didn't use as many as they were prepared for. However, you just never know. Will you still go that many, or might you?
No, I think because they're very lightweight. They don't distort the vision at all.
Okay.
Because they're laminated really nicely. You don't have any visual challenges with them. So it's cheap insurance to have enough that if you end up behind a car that is leaking water or leaking oil or gearbox oil, or you go through a crash and there's a debris field and you hit a piece of debris on the aero screen that takes out 2 or 3 tear-offs deep. And so when they're assessing damage, they can pull until it's clean again.
Max Chilton, and then right in front of him, Elio Castroneves.
And you can see there they did pull the aero screen to get in the sequencing and the practice of I think for Elio, what it looks like in the car. Having not raced consistently in IndyCar last year, the opportunity to see what it looks like.
And these pit stops are really important for a team like the 06, because the Indy 500 will be their first race. It is a 6-race program, but the 500 is the first. I don't know the number, but I know several, if not many, of the crew members also work on the Meyer-Shank IMSA Acura program. So they're used to doing pit stops. They are full-time employees, but an IndyCar pit stop is different, very different.
It is very, very different. And I would imagine that a lot of them have done IndyCar pit stops in the past.
Yeah.
And so today is a great opportunity for them, as I said, to knock the rust off and refine that muscle memory. And one of the things that the view down into turn 1 here, you can see those shadows as the cars go into turn 1. The whole front straight is shaded from the grandstand down, but as they arc through turn 1, there's some weird shadows that come through the grandstands. And I've always found it's not particularly a good visual when you're in the car, and not necessarily effective for the race, as you can see these guys doing pit stop practice. So I think it's why you may see more pit stop practice and less race running in this last 40 minutes of the test.
Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to be coming around his teammate Marco Andretti. There he is with Alexander Rossi right in front of him. They're making an adjustment on Rossi's car. Hot stop for Hunter-Reay, and they will send him back out.
That's always hard as a driver when, especially if you're in the middle of a 3-car team and you have a teammate behind you and a teammate in front of you, and the mechanics are working on the car. You know they're not necessarily thinking about where their toes are or how far out their feet are, and you're trying to get the car, the rear tires lit up, rotated, and get pointed out so you don't trim anyone's toenails as you're coming in or leaving the pit box. To me, that's always one of the more stressful, and I try and give a little extra margin just so that they're comfortable and nothing goes wrong, especially within the same team. There's still some race running developing here in the last 30-40 minutes of practice, and I think that comes back to the amount of tires that teams had with the change in track time based on the weather yesterday and how ideal the conditions are now.
Joseph Newgarden climbing out. Is he done for the day or just taking a quick break? We'll see. There's been quite a bit done today How many laps have a lot of these? Newgarden's done 121 laps. I see Pagenaud's done 148. Anybody more than that? McLaughlin, as you might expect, as a rookie, 159 laps. So he's done just shy of 400 miles today.
That is impressive.
Now, I also will say, I don't think that this we're looking at, that may not be complete. It's possible that this is the session that started at 11 a.m. A lot of times they wipe off timing and scoring because they considered 9 to 10 a session, 10 to 11 a session, and then 11 post. You know, for example, Cody Ware has done 58 laps. I don't know. I don't know if those are combined or not. This is just 11, so they've done more than that. So we're going to need to do some math to find out how many they've done. But so we're saying 160 at least. McLaughlin is still on track.
When it comes to math, I typically trust the engineers to do that for me.
Boy, I like your chances of math a lot better than mine. Weren't you accepted at MIT?
No, that was JR.
That was JR?
The other
Stanford.
California.
You were accepted at Stanford.
I was Stanford.
Stanford still, I think, trumps Ball State. As much as a fan as I am of Ball State, and I think most of the room, you're outnumbered by Cardinals up here.
It's chirp.
Zach, where
right?
are you from? You're not from Ball State, are you? Indiana State, all right, a Sycamore. I've got a college credit from summer school from Indiana State.
I was talking to JR about that, and he goes, man, I was telling somebody about, I got into Stanford, he got into MIT, and when we raced in Indy Lights, myself, JR, and James Hinchcliffe often got confused for each other. We'd be walking up to the grid, and someone would say, oh, good luck, James. I'm Charlie. Oh, good luck, JR. I'm James. And so we did a funny video and talked about the differences, and James said A at the end of every sentence and things like that. And JR, being that smart kid from California, we came into Indy Lights about the same time. We'd get that same confusion. And he said to me, yeah, but I applied to Stanford and I didn't get in. Did you apply to MIT? I said, no, there's no way I was getting in, so I didn't even apply. And he said, so I think you beat me because you actually got into Stanford.
Well, I was accepted everywhere I applied, so I'm 1 for 1. So along with the crew in here, we've got, I think, our director, Courtney, from Ball State. Our TD is from Ball State. Is Ed up on one of the cameras? He's from Ball State. Yeah, Ed. I went to school with Ed. Mike Pope and audio is from Ball State. Yeah.
What a great broadcast production, because I'm still terrified being up here and talking on live TV through the Peacock app. But at the same time, you guys have made it really, really enjoyable. And I love racing and I love talking about it. So sharing the insight, especially here at a facility that we all love so much, it's been a lot of fun.
We like to feel like we're just talking amongst friends, and we hope someone else is listening, but that's especially the practice shows. That's the way I approach them, that I'm describing what I see, and I'm just having a conversation as we start to see things ramp up just a little bit here.
Well, that got a little dicey there in turn one. Graham Rahal had dropped to the bottom on this front straight that we can see out of the broadcast window, and was trying to cycle to the back to see what his car would do at the back of the train or work on pit stops. And it got a little clunky, got a little awkward, like I talked about a few minutes ago. And I'm not exactly sure. Oh, it was the 10 car of Alex Palou. Didn't quite get there. I think they might have even turned them into turn one side by side. And you don't often get away with that here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, what do we got going on here? A log jam here. Traffic jam.
Friday afternoon traffic. Trying to get home from the office, right? And everyone, because it's practice, everyone lifted, slowed down, make sure the car stays in one piece, and then spool back up.
Ed Carpenter in the black Chevy. Working his way around Marcus Ericsson and starting to gap him just a little bit. Will Power there, third in line, I think, in the black and orange Horizon 5G machine. And then next in line, I'm going to need to... There's Power popping out. And then that's Ferrucci with the yellow mirrors coming along with Power.
Marcus Ericsson right behind him in the Husky Chocolate number 8 Honda. And then behind that, I think I spotted the 47 with Connor David.
The yellow up top of the aero screen helps ID that car a little bit. We know Pagenaud. And then that blue and white, I'm still working my way through what's Tony Kanaan and what's Graham Rahal. So I need to look back at that. That was Graham Rahal, the 15. It'll help when we do get the spotter guy coming out in May. But now we spot him as we go. We make a few mistakes. What kind of temps are we looking at? It's up to 80 degrees now. That's a little warmer than, just a couple of degrees warmer than was forecast. Track temperature is starting to dip down. Maybe you noticed it, but I thought I saw like a 107 was one of the higher ones that I saw today in turn 4.
And I think what you see is that temperature is an average of all 4 temperature sensors they have around the racetrack. And with the front straight shaded as that sun starts to fall, the grandstands block it. It's why they call happy hour, because the track temp's cool, the air's still thin, it's still really fast, and yet the track temp cools enough to give you that little bit of extra grip. And historically, you'd always see very fast speeds at the end of the day. Cars were faster, drivers were more confident, a little braver, and the conditions would allow you to put big numbers up in the last hour.
And just to confuse people even more with time zones, what time it is now at 5:27 would be like 4:27 back in the day, because Indianapolis was on Central Time. So we would even have more shadows. Once you got to 5 o'clock Central Time, it was 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And track temps have started to drop with the shade in turn 4 at 98 degrees and 91 degrees in turn 1. So we saw the average there on our graphic for the moment.
And with those weather conditions, I got a question actually on my phone about what the aero screen has done for driver cooling. IndyCar's worked really hard. We raced the Indy 500 in August last year, and May could be anywhere from 50 degrees with snow on the ground to, I think it was 95 degrees in 2013 was maybe the hottest 500 I've been a part of. And then August was very, very hot all day. And so that aero screen restricts the airflow to the helmets. And so there are these different options for scoops that then force air into and through the helmet. And each helmet manufacturer has different air caps that go on the vents to push the air into different parts of the helmets. And you as a driver have to figure out what that looks like. And I think one of the things that we haven't talked about these drivers practicing and testing, these teams working on, is if they're getting enough cooling during a race run. When you're doing 4 laps, it's not that hot. But when you're doing a 20 or 25 lap stint, the weather's now 80 degrees ambient, track temp nearly 100 degrees. When you're running like that lap after lap after lap, you get a real sensation of what is too hot and how much air you need.
You mentioned the air scoops, and I think the real challenge with the road and street course is where it was really warm. And one of the things that I heard last year was there was a concern that there was a performance hindrance in some cases. I think it's been discussed that, hey, maybe we just mandate those if it's super hot. Did you notice any performance impact with any of the cooling devices on the road and street courses last year?
There are some effects. Sometimes it's mild, sometimes it's more psychosomatic. I think drivers think if you put, engineers have told drivers for years that if they put more cooling scoops on, you're going to go slower. So if that's real or not, I think a lot of drivers, were conditioned to it. And I think IndyCar is making a good plan on how to go forward. I think there is conversations about even looking at mandating it based on ambient conditions, cloud cover percentage, ambient temperature, humidity levels, wind levels, type of racetrack, helmet manufacturer. All of those things make an impact on what we feel in the cockpit. And as drivers, we're all a little different as far as how tolerant we are to heat training. Some of us work within a sauna during the winter, especially if we live here in central Indiana where it's nice and cold in the winter. we spend time in a sauna to make sure we don't lose that heat tolerance for the first couple races.
If you were going to dip down and pit here, but we still got plenty of players. Graham Rahal going below Ericsson, I think it is there. Pagenaud around the outside of McLaughlin, and Castroneves to the low side of Ericsson. So this is 5-6 cars spread out a little bit. What we've talked about, Charlie, is that generally that second car has been able to get a run. It's been further back. Is that still too spread out to see if we're making progress? Because I've noticed a couple of passes now further back in the line, but also it's not like they were all stacked up together.
I think it is progress. Okay. I think you've seen more raciness, for lack of a better term, today than I would have expected to see with the aerodynamic package from last year. I think IndyCar has done a good job of testing and developing, and I think there are still some options that are still underway. Still in development. Teams are figuring out what they mean, what they look like, the different pieces, the optional barge board, the optional rear aerodynamic pieces for the diffuser, the vertical carbon fiber pieces that go under the back of the car. Those pieces, figuring out what that does on your own, but also in traffic. You may find a package that's better in traffic or better on your own. And a lot of this, I think you will see people come back with a much better direction when we get here from May practice.
Good line of cars still going to work. We'll lose one right here with Graham Rahal, but Simon Pagenaud still leading that group. Ed Carpenter. We'll continue to watch this as we think about the Indy 500 and we think about the start of the season next weekend. Just over a week away for IndyCar. It's a two-day event with the Grand Prix of Alabama at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. On Peacock exclusively, you can watch practices Saturday at 11, 2:40, and qualifying at 5:55. Qualifying will air on television, tape delayed at 11 o'clock on Saturday night. The morning warm-up right here on Peacock, late Sunday morning, and then on Big NBC Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Indy Lights races, also the doubleheader on Friday and Saturday on Peacock. And Charlie Kimball, a part of that broadcast, joining us next weekend.
That's right. I like I said earlier, still slightly terrified, and I think today has been really good practice, and I've really enjoyed it. And it's been fun to talk about racing. And while I would much rather, as Townsend so kindly asked me earlier, I'd much rather be in the race car. But at the same time, the chance to talk about something I love so much as IndyCar here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway has been an absolute blast.
You have two confirmed races. You're also doing the GMR Grand Prix. Are you open? Is it in your contract if another opportunity comes around at some point this season to race with another team?
Yes. Anything. I mean, I'm going to echo Connor Daly's sentiment. I'm a four-wheel kind of guy. I'm not sure I'm in for Supercross tomorrow in Atlanta.
We'd rather just watch.
Yes, I'm happy to watch live on NBC in prime time tomorrow or in the afternoon. But I will have helmet will travel. And if it's in IndyCar, if it's in sports car, I'd love to explore those opportunities. It worked out pretty well for James Hinchcliffe last year, being in the broadcast and now being back in the cockpit full-time. People have asked what races I would miss as we see a pit stop here from Graham Rahal going back out on track and cycling around. I think one of the races that's hardest for me not to have on my calendar is Long Beach.
Yeah.
When I was part-time in 2019, I didn't get to race at Long Beach, and that was such a motivator to get back full-time in 2020. And then the pandemic hits globally. Long Beach doesn't happen. And even though I raced every IndyCar race last year, it didn't include that West Coast swing that I love so much. Portland, Laguna Seca, Long Beach. So Long Beach, those 3 races on the West Coast are definitely something I'm working on, and continue to make calls and take calls to try and put together an opportunity.
You're a racing driver, and that's what you've been doing since you were a kid. How good are you as a businessman now? What have you learned as a racing driver that, most athletes never have to kind of cross?
I never thought I would enjoy the business side of racing nearly as much as I do. And I've used this analogy a couple of times, and I like it, so I'm going to keep using it. But putting together a race program, if it's an Indy 500 package, if it's a 2-race deal, if it's a 6-race deal, or a full season partnership, it's a little like building a 3D puzzle. And every time you pick up a piece, it's different from the last time you held it. And every time you look at the box to see what you're building, it looks a little different than the last time you looked at it. Because all of the different pieces, if it's IndyCar rules, regulations, and costs, if it's teams, positions, and situations, if it's partners and what they want out of a package and what they want to put in, if it's taking 3 or 4 partners and melding a program together and making sure no one's stepping, those gears all mesh together, it can be very dynamic, and I love and have relished that challenge. It's hard work, but the chance to put my helmet on, climb in the cockpit, and go 225, 230 miles an hour is worth every sleepless night trying to figure out how to build that puzzle.
And I've told young drivers, if you want to drive the race car, you got to do that part of it as well, because they all go together, and it applies to drivers at every level now.
It 100% does.
Alex Palou rolling down pit lane. Just over 20 minutes remaining. Hot pit stops are available, but we still see a lot of race running and simulations. Pato Award, Simon Pagenaud on our screen. Award in the Arrow McLaren SP, the orange and black car. Pagenaud in the bright yellow Menards right behind him. It was just an in and out, a hot pit stop for the NTT Data car. How hard is that? Rejoining. When he was exiting pit lane, so you're on the warm-up lane and you rejoin on the backstretch. Because there's no pit speed. There's no speed limit there. Is it difficult not to overcook it trying to come back on through turn 2?
Well, you spend every out lap like it's the race. And so it's easier when you're on hot tires, but when you go out on full fuel and sticker tires, low long run pressures, because you adjust the tire pressures if you're doing a long run or a short run. So when you go out like you would in the race, full tanks, new tires, low pressures for a long run, you want to practice that pit exit, because there's a lot of time to be made up or lost from when you come off that 60-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limiter to when you're at full song, which isn't really until you're around back on the front straight after turn 4. So you go out, you're still building momentum through 3 and 4. When you get to turn 1, you're pretty close to back up to speed.
Let's watch here and see if this group of cars all packs up together. So the front 2 Award, who just got by Pagenaud the last time around and did complete the pass right about the yard of bricks, and that's about where Pagenaud completes it this time, maybe slightly after. Can Hinchcliffe and Rosenquist close up? Do the top 2 lose a little bit of time going back and forth?
They absolutely do, but I was curious. Pato's pitting now, so I was curious if when Pagenaud popped out to show him his nose, he lifted. It's hard to say until we get to race day. Yeah. Oh, he's cycling back. He's not pitting, he's cycling back further into the pack. But it's hard to say if he lifted to cycle further back or if that was an actual competitive pass before the yard of bricks.
Rossi's in the mix there, right behind Pato. Hinchcliffe moving to the front, taking Rosenquist with him. Pato thought about Rossi there. That's 5th in line.
Well, that makes me nervous this early in the month. It's not even the month of May yet, and they're racing like it's Fast Friday.
6 and 7 cars in the mix. You know, Castroneves is back there, Jack Harvey, Sebastian Bourdais. And we see some coming in and out of pit lane. I saw Colton Herta exiting pit lane. Ryan Hunter-Reay's in there. There's Connor Daly. There's Castroneves. Hunter-Reay with Herta behind him. Harvey behind him. And then Bourdais at the back line in that black rocket car. Top of screen, just out of view right now. There's Bourdais. That's a new look in a partnership that was just announced in the last couple of weeks. Rocket has innovative technology and services, including mobile phones, Wi-Fi deployment, beverages, pioneering 3D content production, and distribution of movies and music. Gotta do a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. And that shot as the train of cars came down the front straight really highlighted, excuse me, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but really focused as the day and the sun falls lower and lower, how when they did Project 100 here, it changed how the shadows developed on the front straight in happy hour because they added seats, they added roofs over some of the penthouses, and these shadows can be very distracting in the cockpit, and especially with the aero screen, the way the light hits the side of the aero screen can make that refraction even worse. So it's something these drivers, these spotters are having to contest with as well, because the turn one spotters are right up on top, almost that same viewpoint looking down the front straight. And you can see there, as the cars sort of flash in and out, bright to shadow, the spotters sometimes have a trouble, especially with the unpainted black liveries. It creates an opportunity for problems and challenges that are largely unnecessary and won't be realistic when you get into the full month of May. Sure is fun watching cars at the Indy 500. Almost as fun as driving them, Kevin.
I'd say I'm good right here. You probably have a different perspective. I recognize my limitations.
I sent a couple of photos to friends standing up on the spotter stand down there in turn one yesterday. And a couple sent it back to me. That's the second best view of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I said, you're right, the cockpit is definitely the best view.
That turn one view down there is cool with them coming right at you.
And
I've only been there for a practice. I've never been up there for a race.
It is amazing. And in fact, I went for a practice day. Those spotters there, and on race day, they're up on the roof, away from the paying guests in the seats that they're kindly using at the moment. But when you're up there, you can look down into the cockpit. It was easier before the aero screen. But drivers with really bright colored gloves, you could see their hands work through the corner. You could see who had understeer because you saw more glove. You could see whose car wasn't great because they were tentative at turn in. It's just an incredible perspective and a great insight into what's happening with the inputs from us as drivers as we go through turn one.
Castroneves passed a Ward there. Rossi in the Napa Auto Parts Honda, third in line behind Connor Daly.
The Rossi car looked very good coming off four, and it looks like he's going to make the pass into one. My perspective and my opinion, just sort of out of the corner of my eye, was he was really close with a lot of momentum as they dropped towards the apex of turn four, and then he got the pass done down the front straight.
There's Scott Dixon coming back out to play. Hunter-Reay dipping down to exit or just move to the back of the line. No, Hunter-Reay's coming to pit lane. So is Jack Harvey. And I think Castroneves dipped down right before he did.
I think this is probably the time in an open test when team managers and race engineers are the most nervous. Especially if you've had a really good day, if your car is competitive, and you're looking at how much time is left on the clock, thinking about how much you can accomplish before the checkered, and if it's worth risking it. If you're out running in traffic and your car's good, and you just think sometimes discretion is the better part of valor, to not be a part of somebody else's accident.
There's Pietro Fittipaldi, one of the true rookies, and I just noticed his last 2 laps have been consecutively his best of the day. He and his teammate Cody Ware have been 30th and 31st on the speed chart. Fittipaldi moved up to 29th, now to 28th. Certainly he's getting the benefit of the tow, but when you're a young driver, I think you like to see yourself move up the chart just a little bit.
It always helps with the confidence going away and then coming back a month later, knowing that you were a little higher on the chart than the last row.
And you can look and see the guy now right below me. He's won the race 2 times, including last year. That's Takuma Sato, who is 29. So that's another indication that it doesn't really mean a whole lot. It's a test. It's a practice. He hasn't done as many laps as everyone else. Sato and the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan program likely going to be fun.
They have been very competitive over the last, you look at the last 3 to 4 years as a whole, and I think Takuma's done a really good job as a foil to Graham. I was teammates with Graham and have talked a lot about over the years about how, when we were teammates, about how to race here in the perspective. And Graham's really, he's gotten some great results here in the last 5 years, and I think that coupled with Takuma and his experience all over the world has really helped drive that program forward.
Graham finished 3rd in last year's 500. He finished 5th in 2015, 3rd in 2011. Here's a look at Graham. The voice you hear is Charlie Kimball, who's finished as high as 3rd and 5th here in the Indy 500, maybe like 4 in the top 10, 4 or 5?
Yes. 3rd, 5th, 8th, 9th, 13th, 18th, and some others.
So you're better at your stats than Townsend is.
At his own, or is it at my stats?
No, his own.
So I do remember the sequencing of my first 5 Indy 500s, first 6 even, up to the 100th. I finished 13th my first year in 2011, a lap down the year Dan Weldon won, and then finished 8th in 2012. 2013, I had a 24-hour stomach bug and was in the medical center on Saturday all day getting IVs and finished 9th. I think that's right. It was 9th, 8th.
It is correct. I'm looking.
Oh, boy. Oh, now you're going to keep me honest. This is pressure's on. And then in 2014, I was 31st and the first yellow when I spun and hit the turn 2 exit wall. 2015, I finished 3rd. And we talked. There was a conversation earlier from, I think it was Felix Rosenquist, about Juan Montoya knowing what he needed to do at the end of the race and the commitment to win this race. And that year, I realized what it took to win the Indy 500 as Juan was setting up to make the pass on Will Power for the win of the Indy 500, right there at the apex of turn 2, I was reading the sponsor on the left side pod of Juan's car as the car rotated itself because he had it so freed up for the run to go by Will Power into turn 3. And I thought, okay, that's what it takes to win this race. I'm not quite that comfortable yet.
Wow.
And I say I was one bad decision away from winning the Indy 500. Either Juan or Will makes one bad decision in those last 5 laps, and I was in the catbird seat.
Yeah.
And then the 100th running, we went on a fuel strategy. I saved fuel, finished 5th by about 30 yards to Tony Kanaan in 4th as he made an extra stop and came roaring by me with a full tank of fuel. So then I finished a 3rd, 5th. And then in 17, I think I finished 23rd-ish.
Good enough, 25th with a mechanical.
Yeah, the engine failed. I think there was a mechanical failure as we were coming in for our final stop as we were running second.
Oh, that's right. There were quite a few failures that year.
That sound and sensation still wakes me up in the middle of the night on a cold winter's night here in Indiana, and that's what gets me out of bed to go to the gym when it's snowing and freezing outside. So finished 25th and 17. 18 with Carlin, we finished like 18th, 16th? 18th. 19 with Carlin, I was part of that incident that we saw when Santino, earlier we saw a replay of Santino Ferrucci mowing the grass so kindly for the grounds crew here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and I would have finished like 25th-ish.
Yep.
And then that leads to last year, the only Indy 500 run in August, where I finished 18th, I believe, again.
Townsend didn't know how many laps he's led. Do you know?
So I have photos from when I first led a lap here, because all of my sponsors were in a pit lane suite, and it was under yellow. So I led like 5 laps under yellow. My first laps led at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they all went out and took photos of my car number and name at the top of the pylon.
Sure, we all do that. Timing and scoring, things like that.
I think
scoreboards at games when you're ahead when you're not expected to be.
Probably I've led 19 laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Pretty close. 18, 3 different races. And that is Charlie Kimball. This is your life. Back to the final 10 minutes of action as we watch more back and forth. And there's the previously mentioned Takuma Sato, the defending champion, going inside Marcus Ericsson. And Sato, by the way, has moved significantly up the speed chart here in just the last little bit. Where is he? I was looking.
He went to P2.
P2, yeah, that's moving up.
Where did that come from? Takuma's working on his car all day, working on his car, goes out, finds some clear track with a tow, drops, puts that Honda H right in second spot.
There's your big number in happy hour. This is like a regular practice day when guys will come out in the final few minutes. Maybe somebody had a set of Firestones. Let's get some glory and go P1 at the end of the day, and Sato just about did it.
Put new tires on, low fuel, go set that number, make the sponsor and the team owner happy so that the phone doesn't ring tomorrow morning asking why he's 22nd instead of second.
So we'll keep an eye on if anyone else has anything else. Sato, Ericsson, Hinchcliffe, Herta, Hunter-Reay, Ed Carpenter, Bourdais, Rossi still out on track there. McLaughlin is back out. Scott Dixon is on track.
Total of 10 cars on track with these last few minutes of the test. And with the rain yesterday, I think everyone was so excited to get some running in today. The weather's turned out to be perfect. Everyone had lots of tires. I mean, there's been nearly 4,000 laps run since 11 a.m. this morning, and so these guys are getting a lot of data that they'll go back and crunch for now the next month until we come back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and open practice for the 500.
Ed Carpenter in that black car chasing Ryan Hunter-Reay in the DHL yellow and I guess you'd say dark orange Honda for Andretti Autosport. There's 3 Andrettis together right here. Hinchcliffe leading Colton Herta, now in the Gainbridge car. Hinch is in the number 29. Genesis is the primary for most races, but Capstone Turbine also in the car, primary for a half a dozen or so.
So Hinch is chasing down the now P2 car of Takuma Sato and may actually get that big number depending on how close he can get as they come off of turn 4 heading towards the start-finish line to see if, as he closes on Takuma, he gets that big number as Takuma tries to cycle back further in the pack.
If somebody cleanly pulls out of the way, does that have any kind of an impact on a lap time?
No, it doesn't really affect you. If they stay in the throttle and help tow you to that big number all the way to the yard of bricks, it's helpful. But a lot of times when you make the decision to cycle to the back, you know it takes 2 laps of affected lap times if you do it on the front straight. I try and do it on the back straight so it only affects that 1 lap when you lift to get further back in the order. Here comes Colton Herta He's been chasing James down for a few laps.
Herta just did a 2:19. Hinchcliffe 2:17, so they're not flirting with anything right here.
James did a 2:21 before that 2:17 as he tried to catch Takuma. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was on a little older Firestone rubber, maybe towards the end of a full stint. I don't know quite how many laps he's been out there at the moment, but what happens is as the grip goes away, even though the track temp has continued to drop, especially on the front side of the racetrack, that turn 4 to turn 1 front section, the track temp's down. He may continue to lose grip and may not be able to put that big number up, even with a tow of only that one car in front of him.
People often ask for the bottom speeds as much as the top, because you start thinking about, all right, if there's more than 33, who might be in jeopardy? So here they are. And I'd also say, hey, it's basically day one, but Cody Ware, true rookie, day 4 in an IndyCar, is 31st and last for the day, 2:18.4. Then it's Dalton Kelton, 2:20.1. And Pietro Fittipaldi, 29th at 2:21.9. That's at 29th. Ericsson, 28, 2:22.1 is the speed for him for the day. How dicey might it get here in the final few minutes, under 3 minutes of this 2-day test that included 9 hours of activity today?
Well, if this doesn't get you excited for what the month of May is going to bring here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it should. It really should. This has been a great day of testing, some incredible previews to what we're going to see action-wise, myself included, on track for practice, qualifying, and then the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500. It's been a lot of fun to watch and be able to watch live on the Peacock app today. I watched yesterday in person and on the app. It's a great preview for what's coming up.
There's Castroneves working around Bourdais. And we're down to the final 2 minutes. Sato, Hinchcliffe, Daly, Castroneves, Hinchcliffe looks inside Sato, not that time, into one.
You know, those Rahal cars are still showing the strength that won them, and they finished first and third last year in August. The track temps come up, the ambient temps come up, similar, not quite as hot as we raced in last year, but close. Their cars seem to have come alive as the rubber's gone down and the temps have come up. Takuma jumping up to that P2 spot just in the last 5 minutes. And the Andretti Autosport Honda car for James Hinchcliffe hasn't been able to work his way around him without Takuma lifting like he is here to let him by.
So Hinchcliffe will lead for what might be his final couple of laps.
They'll probably get to finish this lap and one more, because a lap around here is roughly 40 seconds, and I think when they get to start finish, they'll be inside that window. So this is probably the last lap of the test, Kevin. Going 3 wide, that's exciting.
Connor and Takuma are going to go inside of James Hinchcliffe, a 2-for-1 there. Are teams feeling like they got enough done? Or do you always want more? Are you still going to walk away likely and say, yeah, I did 2 more things I wanted to check off?
The engineers' test lists are always endless. So you always want to get more done and feel like you've learned more. But there have been a lot of laps and a lot of data to go through.
Checkered flag, finish the lap, and we'll put them in the barn. A disjointed day yesterday, but still significant action, including a lot of rookie courses getting complete. Finished them up this morning, the refresher courses, and pretty close to 9 hours of activity. We had a couple of sprinkles today, but no long stoppages. One significant incident, luckily only one, but not so lucky if you're Rinus VK. He made heavy contact early on into yesterday. He's okay and available to race next weekend. Still some work to do for the car, so they weren't able to get back out. So a look at the quickest speeds from the 2 days, and they are from today. And Team Penske up front. Breakdown, we've got a Chevy, a Honda, Chevy, Honda, Chevy, Honda, Chevy. Pretty mixed up in there.
So for me, the two real highlights are from this test, the great work IndyCar has done on the aerodynamic package to try and come up with some better racing, and I think it's going to work. When we get back here for the Indianapolis 500, the month of May, there's going to be just classic, incredible IndyCar wheel-to-wheel racing for 500 miles. And the parity of the engine manufacturers, the parity in IndyCar, top to bottom, it's closer than it ever has been.
Well, this is a good tune-up for the season, preparing for the month of May in the Indianapolis 500, and just a little taste and a lot of conversation about what's to come, and it starts very quickly, 9 days away, starting up, well, next Saturday, Barber Motorsports Park for IndyCar, NBC, Sunday afternoon, the 18th at 3 o'clock, also NBC. The following weekend from the streets of St. Petersburg, a doubleheader of oval action beginning the month of May, Saturday and Sunday evening from Texas Motor Speedway. Back here at Indianapolis on Saturday the 15th on the road course. And then it's time to prepare for the 105th Indianapolis 500 with all kinds of coverage on NBC, NBCSN, and here on Peacock as well. Should be a fantastic season. And as we roll into the second half of the season, it is going to culminate with a championship race at Long Beach in September.
I love that West Coast swing coming out of the only other oval after the Indianapolis 500 there at Gateway. But go out west, 2 permanent road courses with the Portland Grand Prix, straight into a finishing sequence with Laguna Seca, the iconic racetrack with the corkscrew, and then down to one of my home tracks, one of the greatest races, one of the crown jewels, I think, in the IndyCar schedule, the Grand Prix of Long Beach, finishing out the season on the NBCSN on September 26th.
Charlie, thanks for coming up. It was a pleasure to have you. We'll see you in the booth for Indy Lights coming up next weekend at Barber.
Sure was a lot of fun, and get some follow-up from here. Look forward to getting the season started for Indy Lights and IndyCar next weekend.
Also, thanks to Lee Diffie, Marty Snyder, Townsend Bell. I'm Kevin Lee. For the entire NBC and IMS production staff, we thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.